Hey guys, how's it going? So today I'm just going to be browsing a lot of guitar pickups out there, and yeah, I just think this is just one of those videos where I just give you guys my thoughts on all the different guitar pickups. I just like browsing guitar pickups, I guess, and there's a lot of different pickup manufacturers, aftermarket guitar pickup manufacturers to go through. Really, there's like hundreds actually. So anyways, if you guys are interested, stay tuned. This is going to be quite a long video because there's a lot of guitar pickup manufacturers. I'm not going to exactly go through each product, but just the ones that I'm interested in. So anyways, if that kind of thing interests you guys and you want to just like kind of browse with me, then just stay tuned. Otherwise, feel free to tune out of this video. But yeah, we're going to take a look at some aftermarket guitar pickups together. Alright, so we're going to start off with the big three aftermarket guitar pickup makers, which are Seymour Duncan, DiMarzio, and Fender. I consider this to be the big three aftermarket pickup makers. There's also Gibson and EMG. Those ones are fairly big too, but I consider these three probably the biggest. So yeah, let's just browse around, take a look at some of their products. So let's start with Seymour Duncan, take a look at some of the humbuckers. Seymour Duncan is probably, out of the three, I don't know who's the biggest out of the three actually, but Seymour Duncan is definitely one of the most well-known. They have a lot of different products. They have a custom shop as well, but we're just going to take a look at their kind of production pickups here. Okay, so they got the black winter rails here, humbucker, 130. I mean, the prices are actually kind of reasonable, Seymour Duncan. This, I'm guessing, is a pretty high output pickup here. Yeah, extreme metal genres, and I'm guessing it's going to be like, actually let's take a look at the resistance. Yeah, 15.7K neck and 20.6K bridge with ceramic pickups. Yeah, these are pretty high output, definitely for like metal guitars. I'm guessing hot rated rails, I'm guessing, is also pretty high output. Whenever you see these rails, you know that's going to be pretty high output, right? 7.7, 18.6. Yeah, the bridge is extremely high output. So the JB model is one of their most famous models for Seymour Duncan. JB apparently stands for Jeff Beck, right? I think that's who it was originally for. Alnico 8-bar magnets, pretty interesting. I don't see Alnico 8 used much. Yeah, hot rated rails. And these are JB rails, right? Combining the Seymour Duncan JB model with rails. So yeah, this is the jazz rails. So rails are like, basically you can think of rails almost like humbucking output in themselves. So the fact that you have dual rails here is generally extremely high output. Nazgul rails. This is another really high output one, right? Yeah, 14.4. This is another metal pickup. They make some, usually Seymour Duncan is more well known for their medium power or vintage output pickups, but they have some higher output pickups like this. Hades Gates, look at this. Red too. It's for Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top. I didn't know Billy Gibbons played high output stuff. I guess it's not really that high output. Hades Gates, so 8 and 8.9. It's actually, it's a little bit high output, not too much though. It's not like those ceramic ones. It's Alnico 2. This is just like a little bit of a hotter PAF. A PAF is like the essential like kind of vintage humbucking type pickup for Gibson guitars and stuff. Yeah, it's just like a hotter PAF. Not really super high output or anything. The Invader, yeah, no, this is like one of those OG high output pickups, right? Like kind of like a DiMarzio Super Distortion, but except this is Seymour Duncan's version. 7.5 and a 16.6K bridge with ceramic. Yeah, the Seymour Duncan Invader. Yeah, 3 large ceramic bar magnets, pretty high output here. Hot rod humbucker, the Hot Fat Cat. Interesting. Hot Fat Cat silencer. So the Fat Cat is Seymour Duncan's version of the P90 in a humbucking pickup set, and the silencer version, I guess, is noiseless as well, which is nice. But it's also hot too, so higher output. So you got ceramic magnet, 10K neck, 12K bridge, essentially. Pretty high output. So yeah, it's essentially a very hot P90 that's also noiseless, which is pretty interesting. So the hot means high output, and then Fat Cat is the P90 in a humbucking size, and silencer means noiseless. Interesting. Oh yeah, they have a bunch. I'm not going to look at every one, just the ones I'm kind of interested in. So that's a vintage output one. So they have a vintage version that's also silencer, so it's also kind of noiseless as well. So this is 9, 10, and 10K. So it looks high, but that's because it's technically single coil, because P90s are just a single coil, but it's actually a hotter P90. So even though it says vintage, I think the hotter version is even more hotter than this, but this is still kind of a hot P90. Ceramic, yeah, those are pretty hot resistance. So these ones, the blackouts, I think are meant to compete with EMG pickups because they're active pickups, and EMGs are known for like high output active pickups. So yeah, these ones are powered by batteries. I don't really like active pickups all that much, but yeah, the blackouts I think are maybe they could be popular. I don't know how popular they are, but yeah, Seymour Duncan has active pickups too. And then the El Diablo is a pretty high output one as well, super high output wind. 22K in the bridge, but still Alnico, interestingly enough, not ceramic. Definitely a very, very high output Alnico pickup for sure. We got some signature stuff, Alex Skolnick, Warren DeMartini, Exciter. This is a high output ceramic. 16.6K there on that one. Slash 2.0. I think these are the new Seymour Duncan Slash pickups. So these ones are a bit higher output than the original Slash pickups. So this is 9.8 the neck, 9.4 in the bridge. Alnico 2 pickups. Yeah, Slash uses Alnico 2. Slash fans know that, but this is like a little bit higher output than his usual stuff. That's why it's a Slash 2.0. The JB model is one of their most famous, one of their earliest models too. So originally, I think it's designed for Jeff Beck at the time. But it's a bridge pickup that has a 16.6K, so it's pretty high output. Alnico 5. It's one of the OG high output Seymour Duncan pickups. The 59 model is designed almost like a classic PAF type. So the neck is a 7.6, the bridge is a 8.2. So it's meant for the classic vintage PAF type tone. So this is the 59. The vintage output humbucker. Yeah. Alnico 5. Jazz model is also pretty famous for Seymour Duncan. And it's usually a neck pickup. You can use it, pair it with the JB in the bridge. 7.5K. So it's like a kind of a vintage output. Yeah, that works for almost any style of music. Not exactly like PAF, but maybe kind of like a more modern style, but still fairly low output, I would say. Then they got Pearly Gates. The Pearly Gates, I think, is used by Billy Gibbons, right? So this is fairly vintage output spec, 7.3, 8.2. Yeah, it captures all the mojo from the original neck pickup from Billy Gibbons' 1959 Les Paul. So it's actually a 50. I think this should be pretty similar to that 59 model. But the bridge has slightly more output than most PAFs. Does it though? 8.2? Maybe a little bit. Like slightly higher output bridge, that's about it. The Duncan Distortion model. The original high output passive humbucking pickup. Yeah, so 13 in the neck and 16.6 in the bridge ceramic model. Pretty high output. And the Duncan Distortion, I think, has been available for a while. The Seth Lover is pretty interesting. This is actually a very true PAF type replica model. So the 59 is kind of like not exactly true to PAF, but kind of similar to PAF specs. But then the Seth Lover is exactly kind of true to PAF specs because it doesn't even have a, it's not even potted, I don't think. So 7.4, 8.2, yeah. Vintage specs. And I think what is known about this one is that it's unpotted and it uses the original pickup winder from the 1950s, which is the Lisona pickup winder. So yes, Seymour Duncan has the original Gibson pickup winding machine there. So that's pretty cool. If you really want the authentic PAF sound, I think Seth Lover is good. 78 model is supposedly like the Van Halen model. That's what the 78 is referring to, 7.9 and 9K. So the higher output bridge is to get more of that Van Halen sound. So yeah, so sometime in 78, Eddie Van Halen gave him a PAF, and the bridge has a little bit more juice. It's an Alnico 2. So I don't think this is exactly like the most accurate Eddie Van Halen type sound, but 78 you can get you in the ballpark, I think. Fat Cat, like I mentioned, is basically P90 in a humbucking casing. So yeah, if you want a P90 sound in your humbucker, in your humbucker equipped guitar, you can do that with the Fat Cat. So, and it's reasonably, all this is pretty reasonably priced. They're not super expensive, like as far as aftermarket pickup goes. So the original Slash model is a little bit lower output than that Slash 2.0. So I think the original Slash is at 8.3, 8.9. So yeah, this was for to give any Gibson Les Paul the Appetite for Destruction type tone, which is the Derek Les Paul copy that Slash had back then. P rails is interesting. This combines hot rails with a vintage P90. Yeah, so you got P90 and hot rails tone. So actually, no, you get humbucking, P90, and strat tone. Interesting. This is a pretty versatile pickup, I think. Yep. Let's see, the custom Green Magic is pretty cool because this is the Peter Green sound, right? The Peter Green sound is like the reverse neck pickup, I think. That gives it the out of phase sound. Alnico 2, 7.7, 8.7. So it's almost like vintage PAF specs, but then you get the Peter Green type sound out of it because the neck, yeah, the neck has this out of phase type sound because the neck pickup is reversed. The neck magnet is reversed, which gives you out of phase. So if you want that, you get the Green Magic there. A lot of other aftermarket pickup companies make something similar. The Antiquity humbucker is aged, so it has that aged look, and also it's unpotted, I believe, as well. 7.7, 8.6 Alnico 2. If you really want to have like a nice vintage sound out of your humbucker, and you want to have it look like that too. So yeah, this one is kind of aged. So it's similar to the Seth Lover, but also it's got this aged look to it. So the Antiquity humbucker is pretty good too, I think. And yeah, it's wound with the originally Sona winding machine. Nice. This Saturday night special. Yeah, so this one is Alnico 4, which is interesting. 7.9, 9.75. It's a little bit hotter and fatter in the bridge position and a little bit clearer in the neck. Yeah, I think if you want those 70s classic rock tones, like think, yeah, basically, I don't want to say like which 70s guitars, but a lot of them basically. It's not exactly Led Zeppelin, but yeah, basically just like a little bit higher output bridge, I think is what that one is. Whole lot of humbucker. I think this one is more referring to Jimmy Page from Led Zeppelin. Yeah, now this one, because Whole Lot of Humbucker, I'm thinking Whole Lot of Love, right? The Led Zeppelin song. Alnico 5, 8.2, 8.8. Yeah, the Yardbirds and Seymour befriended some of their favorite musicians, yeah. So I'm guessing this is kind of like Led Zeppelin, Jimmy Page sound here for that. The Pegasus. Progressive metal. Is that Dream Theater then? John Petrucci? The 12.5K bridge. Could be like that kind of Dream Theater sound, huh? Progressive metal. That's why I think of progressive metal. I think of Dream Theater. Dimebag set. So this is for Dimebag Darrell from Pantera. Yeah, 7.6, 16.5. Yeah, Pantera is a metal band, so you're going to have to want a lot of distortion for that. Hence, it's high output. Okay, high voltage. Is that an AC/DC reference, I wonder? 7.7, 8.6. Yeah, I think this might be a reference to Angus Young from AC/DC, because I'm thinking high voltage. That's one of the AC/DC albums. So, Dave Mustaine from Megadeth has his own signature pickups. The Thrash Factor for Megadeth, which is a metal band, right? 16.4 in the bridge. Ceramic, I'm guessing. So yeah, Dave Mustaine's signature pickups. The Dimebucker is Dimebag Darrell's signature pickups. Screaming Demon is another really high output pickup here. 10.1. The Cyclone is interesting. This is a Filtertron type pickup. And Filtertrons usually have more clarity than your typical PAF style humbucker. Alnico 5, 7.2, 8.2. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, the Filtertron's always a pretty interesting sound. It's a little bit unique, different than your typical PAF type sound. The Jason Becker signature, Perpetual Burn. Yep, who's a guitar virtuoso that can unfortunately no longer play, but he's been an inspiration to many guitarists. So he has his own signature humbucker, 12.2, 12.1K, and yeah, I'm guessing he collaborated in the late 80s, actually, before he had his disease. So, okay, interesting. It came out recently, actually, after, well, a few years ago, but I'm glad that he has his own signature model. And this is more like active set stuff. Benedetto jazz humbucker. Interesting. Stag mag. What's this? Staggered Alnico 2 rod magnets and a humbucker. That's pretty interesting. And it's pretty high output too. It's a Strat single coil tone. Okay, so this is basically a humbucker that can split into a true Strat style sound because it actually has the Alnico rods. That's cool. Interesting design. Wait, the parallel axis is pretty interesting actually. Yeah, parallel axis is a dual pole design. Looks almost like a staple P90 almost, but it's a humbucker. And looks pretty high output. No, it's not too high output. Trembucker pickup. F-spaced. Okay. Well, it's a little bit overwound, but it's still pretty cool. What else we got here? Benedetto. It's a jazz-voiced PAF humbucker. I'm guessing jazz-voiced means kind of medium output, but with a warm sound. And you might use it in like a semi-hollow guitar. Duality. Okay. Best passive and active technologies. Oh, that's cool. So it's both a passive pickup and an active pickup? That's really interesting. Yeah, duality is interesting. Okay, cool. And then, what else? Retribution was designed with Dino Cazares, a Fear Factor, and Divine Heresy. Okay, don't know too much about that one. Let's look at the Telecaster pickups, which Seymour Duncan's not really known for too much, but you can still take a look because it has what Billy Gibbons' signature Telecaster pickup too. Interesting. The Red Devil, 16.8K in the 16.7K in the bridge. Wow, that's very high output for a Telecaster pickup. Alnico 5 magnet. And yeah, this is a very high output Telecaster pickup, Red Devil. And they got JB Jr., which is the sound of their JB humbucker in a Telecaster. So, pretty interesting. 16.3K, another very high output pickup for the Telecaster. Yep. If you want a humbucking sound in the Telecaster, I guess. Hot Chicken Telly. 16K neck and a 26K bridge. Wow. Very, very high output Telecaster set here. That's very, very high output. Wow. Very, like, more than humbucking output, maybe. That's like a hot humbucking output, maybe. Pearly Gates for Telly. So, this is another one of Seymour Duncan's famous humbuckers in a Telecaster pickup. So, 18.1K bridge. Yep. So, that's essentially, yeah, PAF tone in a Telly. Hot Rails, if you really want your hot Telecaster, and then another high output option, 11K neck, 16K bridge, ceramic. Another high output option if you want to have very high output Telecaster, I guess. A quarter pound is humbucking level punch, another humbucking type output in your Telecaster. There are a lot of sets where you get humbucking type sound out of your Telecaster, huh? And Brad Paisley has his own signature Telecaster set with Seymour Duncan. Alnico 2 in the neck and Alnico 4 in the bridge. 7.5, 7.4, yeah. So this is from a 1968 Telecaster. So it's kind of vintage sound, but yeah, really kind of like a 1968 Telecaster set, which is cool. Then you got the Alnico Pro, the famous Alnico 2 Pro from the humbucker into the Telecaster. You have that as well. Actually, this is not a humbucking type sound. This is like actually just Alnico 2 in the Telly. Kind of more vintage. Larry Basilio signature set. Oh. 6.3. Oh, it's actually 3 pickups. Okay. So I don't know who Larry Basilio is, but apparently he uses 3 pickups in his Telly. Antiquity Telly, if you want to have that vintage sound. That classic sound here. You get the Antiquity pickups. The Little 59, which is medium output humbucking tone in a Telly, 16.K, 17.7 bridge. Yeah, so this is another high output Telly essentially because it's trying to be a humbucker. Antiquity 2 Telly, you can tell the Antiquity pickups are aged, right? So they try to get that aged thing going. 8K neck, 6.6K bridge. Jerry Donahue. Yes. Of Helicaster's fame. Okay, I don't know him too well, but he has a signature. Antiquity 55 telly. A lot of good antiquity tones, huh? I do like the aged look as well. Yep, so another vintage. If you want the vintage stuff, it's best to go with the antiquity stuff. But yeah, let's see, you got a broadcaster. Broadcaster is like the first year of the Telecaster, which is actually fairly high output. And yeah, this is like really the 1950 Telecaster pickup. All right, now let's take a look at the Strat. There's a lot more Strat stuff. So Philip Seishi Mother pickups. Interesting. Well, they even look aged actually. So all Ioniqa 5, low output actually, 5.7, 5.8, 5.8, low output, and waxed cotton cables. Very interesting. So this should be a pretty nice set for those guys who like chimey, very chimey vintage output, because this is low output set. That's pretty nice. Hot Chicken Strat for country guitarists. Even though country guitarists usually use tellies, but I guess if you want a Strat, you got a Hot Chicken Strat as well with very, very high output. All three, 22.4, 23.4, wow. Very, very high output in all three positions. If you want to, it's like a very, for contemporary country guitarists. So yeah, that's extremely high output. Psychedelic Strat. This is pretty vintage output. I'm guessing 1960s type sound. Maybe like Jimi Hendrix, I'm guessing, like psychedelic Strat. When I think of psychedelic Strats, I think of, yeah, Jimi Hendrix. So, but Seymour Duncan has their own Jimi Hendrix set, so I wonder how this is different from that one. They have a scooped Strat set, which is, when I think of scooped, I think of the John Mayer Big Dipper pickups, so I wonder if this is like that. 6.1, 6.4, and a 7.2 bridge. So, yeah, I think this is supposed to be for scooped mid-range, which when I think of that, I think of the John Mayer Big Dipper pickups. So I think if you want kind of like a John Mayer sound, you can try the scoop Strat. Corey Wong has his own signature set, the Clean Machine, 7, 7, and 14.5, so a very hot bridge. But yeah, this is but still does cleans apparently, so because it's called the Clean Machine. So that's Corey Wong's signature. The Little 78. So this is like that Van Halen sound, but in a Strat, right? Yeah, the Eddie Van Halen sound, but in a Strat. Yeah, so the bridge is actually all three are pretty high output, because they're essentially all humbuckers. Because you need the humbuckers to get the Eddie Van Halen sound, right? Hot rails for Strat, so essentially pretty high output because it's rails. Ceramic, 16.6K bridge, pretty high output. Yeah, so if you want high output on Strat, you can get the rails. Anything rails would be high output actually. You can get the JB Junior, the JB model for the Strat. That's available as well. Essentially humbucking tone in a Strat. And Little 59 is basically the 59 model in a Strat. So another one of their famous humbuckers, humbucking tones in a Strat. The quarter pound is a 1/4 inch Ioniqa 5 rod magnet. So it's a Ritchie Blackmore Strat tone. Ritchie Blackmore from Deep Purple. That's pretty interesting. And yeah, this is another very high output set. Yeah. Antiquity Strat Texas Hot. So Antiquity, because they're aged and they usually have vintage output, but this one, because it's a Texas Hot, it has a hotter bridge. Actually, all three of them are a little bit overwound, but the bridge especially so. Yeah, the Ioniqa 2 magnets, but the bridge is definitely overwound, almost 10K. They have a Red Devil for Strat. Okay, so this is the Billy Gibbons Red Devil, but for Strat. So extremely high output again in the humbucking tone. So I wonder if this is similar to the Pearly Gates then. But maybe some more. Actually, maybe it's higher output. It's higher output than the Pearly Gates. Okay, Antiquity 2 Surfer Strat. This is a vintage output Antiquity. So yeah, this one you get the aged look, but you also get aged specs as well. 6.5. I mean, you got the vintage, more vintage specs, but you still got a hot bridge here. 9.8. Interestingly enough, I would think this one would have a more vintage type output, but it looks the output is actually look pretty overwound. It doesn't look that different from the Texas one actually, interestingly. Yeah, Duck buckers. What's this? Vintage output single coil sized humbucker for Strat Quack. Okay, apparently it's for cleans, but also it gets a humbucking sound. It's very low output, actually. Oh, because this is actually a humbucker, but it's also extremely low output and ceramic. Very interesting. Okay. Lipstick tube Strat. So if you want lipstick pickups, which is the Dan Electro type lipstick pickups, but in a Stratocaster, then you can get it here. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so if you want to your Stratocaster to sound like a Dan Electro lipstick pickup, that's really cool. Article 5. Okay, vintage rails is rails with a vintage output. I didn't know such a thing existed. Okay, interesting. In the ceramic too. Looks really cool. Seymour Duncan has a lot of interesting pickups actually. And this is Yngwie Malmsteen's signature pickup, the YJM Fury. Really, really high output, 25.5 neck, middle, and bridge. Wow. So yeah, this is for, because Yngwie Malmsteen, like, he plays like pretty high output stuff. So yeah, it's really high output. The Twang Banger. This is a Stratocaster pickup that sounds like a Telecaster lead pickup. Yeah, interesting. So it gets your Stratocaster sound like a Telecaster. Alnico 2 Pros. This is a kind of vintage output option, right? 6.1, 6.1, 6.1, yeah. Alnico 2. And then 5.2 is pretty nice. This has got nicely balanced set because it has Alnico, a mix of Alnico 2 and 5. I'm guessing it has Alnico 2 on the low and then Alnico 5 on the high strings. Right? That makes it more balanced. So yeah, 6.5. So a little bit overwound actually, but then yeah, the mix of different magnets to yeah, the Alnico 5's under the lows and the Alnico 2's on the highs. Okay. Yeah, like that. It's a nicely balanced sound in this set, I think. And quarter pound. Extra punch. Yeah, this is pretty high output. The Jimi Hendrix signature Strat. So yes, they actually do make a Jimi Hendrix signature because Seymour Duncan actually wound pickups for Hendrix back in the day. Although I don't know how much Hendrix actually used it, but yeah, Seymour Duncan actually did wound pickups for him, which is just 6K, 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 pretty vintage output. And this one does not have the reverse wound middle. And actually, I believe you can get the reverse stagger as well, so that you can kind of duplicate like how Hendrix had it in his left-handed. Hendrix was left-handed but playing a right-handed Strat, so yeah, they can give you the option of reversing the stagger as well and reversing the magnets. So yeah, it's cool that he makes a signature Strat. Again, I'm not sure how much Jimi Hendrix actually used that set, but yeah. And then yeah, that's pretty much it for the Strats. They make a lot of other cool stuff too. So yeah, the P90s, they have the Fat Cats, P-Rails, P90 stack. Just going to take a brief look here. Antiquities, Hot Vintage, okay. Most of their like great pickups are humbuckers and Strats, I would say. Yeah, that's pretty much it for Seymour Duncan. And then we can look at the second of the big three, which is DiMarzio. DiMarzio is probably more well known for higher output pickups, but we can look at the vintage pickups first, and they're also more well known for humbuckers. Like they have Strat pickups, but they're definitely more well known for humbuckers, I would say. Whereas Seymour Duncan is kind of well known for both, but DiMarzio more so for humbuckers. So you got the Air Norton, which is the Airbucker version of Norton. So it's yeah, I think this doesn't tell you the resistance, but they have an output number here. So this is still vintage output though. Yeah, the Air Norton, the patented Air Norton magnetic structure reduces spring pulses, sustain is improved, pick attack and dynamics are tremendously controllable and expressive. Okay, I'm not sure what that Air Norton technology is, but okay, and the Air Classic. The sound of 1950s humbuckers created to capture all the best sonic qualities of vintage. So yeah, I think most of DiMarzio's pickups are honestly like they're more modern style. Even if they're trying to be vintage output, they're trying to be more modern style. The Dark Matter. Yeah, this is a Steve Vai pickup. I think this is one of the lowest output Steve Vai pickups because his pickups are usually quite high output. But this is the Dark Matter is one of his lower output pickups. And then the Eric Johnson model, which is very unique amongst the DiMarzio catalog, because this one is supposed to duplicate the sound of a Filtertron. So there's actually a Filtertron type sound, but in a humbucker, in a humbucking design. Like, I mean, Filtertrons are humbuckers, but I mean, it's the Gresh sound, basically, Filtertron type sound in a humbucker. A traditional humbucking design, I guess. So yeah, basically I'm trying to say it's a Filtertron type sound. Okay, and then the PAF Joe, this is for Joe Satriani, right? This is the lowest output Joe Satriani, the PAF Joe. Okay, the PAF 36th anniversary is their, this is their vintage output. This is their PAF clone, essentially. But it's also upgraded in its own way, because DiMarzio never does anything exactly like they're not like a vintage pickup company. They always put their own modern kind of twist on things. So even this one, the PAF 36th anniversary, which is kind of closest to their, this is the closest to what a vintage humbucker would be, but they also put their own technology in it. So yeah, yeah, the pickups have weak. The sound is well defined, like a single coil. We duplicate the weaker magnetic field. Yeah, so basically they started from the 1959 Les Paul humbucker as a reference, and they just kind of improved it in their words, I guess. Yeah. Okay. So don't expect that to be the most accurate PAF. It's their version of the improved PAF. You can look at the PF 57. Nickel 2 magnet for this one. Yeah, all their pickups are wax potted, I think. Yeah, although technically, if you want to be vintage correct, they're not supposed to be wax potted. 59 neck. I wonder how the 59 neck is different. I mean, I wonder how the 59 is different from the PAF at 36th anniversary, because that's supposedly from a 59 as well. Yeah, PF Master. Now, how is this different from the PF 36th anniversary? Yeah, how's the PF Master different? Yeah, okay. To tune them to different frequencies. Yeah, I don't know which one's the most accurate PF, but they have a bunch of different ones. PF Master 59, 36th anniversary. The Steve Morse model. Steve Morse played on a bunch of different bands. Yes, I think is what I associate with them with. Yeah, so they Steve Morse's own pickups. Humbucker from Hell, even though it's vintage output. Yes, it's called Humbucker from Hell, but it's apparently vintage output. The Titan. Jake Bowen. Oh, okay, I don't know who he is actually. That's his signature. Transition model. Steve Lukather. Okay, they never named the actual pickups after the guitarist, but you know that this is their signature model. Like, this is Steve Lukather's signature model, the Transition. Let's take a look at the medium power here. Deactivator. Take a look at this one. Yeah, so this is another one. There's, like, it looks like a double blade. All right. Dominion. Yeah, all of DiMarzio stuff is like, it looks definitely very modern. This is the Mark Morton from Lamb of God. That's his signature model. The Evolution is Steve Vai for sure. Yeah, the Steve Vai and his Ibanez gems. So I know the Evolution is Steve Vai's medium output humbucker. The Fred, I think this is Joe Satriani's. Yeah, Joe Satriani. That's his mid-range humbucker here, or mid-output humbucker, I should say. Gravity Storm. I think this is another Steve Vai one. Yeah, it's another Steve Vai one. Yeah, he has a bunch of different pickup models with him. Illuminator. Who's this one for? This is John Petrucci from Dream Theater. Yeah, so this is John Petrucci's signature model. Liquefier. Another John Petrucci model. Okay. Mojo. Is this Joe Satriani again? Yeah, so Fred and Mojo are basically, it's combined with Fred. And then PF Pro is just a higher output PAF, right? So this is like a PAF, but like higher output, basically. So it's a vintage hot, essentially. Pandemonium neck. That's a cool cover. Nita Strauss. Okay, don't know who she is, but that's her signature model. Sonic Ecstasy. Looks pretty cool, too. That's John Petrucci again, with his Music Man's JP16. Okay. He has a lot of signature models, too. The Breed. What's this? Steve Vai again. That's for his Ibanez Gem with the pogo guitar. Okay, so he has a lot of pickup models, of course. Utopia. Who's this for? That's a cool design, too. For Steve Vai again. So that's for his Utopia Ibanez guitar. So, yeah, Steve Vai has a bunch of models. Joe Satriani, John Petrucci, they'll have a bunch of different models. Let's look at the high output. Okay, Crunch Lab. Now, DiMarzio is really well known for the high output stuff, right? John Petrucci again, right? Yeah. Okay. So that's John Petrucci's high output pickup, Crunch Lab. The Deactivator. This is, yeah, this is just one of their high output models. Okay, Deactivator neck and bridge. D-Sonic, what's this? I don't like how they have the relative output thing here. They don't tell you the DC resistance, right? No, they do. They give you the DC resistance here, but I think they give you this output thing as more of a relative indicator of how powerful they are, because I know DC resistance isn't like it's not a very accurate indicator of how powerful a pickup is. But I think this is probably a more accurate indicator, is their little number here. So I think that's why they put that one there. Okay. Dreamcatcher. Rainmaker and Dreamcatcher were both developed with John Petrucci. Yeah. Another John Petrucci model. It's got a lot. Dual sound. This is includes a push-pull pot. Okay. Evolution. That's Steve Vai again. A bunch of this is just bridge pickups from the. So bridge pickups are usually higher output, right? So these are just like the bridge pickup models of some of the medium output ones. Some of the medium output humbucker pickups are like medium output, and then the bridge pickups are like high output. So they're here. The Saturate. This is Joe Satriani, right? Yep. Joe Satriani with Alnico 8 pickup. Okay, Sonic Ecstasy, Steve Morse, Steve Special, which is I wonder which Steve is this. Is this Steve Vai or Steve Morse? You got a bunch of different Steves who endorsed DiMarzio. What's this Super 2, Super 3 thing? Oh, Super Distortion, okay. So this is the Super Distortion is probably the most famous and popular DiMarzio pickup, because it was like one of the first aftermarket humbucking pickups. And this one, Super 2, is the Super Distortion slice EQ up in favor of the high end. And the Super 3 is the low end, I'm guessing. Oh, this is scoop with more mid-range. Okay, so the Super 3 has more mid-range. And this is the OG Super Distortion, right? So this is probably DiMarzio's most famous pickup. It's been used by a ton of players: Ace Frehley, Phil Collins, Tom Scholz, Paul Gilbert. Yeah, so Super Distortion is very, very popular. That's probably their most famous model. It was used for a long time. Super PF Ceramic Edition. This is a very high output one as well. The Tone Zone. Have you heard of a bridge pickup that made a guitar sound like a giant mosquito attack? I don't know if I want that. X2N. What's this one? 510. That's extremely high output. Okay. Yep. Very, very high output there. Okay, and they got Filtertron type pickups as well. So they got a Super Distortion Filtertron. Funny enough, it's a Super Distortion in the Filtertron style. I've actually never heard something like that. That's interesting. Imagine having a very high output Gresh. Like, imagine having a Gresh that sounds like an Ibanez. Wow. Neutron neck. The classic Filtertron style is somewhere between an ES335 and a Fender Telecaster. Okay. So yeah, this is DiMarzio's version of the Filtertron style pickup. Never heard that in person, but it's interesting. I don't know. I just don't think of DiMarzio when I think of vintage style pickups. I always think of them as, yeah, very modern style. And they got Super Distortion and stuff. Tone Zone for the, yeah, these are all very high output Telecaster pickups. Stacked hum, this is to cancel out the hum for those standard tele. True Velvet, Twanking. I mean, they have the same models for Strat, so let's just take a look at Strat. So Strat has Air Morton, DiMarzio, BC1, Fast Track, Mirage. The Strat version of the Air Norton. The Fast Track, what's this? Hotter, more muscular than the Cruiser. Okay, its power is double the output of a standard single coil. So again, very high output here. Because it uses rails. Anything using rails has got to be pretty high output. Sat Track is Joe Satriani again. This is Joe Satriani, but in a single coil pickup. Which Joe Satriani usually uses humbuckers, but I guess he has single coils too, which of course has to be high output too. Jake Bowen, that's his Strat high output pickup. Sugar Chakra, developed for Phil Collin of Def Leppard. Okay, interesting. Yeah, these are high output because they're rails. The Cruiser. These are like noiseless. Okay. Yeah, I mean, they're humbuckers essentially. They got the super distortion version, but in a Strat. Strat size super distortion, and you also got the tone zone, but in a Strat as well. Let's take a look at stacked hum canceling. Got so these are noise canceling single coils. So you got Area 58, which is essentially 1958 Strat pickup, but noiseless. Area 61, which is their version of the 1961 Strat pickup, but noiseless. 67, which is their 1967 Strat pickup, but noiseless, which is kind of like the Hendrix style sound, but noiseless, I guess. HS2 is one of their OG humbucking Strat pickups. Yeah, okay. And then HS3, since the 1980s. Wow, that's been a while. HS4, is this a newer one? The vintage stagger recreates the string balance of coils from the 50s. Okay. Injector neck. Oh, Paul Gilbert. Okay, so it's a Paul Gilbert signature injector. Virtual Solo. The best qualities of the Solo and Solo Pro. Okay. Virtual Vintage 54 Pro is the same technology. Okay, so I guess this is more vintage than the Area 51 and 61 maybe. Yeah, maybe the Virtual Vintage is like a little bit more vintage output, and the Area pickups are like more modern output. Maybe, I don't know, but those pickups are supposed to be like vintage as well. So I'm not exactly sure the difference Virtual Vintage and Area, but they're all noiseless. Okay, so you got Red Velvet, not the K-pop band. True Velvet, Red Velvet bridge pickup. Okay. FS1, SDS1. Okay, never tried any of those. Utopia. So this is some of this is for Steve Vai, of course. Dark Matters for Steve Vai, because he uses an Ibanez that has the Super Strat configuration. So he has the HSH configuration. So he has the middle pickup. So the middle pickup's like that. One of these. True Velvet, a vintage single pickup that's clean and bright. So this is their like non-hum canceling vintage style pickup, I guess. All right. Anyways, that's DiMarzio. Let's look at Fender. Okay. So Fender has a bunch of course, Strat pickups, right? So they got Ultra Noiseless, which I think is their newest noiseless set. They have a bunch of different noiseless sets, but Ultra Noiseless is their latest. Polysol coated magnet wire, Onico 5 magnets. Okay, and high DC resistance because they're supposed to be stacked coil pickups in order to make it noiseless. So I haven't tried the Ultra Noiseless, but this is Fender's latest version of that. They have a bunch of different noiseless Strat pickups. The dual mag is interesting because it's kind of like the Seymour Duncan 5.2. Alnico 5 on the low E through G, and then Alnico 2 on the higher strings. So this is pretty much the Seymour Duncan 5.2, essentially. It uses two different magnets to kind of balance out the sound. So yeah, this should be pretty good. And vintage output here, 5.9, 5.9, 5.9. Yeah, so this looks like pretty nicely balanced set, the dual mag. And then you have the 5051 Blackguard for Telecaster, Alnico 5, and the neck, and Alnico 3 in the bridge. 7.3 in the neck, 9.7 in the bridge. So yeah, pretty high output for the bridge. So, but that's a Tele. Teles can be high output. So the Anclo Poblano, Anico 5 in the bridge, Anico with enamel wire, Anico 3 with form wire. Interesting. So it makes a different wires too. So Anico 5 in the bridge pickup is like with a 60s and an enamel wire. The Anico 3 neck and middle with the 50s form wire is pretty interesting. And like a little bit over wound too, 6.2, 6.5, 6.3. The middle is actually wound the highest, interestingly enough. That looks like an interesting pickup set to check out. 55, 56 white guard. Anico 5 in the bridge, Anico 3 in the neck. Interesting. What's a white guard set? Enamel coated. Okay. These are actually kind of low output for Tele. It doesn't have the high output bridge. 51 no caster. Enamel coated magnet wire, which is what they use in the 50s. Anico 3, which is lower output usually. 7.1, 6.7. Yeah, that's kind of like a vintage style Telecaster set. The pure vintage 5762. This has been around for a while. Some people like it, but others are like, nah, it's not vintage enough. But the Anico 5, pretty vintage output, all three round to 5.6. Yeah, I mean, it's a fairly vintage style set. The 5762 is definitely vintage inspired, pretty popular. Gen 4 noiseless Telecaster set. So there's noiseless, but of course they're wound high for the noiseless, right? But yeah, that's the noiseless for Telecaster. And then ultra noiseless hot. I think I looked at this already. The Josefina hand wound Tomatillo Telecaster pickups. So Josefina Campos is the current master winder at Fender. She took over from Abigail Ybarra, who retired over 10 years ago. And yeah, they're hand wound, so the sound should be like a little bit more dynamic. Anico 2 magnets and 8.7, 9.7. That's a pretty high output set. Yeah, the Tomatillo Telecaster. Limited edition too. This is a vintage noiseless, so this is one of their earlier This is one of their earlier noiseless sets with Anico 2 magnets instead of Anico 5. So yeah, the ultra noiseless is their current gen, and then the vintage noiseless is their previous gen, so they're still selling that. This is interesting, the Kunafe wide range humbucker. So for a long time, Kunafe magnets were not really made, so it's hard to find an actual Kunafe set. But then Fender actually decided to bring it back into production. So now you see Kunafe wide range humbucker, actually true to the original Kunafe humbuckers that were designed back in the 70s by Seth Lover, actually the original inventor of the PAF. So yeah, the first authentic Kunafe in more than 40 years. Yeah, so for a long time, Kunafe magnets just weren't made. They didn't have enough demand, but then Fender decided to get the production back. So now we have actual Kunafe magnets. The first time since the Telecaster Custom was discontinued in '79. It's nice. I haven't heard a Kunafe humbucker before myself, but it would be nice to hear it. And wide range humbucker was a unique design that was made by Seth Lover. That's also pretty cool. And they have one for the Jazzmaster as well. So Jazzmaster pickups by themselves are kind of unique, so to have a wide range Jazzmaster pickup with Kunafe magnets is pretty cool as well. So that is pretty interesting. Yeah, it would be cool to hear that. Pure Vintage 64, a Tex-Mex. I think these are kind of similar. Yeah, these are kind of similar to Texas Specials, but maybe not really. Yeah, these are for the Jimmy Vaughn Tex-Mex Stratocaster with a higher output bridge, a little bit overwound. I wonder how they're different from Texas Specials though. You got Pure Vintage 52s, Anico 3 magnets. Okay, yeah, vintage output. Neck is more powerful, but the Anico 3 should kind of yeah, tone them down a bit. Then you got Josefina hand wound dual mag 2. So you got the dual mag 2, and then you got the Josefina hand wound versions. If you want, those are limited because she wound them. You got the Twisted Tele, Formvar coated neck, and then enamel coated bridge. Anico 5. So these are Telecaster guitar tone with Stratocaster character, interestingly. An overwound bridge here. Huh. Twisted Tele. Okay. What else we got? Custom. Oh yeah, Texas Specials. Pretty popular. Originally they were designed for the Stevie Ray Vaughan signature guitar. So a little bit overwound. Anico 5. Yeah, 6K, 6.3, and a 6.5. A little bit overwound, not too much overwound. But they're designed for the Steve Ray Vaughan Texas tone. And Gen 4, hot noiseless. Actually, this is the generation before the ultra noiseless. This is the Gen 4 noiseless. Yeah. So maybe it's a little bit different, the ultra noiseless. I don't really try any of the noiseless pickups, to be honest, so I don't know exactly the difference. Custom Fat 50s. These are pretty popular as well. They're basically 1950s vintage style, but with a little bit more output. Form bar magnet wire, Onico 5. A little bit higher output, a little bit overwound. I think these are generally pretty popular, nice sounding pickups, Fat 50s. Pure vintage 65s, yeah. 1965 Strat pickups, essentially. Onico 5, 5.9. Yeah, if you want like a nice vintage mid 60s sound with enamel coated magnet wires, would be the main difference between that and the 50s one. Yeah, pure vintage 65s there. You got a Shaw Belker, which is designed by Tim Shaw, who made some of the reproduction PAFs back in the 80s. Low output pickup. Onico 2 magnets. 7.6, 7.8. This should be pretty good, actually. Yeah, this should be like a nice vintage PAF sounding. Like a low output PAF, actually. You got J Mascis Signature Jazzmaster. Yeah. Okay. I don't really play Jazzmaster too much. And you've got even a Jaguar pickup set here. I don't play Jaguars too much, but you got that style here. Onico 5, but you got the 65 Jaguar pickup set. Vintage noiseless for Telecaster. Yep. Simply similar to vintage noiseless for Strat. Here's an interesting one, Kunafe for Strat. Which is, I think Fender is the only one to do this. I don't know any other aftermarket pickup maker that would put Kunafe magnets in a Stratocaster pickup. That's interesting. Well, they're one of the only ones that have Kunafe magnets to begin with, but definitely the only ones to put them in a Strat pickup that I know of. 9.6, 10, and 10.5. Wow. They're definitely wound pretty high. But Kunafe magnets are very cool. Definitely, they seem pretty cool, though, and they definitely seem high output. The Deluxe Drive. What's this one? Polysilicon magnet wire, but Onico 3 magnets. I wonder how this one's like. And it's pretty high output, too. 10.6 and 12. Yeah, Deluxe Drive seems pretty high output. And Eric Johnson signature. This one's pretty popular too. This is tuned with Eric Johnson, right? The guitar virtuoso. Yeah, 3 different single coil pickups. They all have different windings and magnets. So it's a mix of Onico 3 and 5. So it's the neck pickup is a 54 Strat with oversized Onico 3. Middle pickup is a 63 Strat with specially treated Onico magnets. And the bridge pickup is Onico 5 and it's a bit hotter. So you got 5.8, 6.3, 6.7. And uses different magnets. Yeah, this is a pretty popular pickup and I've heard it's pretty good. The Eric Johnson signature. And the Shawbucker 2, which I think is a medium output or... no, this one's also low output too. The Shawbucker 2 has slightly higher output than the Shawbucker 1. Yeah, so this is the bridge version. Yeah, the Shawbucker 1's for the neck. Okay, and then custom shot Fat 60s. So I guess the difference between the Fat 50s would be that this one uses Onico 2 and plain enamel wire, right? No, it still uses a form bar, interestingly enough. Okay, and a little bit overwound. I thought 60s Strat usually had enamel wire. Okay, and then the 54, custom shot 54, form bar magnet wire, Onico 5. Funny thing is, I think that they also make another 54 Stratocaster set with Onico 3 in it. So I'm not exactly sure which magnet they used in 54, Onico 3 or 5. This seems like they used both. And the bridge is a little bit overwound on this. Then you got a Jason Isbell Telecaster set. It even has aged. So this one has aging on it. Yep, 60 style, a little bit overwound. The Cobalt Chrome Telecaster set. Oh, they use Cobalt Chrome magnets. That's pretty cool. Proprietary Cobalt Chrome magnets. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, again, I think Fender is the only aftermarket pickup company that makes these kind of magnets, Cobalt Chrome. That's really cool. But it's definitely high output, but it'd be cool to hear that. 60s Ventura. Enamel coated magnet wire. Onico 5. Kind of vintage output. Okay, interesting. And Pure Vintage 61. I think this one, yeah, Formvar coded, Anico 5, 5.9. They're all like slightly different from each other for those ones. Kingfish signature humbucker. He's a pretty up and coming player, I think, Kingfish. So Anico 3 in the bridge, Anico 5 in the neck. With a little bit hotter bridge, of course. Okay. Joe Strummer. Okay, Anico 5. Legendary Joe Strummer. Oh yeah, he's the guitarist for The Clash. I see. That's his signature model. 73. What's special about a 73 Strat? Polycell magnet Anico 5, and it's like a little bit higher output. Yeah, it is a little bit higher output. Okay. Yeah, I wonder what's special about 73. Then you got the 57. Whoops. So is this just the 57 part of the 5762 set, or what? They have just the 57. And they have the 51, which is what, the no-caster? No, they had the 50 no-caster as well. I don't know. Anyways, there's so many sets. The Michael Landau. This is an ultra noiseless version too, but it's a Michael Landau version. I didn't know that there is a signature noiseless Strat set as well. Huh. So they have signature Strat and they have a signature noiseless Strat. Okay. And this one, the 70th anniversary 54th. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. So they had a custom shop 54, right? Yeah, this custom shop 54. So custom shop 54 uses Anico 5. 70th anniversary 54 uses Anico 3. So like, which is it, you know? Yeah, I mean, this one's wound to 5.8, and this one is wound to 5.9 and 6.5. So this one is not really vintage if it has a very high output or a higher output pickup like that. I think the custom 54 is not really true to the correct 54 specs, okay? First, as Anico 5, then the bridge is hotter, which I don't think it is in the actual 54 Strat. This one is the correct one. Anico 3, and all of the three of them kind of similar output level. I think the 70th anniversary is the one to go for if you're looking for authentic 54 sounds. The other one's just a fake. Yeah, so it's the Michael Landau Kunafe. So they have a Michael Landau version of the Kunafe. It's custom voiced by Michael Landau if you care about that. And then you got the Josefina hand-wound dual mag version, which is hand-wound by her, but otherwise is similar to dual wound. And the Viterra 60s, I think I already went through this one. Pure Vintage 59. Anico 5 Formvar, and 5.8K. Yeah, they are pretty similar to the 61, I would say. And you got the Shaw Hot 50s. Okay. And then you got the Hot Noiseless. Okay, 10.4. Anyways, that's all the Fender pickups. Wow. Okay. A lot of them are pretty similar to each other, honestly. Just a little bit minor variations here and there. Active pickups, which are pretty cool. So you means you need a battery to actually look at them. They're mostly well known for their humbuckers. So let's look at the humbuckers. So they have a 57, which is a PAF design. Combination of 57 Anico 5 magnets. And these, I think, are all active humbuckers, right? Yeah, so they actually need a battery to use them, so that's pretty cool. That means they actually produce a lot of output. Yep, so there's EMG 66, Anico magnets, ceramic poles. 66 is one of the most beloved EMG pickups. So I know like guys like Dave Mustaine and Kirk Hammett play EMGs, I think, and David Gilmour actually for the Strat set as well. This one's open coil active humbuckers, EMG retro fat. Inspired. See, everything's inspired by the original PAFs because the original PAFs are like the gold standard, right? Hot 70s. Oh, it's supposed to be Van Halen and ZZ Top. I see. Uniquely voiced plug-in FET preamp giving you low outputs. So it's just cool that EMG makes a lot of active pickups, which means that you need a battery to use them, which is inconvenient. But then they give you a lot more output. Yeah. But I know they're not for everyone. Most people still prefer passive pickups because passive pickups, you don't need to install a battery, and then they have more vintage sound. So people, a lot of people focus on the vintage sound. So that's why active pickups are not that popular. But it's cool that EMG Another popular active pickups. Alright, so let's look at... oh, they make pickups for 9-string guitars? Yeah, so let's look at... they have a bunch of Fluence. Fluence is interesting because they're active pickups that can switch between different tones, which is cool. So let's see. It's a good one to look at here. Kill Switch Engage has a set. Devin Townsend, Jeffrey Reyes, Will Adler. I don't know a lot of these guys. Okay, let's look at this, the classic humbucker. Yep, so what's cool about Fishman Fluence is that you can switch between the vintage PF and then they have, this one has 3 voices. Vintage PF, clear airy chime, and then clear vintage single coil. So the humbuckers actually have 3 different voices. That's really cool. So yeah, that's the cool thing about Fluence is that they have active pickups that can switch between like all these different sounds. And yeah, there's Strat pickups too. The voice 1 is a vintage. The voice 2 is a Texas Special type of overwound tone. So it's cool. They make pickups that can kind of switch between these. So yeah, that's Fishman Fluence basically. They make some really interesting technology pickups. Okay, pretty popular. Well, yeah, fairly popular I'd say. Not as popular as Seymour Duncan and DiMarzio, but let's look at Strat pickups. Probably their most popular is the vintage hot. Basically, it's like a vintage output with a hot bridge, and a lot of people like having hot bridges because it balances the tone out a bit more. And Wheel 54s is just like vintage hot with Alnico 3 magnets, because apparently Alnico 3 is what they used in 1954, the first year of the Strat. Woodstock, I guess these ones are supposed to be Jimi Hendrix signature. Well, the only thing Jimi Hendrix about it really is that when people make these late 60s pickups, it's really just for Jimi Hendrix, because he's he's by far the most popular Stratocaster user from the late 60s, right? So whenever they make a late 60s, like Fender makes a custom shop 69s or something, yeah, whenever all these guitar makers make like a late 60s pickup design, that's only for Jimi Hendrix, I know. And really the only difference tone-wise would be plain enamel wire instead of formbar wire. And that's really the biggest difference between this and the 50s Strats. And they're machine wound, by the way, because they're CBS era. Yep, so that's their Strat pickups. Let's take a look at, they have a split blade too, which is cool. Let's look at their humbuckers. Oh wait, they have a Frailintron? That's cool. What's this? It's supposed to compete with TV Jones or something? Frailintron, Sunbucker Blues feature more of a single coil. Okay, so I guess it's like Filtertron, right? I mean, that's what the name implies, like a Gresh Filtertron. Frailintron. That's interesting. Previously, I think my favorite Filtertron aftermarket guitar pickups probably TV Jones, of course, because they actually work with Gresh. But then after TV Jones, probably Lawler. Yeah, Lawler makes some really good Filtertrons. But then I haven't tried the Frailintron, so the Frailintron might be cool too. And then humbuckers at P90 humbuckers, which sound like a P90, but in a humbucker type of shape. Hum canceling P90 humbucker. Alnico noiseless P90 humbucker. What's this about? Alnico. I guess the other ones are ceramic. Pure PAF. Okay, so this is like vintage PF tone, right? Based on specs of original 50s PF. More cleaner than modern, but beefier than P92. Okay, Alnico 2 magnets. Okay, so this is their vintage PF. And then there's a modern PF, which is higher output, and even a higher output PF. There's an humbucker for coil splitting. Sunbucker Blues is mid PF tone. Twangmaster is the one. I actually ordered the Tank Twangmaster for my custom parts caster that I had. I think many years ago I made my own custom guitar and I ordered a Twangmaster for the bridge. I didn't actually like it actually because it was not very well balanced with my Lawlertrons in the neck. But you know, Twangmasters have they're still pretty good, I guess. I just probably didn't put them in the right place. But they're basically like single coil tone out of a humbucker. So yeah, they're humbucker sized, but they are a little bit higher output than a Fender single coil, but still more single coil sounding. I guess more lower output than a P90, right? Yeah, it's a Toymaster. Then their P92 is actually a P90 in a humbucker. Yeah, so Toymaster would probably be lower output. It's kind of like a Fender single coil sound in a humbucker. Then the P92 is like a P90 sound in a humbucker, which is, I guess, different than P90 humbucker. Like, wait a minute, they have a P90, clean P90 tone in a humbucker, then they have an actual P90 tone in a humbucker. Okay, well, I guess this one is like a dirtier P90 tone in a humbucker, and the P92 is like a cleaner P90 tone. I don't know. And then Sumbucker is a 25% humbucker, 75% Alnico single coil. Man, they got all sorts of. It's like a whole range of how much single coil and how much like humbucker you want it to sound, right? In a big single. Another one that kind of like, it's kind of like single coil tone in a humbucker. Oh man, it's like a whole range, and a wide range humbucker too, which is cool. Yeah, no Kunafe magnets though for this. Like I said, Kunafe magnets only made by Creamery and Fender. Yeah, this one I bet is not Kunafe magnets. It's just Alnico 5. Like I said, Kunafe magnets are really hard to get. Yeah, so you have a whole range of humbuckers that's more or less like single coils, and then going up through PAF output. Okay, cool. Now let's look at Lawler. Talked about Lawler already. Let's look at Lawler. I really like Lawler pickups actually. Okay, so here's the humbuckers. They have the Imperial, which is basically their PAF. It's their take on 1950s PAF. Every pickup maker has to have a take on a PAF, so this is Lawler's take on a PAF. Yeah, the Imperial, and then, but what's more interesting is Lawler has a lot more interesting pickups than this. They have the El Rayo, and the El Rayo is kind of like, it's kind of like a single coil P90 style thing in a humbucker. So, or I think this is maybe similar to a Toymaster that we just saw in the Lindy Frillin. But the El Rayo is cool. And then they have mini humbuckers. They got Jazzmaster pickups here. They got Firebird pickups. That's really cool. What's La Prima? It's a mini humbucker. Okay. You know, mini humbuckers also got a cool tone too. They got really, like, Lawler got a lot more of interesting pickups here. Johnny Smith style humbuckers. I think they made a Charlie Christian type pickup too, which is really cool. The Regal humbucker is the wide range humbucker in a, it's a wide range humbucker in a humbucker size, I believe. Yeah. So the wide range, if you want the wide range sound, well, not without Kunafe magnets, because like I said, Kunafe magnets are only made by Fender and Creamery, so they don't use Kunafe. But if you want the other parts of the design of the wide range humbucker in a humbucker size, not a wide range size, then you can get this one, because they have, yeah, these ones, the wide range humbuckers are different than a normal humbucker route, I believe. So these ones are actually, you know, humbucker routed wide range humbucker sound. Okay, I know this sounds weird, but yeah, that wide range humbuckers are routed differently than normal humbuckers. Same thing with Filtertrons. Actually, Filtertrons are normally routed differently in a different size than normal humbuckers, so that's why they have a Lawlertron humbucker here, which is taken from a 63 Gresham Country Gentleman. These ones I had as the neck pickup of my parts caster that I built years ago, and I actually really like this one. I liked it so much that I ordered a bridge pickup. I originally only had it in the neck, but I liked the tone so much I ordered the bridge one that replaced the Toymaster from Frillin. So yeah, I personally like these better than the Lindy Frillin, but yeah, like the Lawlertrons are really nice. But now Lindy Frillin has the Frillintrons, so I haven't tried those yet. Those might be good too. But I know the Lawlertrons are good. I had them in my previous guitar. And then the Lawlertron Traditionals, which are, these ones are actually routed for the Filtertrons. Yeah, so there's one routed for Filtertron sized and one routed for humbucker sized. We'll send Model 1s, these are interesting. It's a vintage Gia tone single coil gold foil pickup, that's really cool. And then another really cool thing is they have gold foil pickups. So I actually ordered some of these gold foil pickups for my Bohemian TNT a few years ago, and they sounded really nice. Actually, they completely changed that guitar. It sounded amazing. So these gold foil, I got a soap bar to replace the P90s in my TNT Bohemian guitar. Amazing. These guitars just, like, they have a lot of clarity. Yeah, basically everything they say here, like not super high output, but not really low output either. It's just really medium output, but it's just a lot of clarity and stuff. It's really nice. They're expensive, but they're nice. The gold foil soap bars and the novel foil. I see that this is a gold foil pickup in a humbucker route. So now if you have a humbucker, you can actually have the sound of a gold foil in it, which is really cool. Because gold foil pickups have a pretty unique sound. And really, Lawler pickups make some of my favorite gold foil tones. So I think their gold foils are really nice. And they're one of the few aftermarket pickup makers that make gold foils anyways. Alright, yeah, they make Charlie Christians. See, this is the cool thing about Lawler. Lawler makes a lot of cool stuff. Like, Charlie Christians, not many aftermarket guitar makers care about this, but they make Charlie Christian pickups. That's, if you want the jazz tone, you have that. That's really cool. And then the Stratocaster stuff is pretty, I would say, pretty tame compared to their humbucker offering. So if you're going here for pickups, I say Lawler pickups are, their humbucker offerings are a lot more interesting than their Strats. Strats are just okay. I'd go to Lindy Fairlane for Strats, actually, more than Lawler. Alright, just going through these Joe Barton pickups. Let's look at what they have. Haven't came here in a while. The Joe Barton pickups, I think they're noiseless, actually. Look at their, they have Tron pickups now, interesting. So everyone makes a filter Tron type of pickup now. These are noiseless. Noise-free, which this should be because they're humbuckers anyways, but I guess more noise-free than normal humbuckers. They can make Jaguar pickups, which is cool. Two-tone humbuckers. Additional refinement, complete improvement over any car. Okay. Whoa, it's pretty expensive. Telecasters, there's a Stratocaster pickups. The tone of Estelog Strata character. So I guess Joe Barton pickups are designed to be noiseless or relatively noiseless. New Jazzmasters. Dual blade humbuckers, okay. At least these should be higher output. That's Joe Barton's. All pickups is another one. Just going through a lot of these different aftermarket pickup makers. This is one of those guys. It's like one guy in his garage making this stuff. Nashville, Tennessee. It's like one guy in Nashville making all these pickups. 54 historic, 59 historic. Usually this is a pretty stock configurations, right? 54 usually Alnico 3, right? And then Formvar, of course. 59 Formvar Alnico 5. 64 you have higher output Formvar Alnico 5 compared to 59. And 69 is the Hendrix model, of course. You got to have one of those. So you got to have the only difference really, you have vintage output Alnico 5, but then the only difference should be the plain enamel. Yeah, here we go. The plain enamel wire compared to the Formvar wire. So these are, ooh, actually the 64 is a plain enamel. I'm not sure if this is correct. I think 64 they're actually Formvar, but these ones are Formvar as you would expect from the 50s. But I think pre-CBS, anything pre-CBS should be Formvar. And then they have some custom colors, historic Telecasters. So yeah, most of these are pretty normal. Historic PF, Alnico 2s, and then they have PFs, I'm guessing, with Alnico 5s. Yep. Yep, so this is your standard guy in his garage making pickups. Ant is another one from Texas. Hand wound for that Lone Star sound. Yeah, this guy's been making pickups since the 80s, I think. Seymour Duncan, I think, Seymour Duncan and DeMars, they both started in the 70s. They were both really early aftermarket pickups makers. Yeah, this guy, I think, started in the 80s. Vintage Plus, his most popular model. Capture the 60s sound. Pretty light on the descriptions for these, but they're not, I guess these are, yeah, they're not like too expensive when you compare them to all the other guys these days. This is a true vintage one. And I think Van Zandt is really just for single coils. I don't think they make humbuckers. Yeah, they don't really make humbuckers. He only makes like a few single coils, that's it. But he's been well known in the Texas state, Lone Star state, I mean, for making these aftermarket pickups since the 80s. Texas pickup makers, Rio Grande. Texas tone that's bad to the bone. Yeah, there we go. And they make a lot more than Van Zandt. They have yeah, all these Jazzmaster, Jaguar. Oh, look, G&L. They actually make replacements to G&L. I have a G&L. I didn't know that they make G&L replacements. Wow, they make a full range of replacements too. That's interesting, even humbuckers. Alright, let's look at Strat style first. So they got the vintage Tallboy, enhanced vintage tone. I guess it's similar to the vintage Hot, right? Half-breed is a thicker tone. Doesn't tell you too much about the specs actually of these. They just have like one sound clip. That's it. They got the split blades. Muy Macho is their highest output. Big top. Yep. You can look at the humbuckers. Let's see what they got. Barbecue humbucker is a 50 style. Take a look. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of description actually for Rio Grande pickups. A Muy Grande. Yeah. There's like one single sentence in a sound clip. That's about it. Dirty Harry. This one's the walk a tightrope between creating humbucker sounded great with split as well as humbucking. Okay. Fat bastard. Alright, well, yeah, their description is a little bit lacking, but they make a lot of different pickups and in Texas. I'm not sure if it's one guy or not. And then another one. This is the guy who hand wound my pickups for my Stratocaster. So the Rumpelstiltskin pickups, he actually hand wound them in my Strat years ago. This was way back, like 12 years ago. He hand wound them for me. Like look at his Strat pickups are pretty nice. Millers are based on the 54, which have Alnico 3. Yeah. And then these are, let's see, Miller's Daughter, okay, Alnico 5. I'm guessing 59 era. It's a reasonably vintage output. I think that's what my output is pretty much like 5.8, 5.8. I asked for a 6.3 bridge DCR, but yeah. And I actually asked for a mix of Alnico 3 and Alnico 5 magnets on mine with form bar. I think they all have form bar, yeah, form bar, because these are first B50s. Then the 60s era, you have the plain enamel pickups. Again, these are all Jimi Hendrix based. So you can see the name even. Grey Gypsy is based on Hendrix's Band of Gypsies era. Jester, not sure what the Jester is. I think it's in between the Gypsy and the Experience. And the Experience is based on Hendrix's earlier, 67, 68. So I'm guessing Experience is 67, 68. Gypsy's like 69. I don't know, Jester somewhere in between. They all Alnica 5, plain enamel probably, because they're 60s era. These ones are 50s era. I pretty much know the template now. 50s era is like Alnico 5, form bar. If it's 54, then it's Alnico 3. And then 60s pickups are all plain enamel Alnico 5. Yeah, so. And that's it. He doesn't make a whole lot of pickups, but the ones he make are pretty good. Alright. Then we can look at Fender actually worked with lace sensor before to put their pickups in some of their guitars, like the Eric Clapton guitar, I believe. They had lace sensors at the beginning, but now they switched to hot noises. Yeah, so but lace sensor is cool because they got some active pickups, I believe. They have aluminatone, so they have some really innovative stuff too, like the lace patent pending technology, which is kind of noiseless. Then they made aluminum humbuckers, which are higher output, which is really cool. They have lace sensors, so lace sensors is what made them famous. It's basically like single coil pickups, but they have a special design that makes them hum canceling. So yeah, it's cool. So yeah, they have a whole bunch of technology here. Yeah, so that's all really cool. And they have all these different versions. Gold is like a 50s style, silver 70s, blue, burgundy blue. Oh, light blue, I mean, blue, red, emerald is based on Texas Specials. Purple's overwound. Hot gold, I heard a lot of good things about the hot gold. For a while I was on the forums and the hot gold was actually really popular. Yep, the hot gold have barium ferrite magnets. This is my matrix code. Okay. Yeah, I mean, lace sensors have some pretty cool tech. Right, some noise canceling stuff. So it's really cool. They got a lot of pickups too. They got humbuckers. They call the humbuckers dualies. So they can split them into single coils. So, but these were the original pickups that were in the Eric Clapton and Jeff Beck signature models. For Fender actually did a collaboration with them. But after 10 years, they switched to Fender switched to their own pickups and dropped lace sensor. But you can still buy lace sensor pickups like right here. Holy Grails are like stacked single coils, so pretty similar to actually it's fairly similar to how Fender does their noiseless pickups. I think it's stacking them. But I'd say if you go for lace sensor pickups, just go for one of the aluminatone, or lace sensors, because they're pretty unique to lace sensor. Those designs. They're called wild pickups. Bill Lawrence actually helped co-design one of Fender's pickups. The what is it called? The Sumerian Cobalt noiseless. Yeah, he helped co-design the Sumerian noiseless pickups for Fender that were on their American guitars for a few years. They have a bunch of stuff. He has a Keystone Keystone Deluxe. I think this is Bill Lawrence's family that's now doing it, because Bill Lawrence passed away, so it's now his family kind of taking over. Yeah, anyways, Bill Lawrence makes some pretty affordable pickups, actually, relatively speaking, compared to the other pickup makers here. So, yeah, he makes the Tele, twin blade pickups. He makes a whole variety of them. Yeah, Bill Lawrence is very well respected in the pickup industry for his designs, his noise-free ones. Yeah, noise-free singles. There you go. Noise selection. I wonder how this compares to Fender's noiseless. I haven't tried any of these. So what's microcoil? Microcoil design. Adjustable pole pieces. That's kind of like G&L actually. You can adjust their pole pieces. I think Dynasonic's kind of like that as well. So, anyways, Bill Lawrence, well-respected pickup maker. Next, let's take a look at Kinman. So Kinman is probably most well known for having noiseless pickups. They make a lot of interesting noiseless pickups actually, and they use their own technology compared to pretty much everyone else. So yeah, I can look at humbucker pickups, for example. Oh man, this website is so old school. 3D humbuckers. Options available. Okay, so this is... Actually, let's look at their... what do I have here? PAF Plus. Improved tone definition and clarity sound. 3D sound. Oh, nice. Yeah, so they have some like proprietary technology that they use to make their pickups, which is really interesting. Like they're apparently all zero hum, and they say that their noiseless pickups keeps the original pickup tone better compared to all the other bigger pickup makers. Like compared to DiMarzio's area pickups or compared to Fender's noiseless pickups. Kinman says that their noiseless design, or even lace sensors, right? Compared to those pickups, Kinman says that they do it better. They can keep more of the original tone, etc. Who knows? But they do have a lot of different technologies and a lot of patents, so it's pretty interesting. It's a Twangbucker. That's almost the same name as the Lindy Freleng one. 110% single super. Wow, it can be more than 100% single coil sound. Okay, well, you can tell like they're definitely different. They have their own proprietary technology stuff. I remember they said they have like over 300 parts in all their pickups or something. One customer says like a P90 Fender pickup had a baby. It's somehow more remarkable. Okay. They have a wide range now available as well. I didn't know that. Humbuckertron. They have a Filtertron version of their with their technology in it. It's cool. I remember they had single coils too. What happened to the single coils? Not just humbuckers. Oh, here we go. There's single coils. So you got Magnum Opus set. Oh man. It's 50 Sonic Perfection. Gen 3 Kinman Magnum Opus is the gold standard for Strat pickups. And it's 1959 Hank Marvin. I remember they have a Hank Marvin set. And Hank Marvin actually used their pickups from the Shadows. Yep, so it's basically all noiseless and zero hum. Okay, here's the what Clark circuit indistinguishable. Is indistinguishable from Magic, according to Clark's. Okay, yeah, they really like to talk up their technology. Zero hum, 99.8% free of hum. Kinman says it all. Chris Kinman. Oh yeah, Chris Kinman's the main guy. Awarded 7 patents. We have to talk about the tech. Yeah, so they got 3 patents, I guess, for this. Okay, not 300 parts. They have 46 parts for this one. Okay, but it's still a lot of parts for a Stratocaster pickup, I guess. So they have a lot of technology here. 99.98%, 99.8%. DiMarzio, see, they compare it to DiMarzio area pickups, which are 78% hum canceling. Theirs is 99.8%. So they say their technology is better. So who knows? And Joe Bonamassa uses the pickups. I did not know that. So apparently Joe Bonamassa uses their pickups. Hank Marvin uses their pickups, like I said. They really advertise that. The impersonator pickups. David Gilmour apparently uses their pickups. which is interesting because David Gilmour previously used EMG pickups, which are apparently noise canceling as well. So who knows? John Mayer? I don't think John Mayer uses their pickups, but maybe it's voiced to sound like John Mayer, right? Okay, so maybe they don't. This is maybe just a pickup voice to sound like David Gilmour. This is based on the EMG pickups that Gilmour used, I guess. And John Mayer is based on, I'm guessing it's based on his Big Dipper pickups. So, which just means it's scooped. Got some scooped mid-range in these pickups, I'm guessing. If you want the sounds of John's pure Silver Sky, okay. Pure musical, man, they have so much buzzwords here going on. Eric Clapton. It's based on his Blackie sound, I guess, or his signature shot. Man, they really, they really put down Fender here. It's like there's no way we would want to emulate those pickups from Fender. Yeah. Steve Ray Vaughan has a set. That's his Texas tone over round tone, I'm guessing. Mark Knopfler has a set, more of a compressed tone, I'm guessing. And Jimi Hendrix, of course, has to have a set, which are, I think, reverse wound, I guess. Reverse wound. And Richie Blackmore has a set, cool. More low mid scoop, less robust sounds of it. Okay. Interesting. And then there's a Woodstock set. How's this different from the Jimmy set, I wonder? That's Bonnie Raitt. Huh, interesting. Okay, well, they have a lot of interesting technology in their pickups, so it's worth talking about Kinman for a bit. Yeah. They even have mini humbuckers with their technology in it. But humbuckers are originally hum canceling anyways, but I guess they could be more hum canceling, so I guess there's still a lot of pickup makers like Kinman trying to improve upon humbuckers. Let's look at go back to the EMG David Gilmour set. Just want to take a look at this. This is the pickup set that David Gilmour used, actually used EMGs. So it's like, yeah, like Kinman and other pickup makers are trying to get this sound, which is already made by EMG. Yeah, which is interesting because, yeah, EMG is mostly mainly known for humbuckers, but yeah, David Gilmour actually used their single coils. The active single coils, which look like kind of like lace sensors, so it's interesting. Look kind of like lace. I wonder how they compare to lace sensors actually. So yeah, that's their David Gilmour set. And then you can look at Kent Armstrong, hand wound in the USA. Kent Armstrong make New York City. Oh, he actually worked with Bill Lawrence, interestingly enough. Okay. Whoa. What are these series? Vintage 60s, 57. These are the vintage humbuckers and single coils, I guess. Alnico 2 and 3 magnets, warm vintage tone, okay. These are higher output Chaos. These have got blade pickups, higher output, more modern sound. Okay, so they make that too. Hot Rod series have Alnico 5, vintage warmth. This is like hot rodded. It's kind of like vintage hot, right? It's like vintage hot pickups. Yep, so they have a bunch of this stuff too. P90 humbucker housing. Vintage series, okay. And they have arc tops too, which is cool, okay. Yeah, they have a lot of, oh, they have lipstick actually pickups as well, that's cool. Like I said, with Seymour Duncan, I thought they were, not a lot of guitar pickup makers make lipstick tube pickups, but here we go. Ken Armstrong does. You got lipstick tube pickups too, that's cool. So yeah, that's pretty much Kent Armstrong here. As for how good they are, I'm not sure, but I mean, they look to me like pretty similar to all the other hand wound pickup makers that we saw. I don't know how they're at least Kinman and the other guys had pretty different technology, but I'm not sure about Ken Armstrong. Maybe it's very similar to Bill Lawrence, I'm not sure. Here's Sheptone is another one. We can take a look at his humbuckers too. He's probably most famous for his humbuckers. His strats are just, he only has one set, good enough for Leo. That's his only set for his strats. But yeah, he's mostly well known for humbuckers here. So we got Blue Sky, which is obviously based on Duane Allman, or no, but Dickie Betts, not Duane Allman. Dickie Betts, okay. So Dickie, I know it's Allman Brothers, right? Because Blue Sky is an Allman Brothers song. So Alnica 4 magnets for this one, vintage spec. So all the stuff vintage spec as you would expect. For, you know, hand wound humbuckers. Brian Kane, I don't know who that is. Custard Pie. That's a reference to. Is that a reference to Zeppelin again? Zeppelin, I think, had a song called Custard Pie, right? Yep. So the Jimmy Page tones, yeah. So it is a Zeppelin Jimmy Page reference. Okay. David Becker, good enough for Leo Hart. Okay, Heartbreaker, of course, is a Zeppelin song. So this is a Jimmy Page pickup. It says inspired by iconic quotes of Jimmy Page, of course. So yeah, your standard vintage spec stuff. $500. Wow, $800. That's really expensive. Holy crap. That's really expensive. Okay. Yeah, so this is humbuckers. Wanker. Tribute 4. Tribute. Let's see. This is for semi-hollow. Okay, if you're looking for the warm, soft tone that feels like home, Tribute 2. This is the PAF replica, right? Every hand wound pickup maker has to have a PAF replica. It's a Tribute 4. I guess he picked Tribute 4 because his reasoning is that it sounds similar to a degaussed Alnico 5 or something, to make it sound like an aged Alnico 5, I guess. But yeah, Sheptone, they're pretty well known for their humbuckers. Next we have Wolf Tone, 1998. Okay, let's look at them. Wolf Tone. Marshall Head. Let's take a look. Oh. Okay, they're definitely priced a little bit more reasonable than the Sheptone is. The Sheptone is like, well, $500 and that's on sale, man. It was like $800 originally. Holy crap. Okay, yeah, Wolf Tone's a little bit more reasonable, I guess. Well, is this for one? Oh, yeah, even for one, I guess it's still cheaper. Okay, Marshall Head, which is, oh yeah, this is a PF replica, right? Yeah, it's a distinct Alnico 5 hot PF attitude. Okay, cool. Sweet subtle PF, so the vintage style PF, Dr. Vintage. Yeah, so yeah, you got your standard PF replica things here. Grey Wolf, Timber Wolf. Oh, these are more modern pickups. Okay, but yeah, he just has a bunch of, you know, PF replica type things and modern humbuckers, and he has some strats here, Strat Cub, Strat Bitch. Okay. Use Alnico 5, yeah, it's pretty normal. Strat Bitch, Rabid Bitch, Tele Bitch, Flashback, I guess, is even more vintage. No, there's 60s, okay, so it's a Hendrix 60s model. Yeah, it's standard stuff. And this is additional output Strat stuff. Did it even tell you the materials? Yeah, so plain enamel, staggered Alnico 5. Yep. Not much other information. Okay. So anyways, that's Wolf Tone. Nothing too special for me. Harmonic Design, I think these guys have been here for a while too. Look at their website, looks like it's from the 90s. I mean, they've obviously been here for a while. 54 Special. I don't think their website has ever changed. Yeah, I think a 54, $85 each. Yeah, it's not too bad, I guess, compared to the other guys. Yeah, P90 and a Strat. STP is like a Tele and a Strat in one pickup. There's not a lot of pickup makers doing that, but some do. That's interesting. They got humbuckers, Z90, which is a P90, I'm guessing, in a humbucker, $120. VP90s, and yeah, it's mostly focused on Strats, I'm guessing. So yeah, they're alright. The prices are alright. Monk Design. Alright, then we got Stevens Design pickups. Oh man, there's this. Look at the site. Texas style Strat sets. So we got Tall Texan. Texas 59 is based on the Steve Ray Vaughan stuff. Red House is obviously based on Jimi Hendrix. Texas Twister. Okay. Humbuckers. I think humbuckers is probably what Stevens Design is known for, but apparently they take a really long time to make. So yeah, I'm not sure how long you have to wait for these. But I think the guys who do have Stevens Design pickups say it's really good. Like, he makes some of the best PAF reproductions on the market, but he takes a long time to make them. So yeah, who knows? So yeah, this guy spent a lot of time to dissect the magnets, the winding patterns, etc. Yeah. So yeah, the vintage lab HDPA for production. So I built my own machine and copy and type a winding pattern perfectly with impeccable results. Yeah. I mean, this guy even says, there's nothing left I don't know. There's nothing left I don't know about how my PFs produce the tones they do. It has nothing to do with cosmetic looks. My working recipes techniques have taken years to perfect, are unique to SD pickups alone. You'll now find the equal amount of time it takes to make is very high. Yeah, so I don't know how many pickups he makes a year. Like only a few sets a year probably. But yeah, there's Steven's design. Many people say his PFs are really good, but they're also really expensive and takes a long time to make. Okay, Throwback. Throwback is the other pickup, I guess, company that makes a lot of vintage accurate humbuckers, and they really focus on humbuckers here on PAFs. And they use even the original winding machine that the original humbuckers were, the original PAFs were made with, right? The Lisonas. So they even tell you what machine they made it with. So these ones are made with Slug 101. Actually, they tell you what machines they were made with. The SLE 101 MXV. So yeah, they're I guess pretty accurate. They're like these guys, like they're so use any kind of like vintage material, vintage accurate, but they're really expensive. Look, $700. It's crazy. Yeah, this one Lisona 102 is wound on the same machine as the original Gibson pickups were. This one is a Peter Green model, right? Peter Green style, yeah. So it's got the reverse phase, I guess. Out of phase sound. This one is a plus. Pick up Paul Kossoff. They actually have Paul Kossoff's guitar here, I think. The Kossoff wind. Apparently Paul Kossoff had a interesting rewind too. Yeah, apparently he was using the same guy that rewound his pickups as Peter Green did, which is why his sound is unique. And yeah, you see they talk about the vintage Meteor ME's 301 winder. So he has they have all these vintage machine winders and vintage, along with vintage materials and stuff. Look at all these vintage materials and stuff. So everything's very vintage accurate with Throwback, but of course you pay for it. Vinyls, low output PAF. Man, look at these ones. These are the machines. The vintage Gibson KZ LP115 winding machine with these. Okay, that's cool. This is the Lisona 102 vintage winding machine right there. This is the Meteor 301 winding machine. They tell you about all the winding machines they use, the vintage ones, the same ones that Gibson used. Yeah, they can tell you about all the different pickup winders they have. So yeah, if you really want like really accurate, then Throwback is the way to go, but they're really expensive too. Yeah, $600, $700 to get one of their pickups. But hey, if you want the most vintage accurate, then yeah, I mean they do make strap pickups, but they're not as well known for it as yeah, they're not as well known for it as the PAF. So it's really Throwback. If you want to get a Throwback pickup, it'd probably be one of their PAF pickups. Or PF replicas. They make some of the best PF replicas in the business. Alright. OC Duff. Okay, another custom. One guy doing everything, I'm guessing. I think he actually focuses on a Telly pickup. So let's look at the Telly pickups here. So we got Big Boy Telly. Okay. So it's, yeah, it just tells you some information about what the tone's like. It's a Dynatelli, really? It's supposed to sound like a Dynasonic? That's cool. You don't find often pickup makers making things sound like a Dynasonic, but Dynasonics have a really interesting sound as well. Fillmore 67. Look of a 6572 Telly pickup. Yep, all hand wound, half and half. There's a Nancy, which is based on Rory Buchanan's Telecaster, which have really interesting pickups in it, especially in the neck pickup. So apparently these are duplicating Roy Buchanan's tone, which is cool. So anyways, yeah, this is fine. I mean, this fair price, I guess. Strap pickups. Fillmore 69. I'm guessing it's a Hendrix one. because it's 69. Yeah, your typical stuff, Alnico 5, plain enamel, resistances are all pretty typical. The Texas Roadhouse, I'm guessing based on Steve Ray Vaughan. Or, no, number 1. They have a number 1 that's based on Steve Ray Vaughan. And, yeah, back in the day, the strap pickups in the neck might actually be more, had more output than the bridge one, which is not balanced, but that's how they were back in the day. Because back then, all the pickups were wound to different specs, and no one cared about this. So, yeah, there were a lot of pickups where the neck was actually wound more than the bridge, and that's totally opposite of today's pickups, where the bridge is always wound hotter. But yeah, OC Duff makes one that's actually the neck wounds hotter, just like the original vintage ones, which is pretty unique, I guess. This is a 5.2 set, right? No, it's Alnico 3. Alnico 3 pickup, okay. I thought they were using 2 magnets. Yep, that's pretty much OC Duff. He mostly, I guess he makes some humbuckers too, but not much. He's mostly a tele guy, I would say. Telecasters are his specialty. All right, this is another guy whose Telecasters are his specialty, Don Mayer. So Don Mayer, I mean, look at this old school website. It's so old school. Yeah, a lot of these pickup makers don't know how to make websites, which is actually kind of charming. I have to turn the menus on and then off to control the influx of sales. I'll light sales back on. What the heck? He doesn't have his menus here. Oh man, he used to have his menus. I will turn light sales back up on January. It's past January, dude. So unfortunately, Don Mayer turned off the menu in his site because he's overwhelmed by orders, apparently. And he's only one guy making all these pickups. He's one of those guys that just, hand makes all the pickups in his garage or something. So I'm basically just going to tell you, he made all kinds of Telecaster pickups. Like, basically, he's well known for Telecasters mostly. And it's like an example of what you would find on his site, right? He had all sorts of Telecaster pickups. He had like Bakersfield ones. He had I think probably he made the best reproduction of Rory Buchanan's Nancy pickup. I know OC Duff made one too, but his apparently is even more accurate than OC Duff's pickups when it comes to the Rory Buchanan ones. So yeah, I'd say for Telecaster pickups especially, Don Mayer is very well esteemed. Yeah, he's made yeah, see all these Don Mayer pickups. He makes all kinds of Telecaster pickups. This is Ron Ellis, but yeah, Don Mayer's made. He's very well esteemed for his tele pickups, especially. This is another Don Mayer pickup. It's Form Var. Yeah, so this is all one guy hand making all these pickups on. Yeah, it's too bad we don't have access to his menu anymore. But I mean, yeah, he's no longer taking any orders, unfortunately. But he used to have like a pretty nice selection of tele pickups here, like pretty much every kind. Yeah, it's too bad. Okay, well he had like, I would say his best. He's mostly well known for his Nancy pickup, which is a really nice reproduction of the Roy Buchanan's, and his Blackguard tele pickups, his Nocaster pickups, his Bakersfield pickups. Yeah. So, anyways. He's not taking orders anymore, but I guess when he starts taking orders again, whatever that is, then I recommend him for Telecaster pickups especially. I want to go back to harmonic design for a bit because I didn't go over their tele pickup selections. Let's take a look here. They got the 50s broadcaster design. Of course, this is a very typical Telecaster design, going back to the original name of the Telecaster, the broadcaster. That was before the Gresh lawsuit. So yeah, basically the sound of a very early Telecaster, and of course you got to have some testimonials here. Then you got Vintage Plus. I think broadcasters usually already have pretty high output, but I guess Vintage Plus will have even higher output. Super 90, which is basically a P90 in a Telecaster. And some people choose to have a P90 in the Telecaster neck position, because generally the neck position pickup for Telecaster is actually pretty powerful. A chromatone pickup, which replaces a 54 special neck. Okay, that's interesting. Well, I wonder how this is different than the other chrome tele pickups, because usually tele pickups on the neck is chrome plated. Then you got Super 90 tele neck, which, how is it different from the Super 90? Oh, it's because it's in the tele. I see. So this is actually a P90 shape and size, but this one is not. This one is like a tele pickup shape and size, but with the output of a P90. So it's like a Telecaster pickup with P90 output. Okay, and then the Vintage Plus neck. I guess the regular Vintage Plus is for the bridge. Is that why? Okay. And then yeah, you have, this is pretty interesting actually, putting this Stratocaster pickup in the Strat. I mean in the Telly. So this, putting a Stratocaster pickup in the Telly neck position. So yeah, this is basically just. I don't see too many people doing this, but I usually see actually the other way around more. Like if you go to the Strat one, right, the STP. This one is like a little bit more popular, I'm guessing, because I've seen more Stratocaster players put Telly pickups, like a Telly type of pickup in a Strat than the other way around. But yeah, it's cool that they offer this one as well. If you want to have a Stratocaster sound in a Telecaster, then you actually can put a Strat pickup in a Telly. Of course, this one's like modified for the Telly spacing, right? Because the Strat pickup and a Telecaster pickup have different spacing. So this one has the spacing of a Telecaster, but it's a Strat pickup, which means lower output than a Telecaster pickup. So I would assume that's the main difference, right? The main difference between the Telecaster pickup and the Strat pickup is that the Telecaster usually has higher output. It's wound a bit more and sometimes has a base plate, whereas on the Strat pickup it doesn't. So it's lesser output. It sounds more clean or chimey. So it sounds more like bright and chimey, I guess, compared to a Tele pickup. So I guess that's why you would want to have a Strat pickup in a Telecaster if you want to get like more brighter, chimey sound. But it's interesting they have that too. And the prices for Harmonic Design are pretty reasonable, I'd say. Now, I don't know when this was updated because it still looks like this website looks like it came from the 1990s. So I don't know when's the last time they updated the prices, but these prices are fairly reasonable if it's still up to date with today, given all the inflation happening these days. And yeah, I wanted to go back to Don Mayer pickups, which is buckcannon.com. Yeah, so I did talk about it a bit, but at that time when I first made this video like 2 years ago, at that time he wasn't taking any orders. I think he went through some through some difficulties, I guess, with all the maybe with his health or with the amount of he was just wanted to take a break. But now I think he put some of his pickup sets back up, so let's just take a look. So yeah, this is what I remember. And again, just like with Harmonic Design, Don Mayer has been doing this for a while. I think 25 years. So he's been doing this since 2000. Yeah, so he's been winding pickups for quite a long time. He's just one guy, I think. And a lot of people praise his Telecaster sets. So he's especially known for Telecasters. Not to say he doesn't make other pickups, but he's especially known for Telecasters. So he has one, let's see, the Hayride, said to be the best 1955 to 64 set I make. And it's his best balanced, most sought after set with the best in between positions. So bridge is a 6.4K staggered A5 magnets, and the neck is 1955 model, 8,000 turns, 43 plain enamel, ohms are 6.3K. Okay, so yeah, I guess the Hayride would be his most balanced set, whatever that means. I'm guessing that means similar output between the neck and the bridge. And then he has the Bakersfield set. These are all Tele pickups. Bakersfield is a certain type of sound that some Telecaster players are known for. So, yeah, which means Bakersfield, California. Yeah, 6.6K is for the twang and vintage vibe. Rosy Wrap. So this is actually something special about Don Mayer. He has this Rosy Wrap, which is like a special wine pattern that he discovered, and apparently works really well. And that is exclusive to his pickups, so that's pretty cool. And then the 0038 for circa 1950 sound, which I'm guessing is Broadcaster Broadcaster, very early Telecaster type sound. The 1950 era, could be early no-casters as well. But 11.5K is pretty hot. Yeah, so bridge is 10K, neck is 6.6, yeah. Okay. So anyways, for 1950 style tones, which is very early Telecaster, Broadcaster style tones, he has the 0038. Then he has the Tweed Kong 1950-54. These ones are made with Alnico 5. These ones are made with Alnico 3 with 42 gauge plain enamel wire, I think. Yeah. Did Telecasters always use plain enamel? I wonder. Because Stratocasters used foam bar back then. Then he has the Donocasters, which is named after himself, I guess. The Black Pickguard era. So this is the Blackguard Telly era. Pickups, Alnico 3, 6.4K bridge. And the neck pickups of 6.3. Yep, with Alnico 5. Okay. And then he has 6.7K Alnico 3 Wire 42, the Bakelite pickups. Most artists claim this is his favorite set. Okay. 51 mixed with 54. Modded with 1954 pickup model. Okay, a lot of times he keeps saying that this pickup is the best. This pickup is the best. It's hard to say which one he actually is pushing, but I mean, for all his pickups, he has to be able to sell them, right? So this one can apparently do Danny Gatton, Albert Collins, and early Led Zeppelin, which of course Jimmy Page used a Telecaster for the first two albums. And this was a 54 model, 6.3 Alnico 5, 6.7 Alnico 3 on the bridge. Okay. And then Super Sports, 55 to 64 era, 7.3K Alnico 5s for T-style guitars. That's pretty. Well, actually, for Telecasters, it might be more normal for it to have a 7K pickup. Telecasters are usually about higher output than Strats, of course. So bridge pickup 7.3, neck pickup. Yeah, okay. The real Nancy clone, okay. Yeah, so this is actually what Don Mayer, one of the Don Mayer signature pickups, is he makes a version of Roy Buchanan's neck pickup, which Roy Buchanan plays a Telecaster. First of all, Roy Buchanan's a very nice Telecaster player. That's pretty underrated. He's he was I would say probably one of the best Telecaster players that I've ever heard. And unfortunately, he passed away in the 80s, and he had this special Telecaster he called Nancy, and had a very special, unique sound to it, especially with the neck pickup, which can never take any readings apparently. So Don Mayer is I think one of the original pickup winders that actually got Roy Buchanan's original Nancy Telecaster guitar in to take a look at it, and he finally figured out what was the secret, I guess, to his neck pickup. So so this is the Nancy clone, which is a 2324, is basically as his model name, I guess, for this one. So discontinued. They sold about 10 a year less. I see. So I thought these were actually pretty popular, but maybe not. But Don Mayer was one of the only pickup makers on the internet making Nancy clone pickups. O.C. Duff is the other one. But apparently, according to Don Mayer, O.C. Duff kind of copied him. He is the one who originally came up with the Nancy readings and stuff. So the 2324 Nancy shows 0 ohms on an ohm meter. So that's the thing about the Nancy guitar for Roy Buchanan, is that the neck pickup never showed a reading, I think due to some issue with the pickup, but it still works. It's like the pickup works, but it doesn't show an ohm reading. So it's interesting. So he somehow copied the pickup, so it still doesn't show an ohm rating. If you use an ohm meter, it doesn't show a resistance rating, but it still works. So he somehow found out the secret to that. They're no longer sold, apparently, due to the continued footwork. The fact that I quit all things Roy in 2009, that sucks. Well, that's too bad. He doesn't make them anymore, but back in the day, he used to be known as the guy who you go to if you want to make a Roy Buchanan type sound. So if you're into Roy Buchanan and you want to have a sound like his Nancy Telecaster, Don Mayer was pretty much the guy you went to for his pickups, because he's one of the only guys that can make you a pickup like Roy Buchanan's guitar, like Nancy. Complete with this faulty ohm reading or whatever. So there's some secret about the neck pickup that made it read like this. But I don't know. Who knows? He's not going to reveal the secret to that. And now he doesn't even make it anymore, which is unfortunate. And 4709 is the Joe Foys, the most favored by my repeat customers. Okay, 6.3K in the neck, Alnico 5, 6K in the bridge, Alnico 3. That's fairly light sounding for a Telecaster pickup, I think. Green Onions, the 4041s. This is a 54 neck Alnico 5, 6.8K Alnico 5. Okay, a little bit higher output than Rare Overwine. Okay, well, not too high output, but yeah. But because modern Telecasters are like 7.2K, so Yeah, Zeppotone. So I guess this is going to get early Led Zeppelin, right? Studio version and live version. They have different versions. 5.7 bridge, 6.3 neck, and a 6.6 staggered, 6.3 neck. Okay. Stingrays are discontinued, unfortunately. And they were tapped. Okay, interesting. So yeah, the Led Zeppelin one. The Nancy ones were honestly the most interesting out of all his pickups, but he doesn't even make them anymore, unfortunately. Yeah, because the to this day, I don't think that Fender has ever made a Roy Buchanan signature model, and nor have they ever made a replica of Nancy. So yeah, it's unfortunate. But yeah, Roy Buchanan has had a really interesting Telecaster with interesting pickups in it. And Don Mayer was one of the only guys online that could give you like a really exact copy of that pickup. But unfortunately, he doesn't even make them anymore. I guess you can go to OC Duff instead, but they're, Don Mayer says that he doesn't have the proper, copy of the Nancy pickup, and only he does, or whatever. Yeah, anyways, this pickup competition online, This is his Strat pickups. Although he's most well known for his Tele pickups, he does make a Strat pickup too, the Super Sport 64. Okay, and yeah, so if you want to have a Strat pickup, he does make them. But honestly, if you want Strat pickups, there's so many other pickup makers you can go to for that. I don't think Don Mayer is the best for that one. 6.1, 6, 7, so it's a pretty overwound, actually. This is Steve Ray Vaughan style, yeah, because it's overwound. The Rosie Vaughan set, the Josie Vaughns, 6K, 5.9, 6.4. Yeah. And the Rosie Wap, the 50s wine pattern that Don Mayer is exclusively uses. He uses that wrap because he finds it. So every pickup has their own special winding. He really liked this winding, I guess, from one of the girls that wound pickups back in the day. Orange Heavy Bill Form Bar 50s. Yeah, so he's not really known for strats. He's really kind of a tele pickup maker. So pretty much if you go in Don Mayer, and he's only making a few pickups, I guess, nowadays. But if you go in Don Mayer, you got to go with the tele pickups because that's what his specialty is. Yeah. And this is for plankish style guitar. What does that mean? Plankish style. S Tele. So that's Stratton Tele. 50 to 53 style neck. 464 big box arc top. Okay. All the pickups I make are identical to 75-year-old pickups of the 50s to 64 only. Of course, that's a classic golden years, right, of guitars, 50 to 64. Yeah. Yep, so that's pretty much Don Mayer. Basically, what's special about him is that he's known for tele pickups, and he has the special Rosie wrap, which is a special wine pattern that only he uses, or that he copied, I guess, from one of the early pickup designs. And then he was known for the Nancys, but he doesn't make them anymore, unfortunately. But still, I guess if you want to have a nice tele pickup, you can go to him as well. Yeah, he just isn't making that many these days, I guess, unfortunately. All right, Bare Knuckle. So Bare Knuckle is actually pretty famous UK pickup manufacturer. They're probably the biggest aftermarket UK pickup manufacturer. So they have limited editions. See, that's how big they are. They can afford to make limited editions now, just like Seymour Duncan would. Yep, so they got Signature Series, Peacemaker. Chris Robertson uses this. Impulse. Okay, I don't know too many of these people. Look at the standard range here. So they're mostly well known for, humbuckers maybe a little bit more. Stormy Monday is their typical vintage output PAF. Yeah, obviously the name is based off of the old blues song, Stormy Monday. Yep. And yeah, Plain Enamel, Alnico 2. PG Blues is Peter Green. Yeah, not everyone, but a lot of pickup makers want to have a Peter Green type of tone, so they have an offering that has a reverse out of phase type of sound. The Mule is as a classic PF tone, I would say. Yeah, Stormy is a little bit harder than the Stormy Mondays. They have a more 59 PF sound to it. Riff Raff. I think the Mule is more like a Jimmy Page type of thing. Riff Raff. I wonder what this one is. 60s humbucker. I don't know what that's a reference to. VH2, I guess, is Van Halen, I'm guessing, because when I see VH, I think Van Halen, so I think Eddie Van Halen, I guess. So late 70s, yeah, that's basically what it says, late 70s. Peacemaker, Black Dog, okay, now this is the Zeppelin, yeah, Black Dog's the Zeppelin song, so this is the Jimmy Page one. So it's basically like the mule, but with additional output and grind. So yeah, this is the Zeppelin PAF, Jimmy Page PAF. Yep. So this is actually quite a bit because this is in pounds, 252 pounds, which is yeah like $400 or something. It's quite a bit actually. But you know, bare knuckle is pretty well respected in the pickup industry too. They make a lot. Yeah, these are all like the War Pig is probably their highest output, but they make everything from like vintage output to high output here. We can take a look at Strats. The Apache is named after the Hank Marvin song, or Shadows, right? Apache. So this is a Hank Marvin thing. It's a very vintage output, 50s Alnico 3. Sultans is named after who else? Mark Knopfler, right? Sultans of Swing, Dire Straits. So it's still vintage level. And then they got some 59 models, 63 models, which are probably going to be more higher output than the 59 by a bit. Mother's Milk is named after Red Hot Chili Peppers, right? John Frusciante. So I'm guessing this is another kind of early 60s type of sound, because I know Frusciante uses a 61 or 62 Strat, something like that. And Irish Tour is obviously, well, it's named after, you know, Rory Gallagher, because Rory Gallagher had a album Irish Tour. So yeah, this is but it's cool because Rory Gallagher actually isn't as well known in the States as he is in Europe, but he's a fantastic guitarist, and he would be the equivalent. He's basically the Irish version of Stevie Ray Vaughan, I'd say. Down to his guitar, right? His guitar is all like, you know, the paint's all been stripped off and everything, just like Stevie Ray Vaughan's guitar. So I'd say he's basically the Irish equivalent of Stevie Ray Vaughan. And Irish Tour is basically, I guess you can call this kind of like a Texas Special type of overwound single coil pickup too. Slow Hand is obviously named after Eric Clapton. That's Eric Clapton's nickname. So Slow Hand, British blues rock, and yeah, they got some higher output stuff. So yeah, I guess they're a little bit more well known for humbuckers, but for single coils they're fairly well known too. So yeah, bare knuckle is pretty big, especially for British pickup makers. They're pretty popular. Yeah, not cheap though. All right. What's this? Virgil Arlo. I don't know too much about this guy, but I saw his pickup. I saw this website, so I think some people online may have tried his pickups. 54 pickups. Okay, is this the only pickups he has? 54. Skip 2-month wait. Well, yeah, I guess that's the only Strat pickups he has is the 54. Well, yeah, it's good to specialize, I guess. And he only makes one PAF pickup, so he only makes a few pickups, but I heard they're pretty good. Yeah, they're probably pretty expensive too. All right, Raw Vintage. This is actually a sub brand of Exotic Effects, but Raw Vintage makes some, well, you know, vintage accurate pickups, but compared to the guys who hand wound their pickups in a garage somewhere, I'm not sure. Those guys are really, like, I find they really focus on the vintage specs. But Raw Vintage, and you know, they're vintage enough, right? They compared to Fender and stuff. Like, let's look at this. Does it tell you? Okay, let's look at the Strat. Okay, got the pretty low resistance here. Hand wound in California. Alnico 5. See, this is one of the things. Not Alnico 3, but Alnico 5. And I guess this is because they don't focus on the 54 sound, but rather on the late 50s sound more, so they use Alnico 5. But it's interesting because most people start with the 1954 Strat pickups, which they usually use Alnico 3. And I'm guessing they use form bar wire, but they don't talk about that. Yeah, they only tell you about what wire they use. Humbuckers. So they're PAF humbuckers. So yeah, I think Raw Vintage is a nice option. I think they're a little bit cheaper than the. Yeah, well, they're about the same price as the Fenders probably, but they're probably cheaper than the hand wound guys by a bit. So yeah, they're not quite as accurate as some of the hand wound guys making it in their garage that we just saw, but they're good enough, right? The vintage. Raw Vintage pickups. So yeah, if you just want like a pickup that looks, I think they age them too, so it looks kind of vintage. Yeah, see, this one's aged, so they do kind of age them, and it's good enough for a lot of people. So yeah, I guess the prices are alright. So there's Raw Vintage. Railhammer. Railhammer is a sub brand of Reverend guitars, because the same founder of Reverend guitars went on to make these type of pickups, which are kind of unique. It's like half blade and then half traditional single like steel pull or you know, magnet pulls. So yeah, it's interesting. Humcutter is for P90s, and then humbucker is the original humbucker type of sound, but in a this type of configuration. So we got a hyper vintage bridge. So the way they do this, I think, is really interesting because the rails are for getting like, this is for the lower tones, so you get like a bigger sound out of your lower three strings, and then out of your top three strings you still get a nice sparkly high end. So I think that's why they used Railhammer uses different pickup configurations here. So they use the blade here, get a fatter sound out of the lower strings, and then use the traditional Alnico stuff, pull pieces for the top three strings to get that clarity. So it's a nice balance. I think that's what makes Railhammers kind of interesting. I was actually thinking about getting a Railhammer if I were to get a Reverend guitar. A lot of Reverend guitars come with Railhammers because it's the same company. But yeah, there's so many pickups out there, so it's hard to decide. But yeah, these are pretty interesting, the Railhammer pickups. So yeah, and then these are the P90 selections, which are just, yeah, they're just one set of these, I guess. That's kind of done in a wide range humbucker style. There's a Billy Corgan model. See, I told you Billy Corgan, he plays Reverends too. Well, vintage T90 and ceramic magnets. Yeah. So it'd be interesting to try Railhammers sometime. They look interesting. Amalfitano pickups. What is this? What do they have? Stratocaster. Custom built individual hand-wound pickups. No, 300 bucks. Okay, well, I don't think anything's here is too special for me. Large diameter Alnico 3 grade magnets. Alnico 3 for 62, really? Huh. Usually Alnico 3 is only for 54, but okay. Yeah. Barry Bucker. Okay, so I mean, this guy's just another 350 bucks. Yeah, this is another one of those guys who makes them himself, of course. He has to, guys who make them themselves, you know, they gotta sell their pickups for more, right, to make back the amount of effort and labor cost it takes for them to actually make these like one by one. So yeah, there's another guy kind of hand making it himself in his garage, I guess. Oh yeah, Mojo Tone actually makes pickups too. We can take a look. Yep, they make Filtertrons. You got a classic. Is this a humbucker size Filtertron? Looks like it could be, right? Actually, reverse engineered. Slightly higher output. Okay. Gold foils. Oh, that's cool. They make gold foils. So far, the only pickup maker I've seen who makes gold foils is Lawler. So this is nice to have an option here. Cheaper option too. Humbucker. Bill Kelleher Hellbender 59. I guess. Wait, let's look at their PF. Where's their PF? Everyone's got to have a PF clone. Here we go. 59 clone. If you want to get as close as possible to vintage Gibson humbucker, 59 PF clone is the way to go. So there's so many 59. There's so many PF clones. It's hard to say which one is the closest. There's so many. And you got your standard like wide range humbucker. You got your humbucker size P90. Basically, if you want like a slightly cheaper option to Lawler and maybe Seymour Duncan, you have a nice selection here actually on Mojo Tone, and they're a little bit cheaper, so that's nice. Yeah, but you get a lot of options here. There's a Rene Martinez one. That's Steve Ray Vaughan's guitar tech. Originally, Steve Ray Vaughan's guitar tech. He worked with he actually has a signature pickup with Mojo Tone, which is cool. Alnico 3 in the neck and Alnico 5 in the bridge. Now that's basically my configuration for my Stratocaster pickups from Rumpelstiltskin, so that's cool that they have that as an actually Rene Martinez apparently agrees with my configuration. That's cool. 69, this is a Jimi Hendrix model. 54 clone, 67. Quiet coil. I think these are hum canceling. I guess this is stacked, right? Probably stacked pickups. Who knows how all these hum canceling single coils, how they all sound next to each other? Someone should do a shootout video, man. Someone should do Fender noiseless single coil versus Kinman versus Lay Sensor versus like these guys. Like, I want to see all the and Bill Lawrence as well. I want to see all the different hum canceling single coils how they stack up against each other. Okay, David Allen, I think probably well known for their Strat sets. So he's actually probably just one pickup maker as well. It's just one guy. But I think he's probably well known for his Strat sets. Echoes. Echoes is a reference to Pink Floyd because it was a song off of one of their albums. So this is David Gilmour, I'm guessing. Neck in middle of 5.8, 7.6, 12. Oh yeah, this is basically trying to... The David Gilmour black Strat set is like his bridge is like set really high. It's got two configurations, 7.6 and 12.5K boost. So I guess this is what this set is trying to do. It's trying to have two outputs for the bridge, just like with Gilmour's pickup. So that's pretty cool. That's you have a mini switch, right? No, the push pull pot. Okay, use a push pull pot to activate that. That's actually a really interesting set. This one's a Steve Ray Vaughan set, 59, because Steve Ray Vaughan's Stratocaster used 59 pickups. So actually, every time you see a 59 set up there, 1959 Strat pickups, that's mostly based on Steve Ray Vaughan, just like with 69 is Hendrix, right? 59 Steve Ray Vaughan, 69 Hendrix. So, yep, this is a nice 69 Steve Ray Vaughan set. Texas Flood, this is another Steve Ray Vaughan set. I don't know, he has two. I wonder how this is different from the 59 set. Yeah, apparently there's two Steve Ray Vaughan sets. There's a 59 and a Texas Flood. Then there's a 54, which I'm guessing is a Alnico 3 set. Yep, Alnico 3 magnets. He misspelled it though. Yep, Alnico 3 magnets. Pretty much 1954. Gotta have that. Strat Cat. These are low output set. Okay, I guess this is for John Mayer, because John Mayer has a Strat he calls the black one, which have special low output pickups in it. So I guess this is trying to reproduce that sound. So Strat Cat, this is pretty interesting. 5K, 5.4, 6.3. That's pretty low output for the neck and middle. So that'll be interesting to try out sometime to see how low output in those pickups. Because I think this is trying to be like the black one tone, which is a really nice sound actually, that guitar. Dover obviously is a reference to Eric Johnson. So Cliffs of Dover, right? This is inspired by playing tone qualities of Eric Johnson, yeah. So, yep. But then you can just buy the Fender's official Eric Johnson pickups. But yeah, I don't know. These might be good too. $200 is not too bad, actually. I think Fender's pickups actually cost more than that, more than $200. So D. Allen's pickups aren't too bad for the price. The Humbucker's Power Edge. Yep, it's a AC/DC inspired set. Yep, thinking about High Voltage, right? Oh wait, he even says what albums they're inspired by. High Voltage to Those About to Rock. Okay. Every single album from High Voltage to Those About to Rock. Okay, the best albums. Hellcat. Higher output humbucker. Tell you who's playing it actually. Alley Cats. Alley Cats are like what, P90s in the humbucker? Oh no, there's a 57 PAF with Alnico 2 magnets. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking about something else. Oh well, D. Allen's probably well known for their Strat pickups, so I recommend their Strat pickups. They're not, the prices are alright compared to the other guys. Yeah, they got some pretty interesting ones. The David Gilmour one especially is interesting. Alright, Klein pickups. Also mostly well known for their Strat pickups. So let's take a look at their Strat pickups. So Klein is actually, compared to D. Allen is probably known for taking vintage inspired or artist inspired sets and kind of just making his own take on it. Now Klein is really, it's like throwback, right? Really, really vintage accurate. It's kind of like throwback just for Strats. Yeah, Jazzy Cats. I really want to try Jazzy Cats sometime, but just never got the chance because I don't have another Strat to put this on. But Jazzy Cats are inspired by the black one Strat from John Mayer. And you know I'm a huge fan of John Mayer, right? It's got the scoop mid-range tone. I'm guessing these are just like the low output pickups, the scooped mid-range pickups that are similar to the Big Dipper pickups, I guess. But the black one actually has ones different than the Big Dipper pickups. They have lower output pickups in that, and yeah, I remember seeing the Jazzy Cats, 10 years ago, and I really wanted it, but yeah, just never had a guitar to put it in. But I was always so curious to get this John Mayer tone, right? Use this with a True Rock amp, extensive testing with a True Rock amp, yep. So touch of reverb for choose tonal euphoria. Yeah, when I heard the sound clips for this, I was just like, oh man, I gotta try these sometime. Someday I will. You just never got a chance. But these pickups with a True Rock amp, man, John Mayer heaven, right? And then he has like one for every year, 54, 55, 6, 7, 8. It's all like, you know, let's look at 59, for example. Everything is like vintage accurate. He uses original alloy magnets. He sent original magnets from a 59 pickup to an independent lab for metallurgical chemical analysis testing. Then you get his magnet manufacturer to get Alnico 5 magnets specially poured to the exact composition of the originals. I mean, this is a crazy OCD stuff that other pickup makers, even other pickup makers, I'm not sure they do it like this accurate. So Klein pickups is really good for vintage accurate Strat pickups. So it's like throwback, except for Strats. So the throwback uses the special vintage correct winding machines and materials. Klein, like, they get special magnets exactly poured to the specific composition of the original magnets. Like, that's crazy, right? And then for the wire too, he sent dozens of samples of wire from early Strats for analysis. Like, vintage accurate. Like, that's all Klein pickups are vintage accurate. Yeah, so all their pickups are like exactly from the specific year. So we're on 54. I'm guessing this is an Alnico 3. But yeah, 54, 5, 6, 7, 8, any year from the 1950s, basically from the Strat, from 54 onwards they have. There's 61, 62, 63, 65, no 64 for some reason, no 60, but yeah, pretty much every other year here, and 50, 65, 69 is the Hendrix one, I'm guessing. Yeah, so these are the pickups, I guess, the years that are most in demand. Basically, all the 50s Strats, plus some years of the 60s are still in demand. And then the S5, I think, is based on the Big Dipper. Yeah, because they're scooped mid-range. I think S5 is based on the Big Dipper, whereas the Jazzy Cats are based on the black one guitar from John Mayer, which is a little bit different sound than the Big Dipper. That one's a lower output than the Big Dipper is. The Big Dipper, I believe, are actually high output because they're originally Texas Specials that had the mid-range scooped. So the Jazzy Cats, I think, are actually based on, the black one tone is actually a little bit different because it's different from the Big Dippers. So anyways, if you want vintage accurate Strat pickups, go to Klein pickups. I mean, they have other pickups too, humbuckers and stuff. They also kind of have pretty accurate humbuckers, but if you want really vintage humbuckers, then throwback is probably the way to go. But if you want vintage accurate Strats, then yeah, that's what Klein's known for. And yeah, they're more expensive than D'Allen's, but not by a whole lot. Okay, Curtis Novak actually has a lot of cool pickups as well. And what's cool about Curtis Novak is he makes all these other crazy pickup designs that other independent pickup makers, besides Seymour Duncan, because that's a bigger company. Seymour Duncan and Mojotone, Lawler kind of makes cool pickups as well, but Curtis Novak really makes some specialty pickups. Look at this. You got Jazzmasters, you got Jaguars, gold foils, lipstick tube, Thunderbird, humbucker gold foils, P90s, humbuckers, Mustangs, dual sonics, pretty much everything here. Yeah, he has everything. So Curtis Novak's really cool because he's an independent pickup maker, but he makes all kinds of stuff here, all kinds of custom stuff. Look at this crazy looking gold foil humbuckers here. That's pretty crazy. So yeah, a lot of different kinds of. They can even have a Maserati pickup. They even make Maserati pickups. So, and Filtertrons, of course. So yeah, a lot of different style pickups here. These are gold foils, for example. Vintage Correct Yarman gold foil. So yeah, come to Curtis Novak if you cannot find a pickup that any other maker makes, because he has a lot of different types of pickups, and they're all pretty really well built, I guess, wide range. And these are actually using Kunafei, huh? You now choose to upgrade your order from StockMax to Kunafei. I've been using special offer for 15 years that match to the properties of Kunafei. Oh, okay, so it's not actually Kunafei, it's a magnet with properties of Kunafei. Okay. Kunafei is very expensive manufacturing, recently not available. Yeah. So it's interesting. Yeah, so you can actually upgrade to Kunafei magnets. So actually Curtis Novak, I didn't know this. I thought it was only Fender and Creamery, but Curtis Novak, I guess, also has genuine Kunafei magnets. So you can actually use Kunafei magnets on his wide range. That's really cool. Did not know that. Okay. And Creamery, by the way, speaking of which, Creamery is the other manufacturer I talked about, right? That the only one of the ones making Kunafei, authentic Kunafei magnets. So if you look at their wide range humbuckers, yeah, these ones are authentic Kunifei, I believe. So Classic 71, Travis Bean, something custom. Okay, let's look at the Classic 71. So yeah, this one's threaded pull. Oh, optional Anaco 2. Okay, so these should be using Kunifei, right? It's an Anaco 2. This pull spacing. I don't use off-the-shelf parts. I thought they have authentic Kunifei magnets on these. What replacements? Huh? Did he switch back to Anaco or something? Threaded pull optional Anaco 2. I thought he used Kunifei. Okay, I thought the Creamery used Kunifei magnets. For the longest time, I thought they were the only ones that used them. Okay, interesting. Signature range pickups range. Okay, well he makes Filtertrons, Jazzmasters, so he makes a decent variety of pickups too. All custom hand wound, of course. Domino, split coil, black cat Filtertron design. Yeah, I mean there's a decent amount of selection here. Pretty nice. A lot of selection. Maybe not so much for strats. I mean, he does have strats, but I mean, it's all these different kinds of humbuckers. He has wide range, Jazzmaster. So yeah, I don't know. I thought he had Kunifei magnets for his wide range humbuckers, but I guess not. So I'm guessing Fender and Curtis Novak then are the only pickup manufacturers that make wide range humbuckers with authentic Kunifei magnets. So yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Anyways, this is they're based in the UK, so they're another British manufacturer. That's a nice alternative because most of these pickup makers are in America, right? So yeah, it's nice to have another UK maker for those British people, right, and Europe people. All right, as TV Jones actually is they're the Filtertron aftermarket guitar maker. So they're most well known for Filtertrons, and actually they're so good at it that Gresh themselves use TV Jones in their guitars. So yeah, that's how good TV Jones is. So they're pretty much like the authentic Gresh Filtertron Dynasonic DeArmond pickup maker. So you have all selection here. The TV Jones Classic is the most popular one probably. It's just a vintage twang and growl of the 1950s Filtertron. Yeah. So yeah, they make probably the best Filtertron type of pickups. Really the go-to. Yeah, Classic is probably the most popular, and they make them all sorts of mounts. You can see humbucker mount, soap bar mount, universal mount, DeArmond mount, all sorts of mounts here. Powertron, I think, is their a little bit higher output, and then Classic Plus, I think, is also, it's only for the bridge, is a bit higher output to match the Classic. Powertron Plus, the Supertron, I think, is even higher output. Steel blades instead of pull screws, yeah, that's got a even higher output range. Magnetron, I think, it's a Filtertron body, but with Alnico magnets, kind of like a Dynasonic pickup. So they kind of use a Filtertron type of design, but with the DeArmond style Alnico magnets. That's really cool. Okay. Yeah, so this should actually be lower output than Filtertrons, actually. Yeah, at least the neck is. So that would be interesting. I haven't tried Magnetrons, but that's another interesting one I want to try is TV Jones Magnetrons. It seems really interesting. So Brian Setzer uses their pickups, Paul Yandel. The Ray Butts Fidelity Fultron is, it's according to the original spec of the patent, I think, that Ray Butts made for the Filtertron. So Ray Butts is the original inventor of the Filtertron pickup. I think I don't know who invented it first, the Seth Lover or Ray Butts, but one of them invented the humbucker first. But yeah, this is made according to Ray Butts' original patent design, I think. So it's only fitting the original Filtertron mount, I think. Yeah, original Gresh mount. So yeah. So this is really, really accurate to the original Filtertron, literally to the patent design. Let's see, where else we have? T-Armond. Yeah, the T-Armond is the other. It's their Dynasonic replacement. So I really like Dynasonics. I had them in my Gresh White Penguin before, so it's a really interesting sound. It's kind of like somewhere in between a Strat single coil and P90. It's not as dark as a P90, but not quite as bright as a Strat single coil either. It's kind of in between, so it's very interesting pickup. But yeah, you have T-Armand type pickups here. So yeah, if you want a De-Armand or a Filtertron type design, then TV Jones really is the way to go. I mean, they have so many. They specialize in Gresh type pickups, so yeah, that's really the go-to. And Gresh themselves use them, so that's how good they are. Porter Strat pickups. I think these guys are from the UK. Let's see. The Strat pickups. So you got 50s Strat pickup. Oh, it just says 50s. They don't have specific years. You can tell with all these pickup makers, like some of them are more detailed, like into it than others. Like Klein, for example, goes into every year of the 50s and makes it like all the magnets and stuff have to be exactly like correct composition and stuff. And Porter just says, oh, 50s, 60s, there. Choose the one you want. Let's see, look at humbuckers. Alnico 2, Alnico 5, ceramic. Yeah, it's your typical ones, but they have a little bit more for the humbuckers. Like a P90, humbucker size P90, a lot of makers do that. Alnico humbuckers, I think Lindy Frillin was the other one that did that. Wide range design, I'm pretty sure this is Alnico magnets, not Kunafei. Yep. You have these standard, and then you have the Filtertron type things. And Portatron Alnico, so I guess that's their Magnetron type of... Yeah, so they make like a Filtertron one and like a Magnetron one to compete with TV Jones, I guess. But then I would say if you want a Filtertron, just go for TV Jones. I think gold foils, that's cool. I always like gold foils. Looks like more and more people are making gold foils these days, which is cool because gold foil pickups will never go out of style. They're just really, really cool, and I'm glad they're making a comeback. And this is their Alnico humbucker, which is designed to compete with the Magnetrons that we just saw from TV Jones. Yeah, it's nice. Radio Shop. They're also from the UK. So they got Chris Buck. Chris Buck's a really good guitarist, and he has a really cool YouTube channel, by the way. Yeah, so this is, I think the interesting thing about Radio Shop pickups is they have this unique way of winding them. Yeah, wax potting, yeah. They have a unique Radio Shop ID wax potting procedure to reduce microphonic feedback while boosting clarity and dynamics. I think that's the thing that's interesting to me about this manufacturer. So first they all hand wound, of course, by a few people, but yeah, they also had that special wax potting thing. It's apparently features ID reduce. The way of wax potting them apparently is they wax pot only the outer coil but not the inner coil or something like that, so that it boosts the clarity and dynamics. Whereas most pickup makers, they wax pot both coils, so that's kind of like making the sound a little bit more. I mean, some people say there's a difference between, you know, wax potting or not, but Radio Shop believes there's a difference, and yeah, they think that wax potting only the outer coil instead of the inner coil boosts the clarity and dynamics. So yeah, they don't put as much wax as other pickup makers. So I guess that's their. Oh, they have a black one. It's funny. Oh, to a nail. Okay, so I have the John Mayer set. I'm always interested in John Mayer sets. So let's see. Scientific Analyzed Soda got every detail just right. Black one says now our most requested pickup set. Yeah, I wonder how this compares to the Klein Jazzy Cats. So I got heavy form bar, pretty average specs for Strat, Alnico 5. Yeah, I wonder how these compare to the Klein Jazzy Cats. I'm really always interested in the black one pickups, and those are really interesting pickups to me from John Mayer's guitar. The black Strat. This is a Gilmour set, right? This is the black Strat is a David Gilmour guitar, so yep. I guess this is based on David Gilmour's guitar. Monterey's, obviously Jimi Hendrix. It's their take on the late '60s era, so that would be Jimi Hendrix with the plain enamel. Although there was nothing really special about Jimi Hendrix's Strat, right? I mean, I know Seymour Duncan made one set for him, but who knows? Most of the time he just used stock pickups, I'm pretty sure. So I don't think there's anything really special about Jimi Hendrix's Strat set, other than the fact that he played them upside down, which is why some guitar makers, they reverse stagger the magnets and reverse they reverse the poles on the magnets, reverse stagger them, and reverse angle the bridge to make it more like Hendrix, right? And Hendrix thing again from Seymour Duncan. I think that's how they do it. Yeah. So Yeah, so to help you get even closer, each pickup's made with a reverse magnet stagger, and I think it should be reversed. The magnet should be reversed, and the stagger is reversed, and the bridge pickup angle should be reversed too. If you get one of those guitars, you have to get a guitar. The Fender Hendrix Signature Strat has a reverse bridge angle pickup and a reverse headstock to help you get that Hendrix tone. So that's really the only thing that's different about Hendrix's Strat compared to normal right-handed players, is he played it upside down, which means he actually had the headstock upside down and he had the bridge angle upside down and the magnets upside down. So, I mean the magnets reversed. So I think that's the only difference, and that's why a lot of Hendrix, people who want Hendrix's tone, yeah, they just get a reverse headstock, get a reverse magnet, reverse bridge angle, and yeah, I think that's the only thing that's different. But otherwise, the pickups are pretty stock. I think there's nothing different about the output or anything. Oh yeah, Tone Specific. That's another pickup company that I think is pretty interesting, because they don't go by like all these other pickup makers. They go by year, like 50s and 60s and whatever. But Tone Specific doesn't go by year. They go by the tone. So they go by what do you want your tone to sound like. So they have a I mean, okay, they have years now too, but I think they go by the specific tone. So do you want twang? Do you want blues? Do you want jazz? Do you want punch? Do you want bloom? So yeah, that's the what they go by. But I guess now they have years too, I guess, because a lot of customers go by year. So yeah, 54 twang. So this is our twang set. Yeah, so this use Alnico 3 magnets. I'm guessing it's a 54, usually use Alnico 3. And then 1959 is the blues set, because I guess 59 is most associated with Stevie Ray Vaughan, right? Guitar pickups, voice and magnets. Okay, yeah. I'm just talking about this ohm readings. I think people go by ohm readings kind of, but it's not really that accurate. You can go by inductance instead of resistance. But yeah, some pickup makers go by Henrys too. But yeah, certified organic. Oh, it's made one, but it's free range. Our pickups are free range and organic, made by hand one at a time here in the USA. Wow, amazing, pasture raised pickups, organic pickups. 69 obviously Hendrix sound, although they call it jazz set. Okay, but we know that's a Hendrix set. Come on, 69. It's gonna have plain enamel, right? Alnico 5. We already kind of know this stuff. Yeah. Punch, best for rock and funk. So they tell you what type of tone is best for this. Bloomcaster. What does bloom mean here? Is like harmonic content, overtones and stuff like that? Based on 50 Strat pickup designs. Okay, $500 for a set. That's pretty expensive, and you gotta wait 6 to 10 weeks. So definitely not cheap. But at least they make their pickups a little bit. I mean, they advertise their pickups a little bit differently, I guess. So who knows how good they are? I haven't tried them, but tone specific pickups. Okay, at least they advertise a little bit differently. BG handcrafted pickups. Oh, South Park, Colorado. No, he's from South Park. Proudly made in the USA. Let's look at his pickups. He's got Gypsy Taz, smokes. I think he does more humbuckers, it looks like. Let's see, let's take a look. Let's look at humbuckers here. Mini buckers, P. Hellebucker, BG Dark. Oh, he doesn't say anything about this. It says hookup wire cover, okay. It doesn't say anything about description of these. What's PUF? They're modeled after, oh, here's a description. Hotter Classic PF, okay. Oh. Let's look at strats here. SO. I guess he's mostly doing humbuckers. Yeah, barely a description, man. Okay, barely a description. I mean, they're not too expensive, but yeah, almost no description. Yeah, I don't know too much about this guy. BG Pups. Leo Sounds. Well, obviously reference to Leo Fender. So I'm going to look at strats because, you know, Leo Fender. 1956 classic. The Sound of Buddy Holly. Alnico 5. Oh, he chose. I know it's Alnico 5, so right. BG 42, heavy form bar, it's expected. 66 is Hendrix. Yeah, so you got your standard sets. You got your 50 set, you got your 60 set, which is more Hendrix. Yeah, which is plain enamel, I'm guessing. Yeah, plain enamel wire. Really, that's the only difference here. Heavy form bar for the 50s, plain enamel for the 60s. We already know what this is about. Irish Tour, which is Rory Gallagher, which is Steve Ray Vaughan, which is overwound. Yep, an overwound 50s, I should say. Red House. Oh, this is like, there's another Hendrix strat, right? The blues set, actually. It's more about blues set, because Red House is a really famous blues song. Yeah, so I guess it's your, yeah, it's your standard Stratocaster pickup offerings. Cat Whisker pickups. Oh, okay. This guy's making mostly, what, humbuckers and strats? Let's see. What does he mostly make? Humbucker, PAF, S-bucker, T-bucker. Those are pretty standard stuff. Oh, mini bucker. That's cool. And then dog ear humbuckers. Oh, usually dog ear and this also got Jazzmaster mount. He's got soap bar, dog ear. That's for P90, and then Jazzmaster mount. Huh. He's got a Filtertron. Yeah, so he's a standard wide range. These days, everyone's are doing wide range humbuckers, Filtertrons. I'm glad that pickup manufacturers are doing more than just humbuckers and strats, by the way. So they're doing all these other types too. So yeah, you got Filtertrons, you got and P90s, right? P90s have always been pretty popular, but now you got Filtertrons, which are pretty popular, and wide range humbuckers now pretty popular. Gold foils, more and more people are making those. So I'm glad you got more than just the standard PAF Stratocaster type of stuff. So you got more and more different kinds of pickups now, which is cool. And JS Moore, another 90s site. Let's see, here we go, pickups. Oh my god. Does he even have a picture for these? He doesn't really have a picture for these. V59, I'm guessing he has the PAF replica here. Tre Ombres, which is, I'm guessing, ZZ Top. Manalishi, B1 and 2. H1, 2, and 3, Blackwood, Jekyll, and Hyde. Mini humbucker. And you got Monterey, which is Jimmy. Superstition. Superstition again, forget. Telly, P90. Yeah, this guy doesn't even have any pictures, man. Wow. He just has descriptions. No pictures, just descriptions, and I don't think he even has a way to order these except for commenting. Yeah, you had to contact him. Yeah, oh man, it's so old school. You got to contact him to order. You can't use any kind of add to cart thing. There's no online store there. Honest Parger Pickups, another 90s site. Oh, the last day, I'm retiring. Except for one style pickup the repair, I haven't raised the prices of any of my pickups since 2005. Oh, wow, that's commendable. That's very commendable that he hasn't raised his pickups since 2005. But yeah, I guess let's just archive this. This is what he sold. So he doesn't make them anymore, but he made single coil, 70 bucks each, 189 set. So yeah, very reasonable, I guess. I mean, 200 bucks for a set of pickups is yeah, that's pretty good actually. I guess, which also means that they probably were more expensive back then if he hasn't raised his prices. They're cheaper now, but they're probably more expensive back then when their inflation and stuff was not as high as now. P90, HP 90. What's HP 90? Custom P90. Oh, it's P90 and a humbucker. Okay. Jazzmaster. Yep. It's cool people making Jazzmaster pickups. Those have a unique sound. Yeah, that's pretty much it. He doesn't do many styles. Just actually, he does do many styles, but he doesn't offer a lot of models of each style, I should say. Okay, Guitar Fetish. Actually, Guitar Fetish makes a lot of cheap pickups, like really affordable ones. So actually, for my Squier Strat, I did a project Strat, and I used just UFS pickups because they're so easy to get. Like, it was easy to get the thing I wanted because they make so many different styles and they're all affordable. So look, there's humbucker sized, and so they make obviously humbuckers like P90 type of, not P90, PAF. They make PAF type of stuff. You got Alnico 2, yeah, boutique wines, vintage extra hot, Alnico 5, true Alnico P90s, whatever that means. Yeah, gold foils. I think I got this one, the metal foil, single coil ferrite. Yeah, this is what I got. You can choose the output here. Yeah, I can add more output if you want. Let's see, this is a custom mold of ferrite magnet. So yeah, They make so many different styles, so it's not that expensive. Look, they're 42 bucks, 40 bucks each. It's very cheap. Much cheaper than any of the other guys actually that we saw. Hard vintage. So you got Filtertrons, yep, you got gold foils, so lipstick tube, you got pretty much everything here. Rickenbacker even. You got Rickenbacker pickups here. That's really cool. Not a lot of guitar makers make Rickenbacker replacement pickups because they're Rickenbacker is honestly not that popular, so but they have a unique sound to them. Power rails, you got wide range, or is it not wide range? Vintage split. It just looks like a wide range. Yeah, so I mean, Guitar Fetish is a good one to go to if you just need a pair of cheap pickups in the style that you want, because they got so many styles, right? You got traditional PAF type, and then you got yeah, P90 in a humbucker size. Then you got like, yeah, Filtertrons. You got gold foils. You got lipstick tube. You got even Rickenbacker type pickups. Like, they got everything. Yeah, I guess wide range type look pickups. Like, yeah, they got pretty much everything here. So Surf 180. What's this one? Okay. That's, I guess it's more like a Dynasonic. That one's supposed to be like a Dynasonic. I think they even has staple P90s. Staple P90s are not easy to find, but staple, I think they have staple P90s too. Look at hold on. So many pickups. Specialty sizes, vintage foil. Yeah, they got everything. Mini humbuckers, Jazz Masters. Yeah, really, they got everything. Here's the P90s. So I think they even have staple P90s, which are really hard to find usually. So yeah, you got regular mini humbucker, gold foil P90s, which are nice. I like gold foil P90s. You got Filtertron P90s, which I've never seen any other maker make before. Filtertron P90s. Wow. Who had staple P90s? Do they not have staple P90s? Even Guitar Fetish doesn't make them? Okay, it's Lawler that makes them. So Lawler makes P90 staple pickups, which are really early versions of P90s. So this is a very like rare pickup to find usually from aftermarket pickups. So yeah, Lawler actually makes a lot of cool stuff. So I don't think Seymour Duncan even sells these. And Seymour Duncan used to make staple P90s, but so far I think maybe Curtis Novak, but yeah, Lawler makes a lot of cool stuff. Lawler makes staple P90s. That's really cool. Yeah, so they make every kind of P90 now. They make dog ears. They make soap bars, of course. Low whine soap bars. Low whine dog ears. Jazz Master P90s. I've never seen this before actually. It's a P90 replacement for Jazz Master. That's pretty cool. They make Melody Maker pickups. That's really cool. I've never seen that before. We saw this before, right? The P90 and a humbucker. Gold foils, I already said this is the one I got before for my Bohemian TNT before. But yeah, staple P90s, really hard to find these in aftermarket. These are the original P90s from when they first came out. So that's really cool. And they do have a kind of unique look to them and maybe a unique sound as well. So yeah, it's cool. Lawler makes those. That's pretty cool. Yeah, these guys are UK, of course. I mean, it's in pounds. So Medusa, Centaur, Chameleon, Cerberus, Fire. They're all named after mythological. Let's look at Medusa. Can we look at them? Oh no. Here, yeah. Alnico 5, Alnico 8 for the second bob. Ooh, Alnico 8's not very common at all. That's interesting. Alnico 8's like a higher powered version, I believe, more output. Generally, as you go up, it's more output, except for Alnico 3. That's the exception. So Alnico 3 is actually the lowest output, then Alnico 2, then Alnico 4, actually after Alnico 2, and then Alnico 5, and then Alnico 8 is the highest output. And Alnico 2 and 5 are probably the most popular in general. But yeah, except for Alnico 3, I think the rest kind of just, they're higher output as you go up. Yeah, and Alnico 3 is exception. It's just, that's the lowest output. So it's interesting. Alnico 8, not many pickup makers use that. What's this? Mountain Queen. Carbon steel blades, single bar magnet. Okay. Anyways, yeah, interesting. Gemini pickups. Sur pickups. So Sur is a guitar manufacturing company actually that makes really high quality Stratocaster and Fender type of designs. But they also make their own pickups and oh, what happened here? Wow, their page is dead. But they also make high quality pickups as well. So yeah, I think their Their page is dead right now. Here we go. We can at least see this, right? Here we go. Astrobucker. Yeah. So yeah, they make custom pickups. It is Astro. Oh, this is a signature pickup for this guy, Matthias Asado. Cool. I don't know him. Let's see. We got Thornbucker, Aldrich. Let's take a look at these. And PRS, of course, also make their own pickups too. But the reason I highlight Sir is because they make replacements for other guitars like Strats. So you can use some of their Strat pickups as well to put in your Strat. So like V70s, for example. Yeah, these were obviously based on 1970s. So, especially formulated on Alpha 5, Platinum Wire. Interesting because not many pickup makers care about the 1970s when it comes to Strats, but Sir makes the 1970s Strat pickup, so that's kind of unique. Usually for Strats, people only care about 50s and 60s. And this is the Pete Thorn signature, Thornbucker. Yep, the Pete Thorn I only know from YouTube. But yeah. In Pike Gussie, DC was down equal 2, okay. Aldrich, this is for Doug Aldrich. I don't know him. SSV, single screw series pickups, single road. Oh, this is a humbuckers. Okay. And this is single coils, SSH plus, DSV. DSH double screw. Okay. And the V60, which is 60s Stratocaster pickups, Hendrix, etc. V63, so it's specifically a 1963 pickup. I guess it's based upon. Okay, and more 60s pickups here. Proprietary hand wounding, yeah, so it's hand wound. That's good. All right, a couple of other pickup makers to go over here. We have Spirit pickups, also from the UK. It's like replica pickup styles. There, we've got the pre-CBS, the PAF style. I don't really look at bass pickups, so I think this is pretty typical. So you got the pre-CBS, 1957, 60, 63. Not too much details on the information on what's used in these pickups. It just tells you the years. It says Stratocaster style, it says Telecaster style, PF style. Yeah, Spirit type. Yeah, you got Alnico 3. That's not really too common on PAF pickups, so that's interesting that they have an Alnico 3 PAF style set, which I guess is the same thing here. Okay, and that's pretty much all this particular manufacturer has. So I think it was probably just one or two guys. All right, then we have Monty's Guitars, who have their own pickups as well. We can take a look. Humbuckers. These guys are also from the UK. They have a few humbucker pickups here. The underspun PAF humbuckers and underwound humbucker. Now this is pretty unique actually. Not many pickup makers making humbuckers that are wound to just 6K, 6.8. That's pretty low for a humbucker. So yeah, I would say this is a fairly unique pickup. Haven't really seen this much. I mean, there's underwound PAFs, but not this low. This is a pretty low output PAF. Then you have the regular PAF, which is about average 7.2. I think most people consider PAFs sort of low output humbuckers, right? These days, modern humbuckers are considered higher output than this, usually around 8K probably. So yeah, 7K PAF range or vintage output is how they call PAF humbucker output. Retro, I believe this is just a mix of yeah, the PAF and modern humbucker style. This one kind of a little bit higher output. Yeah, the bridge is topped up at 9K. Use different magnets, which is interesting. Now I'm going to go 2 and 5. 2 and 5 are probably the most used magnets for PAFs. They have a humbucker size P90. Some manufacturers make these. If you want like a more like single coil sound, or a fat single coil sound I should say, in a humbucker, have that. Mini humbucker pickup. Now it'll be interesting to compare the mini humbucker with the humbucker sized P90. I think that the mini humbucker is generally lower output than a full size humbucker. So yeah, it'll be interesting to compare them to a P90, which is also kind of like a lower output humbucker. It's an FM90. It's the full Monty, I see. It's just their full Monty pickup in a P90. Leviathan, I'm guessing, is higher output. There's a signature, and this is an interesting one. A Peter Green replica set. A lot of pickup makers do Peter Green sets, And I don't know. Someone should compare all these. Which one is the closest to the actual Peter Green sound, you know? But yeah, this one, Alnico 2, unpotted coils. I'm guessing they have the reverse magnet thing going on, so they get the pickups out of phase when they're in the middle position. That's the Peter Green sound. Let's see. I'll tell you the standard Telecaster. I'm guessing the interesting thing about Telecasters is, look, 7 10K per 10K. Telecasters have really high output, and actually the early Telecasters have quite a bit more output than the even later ones. So yeah, look at this one. The 53 one actually has lower output than the 50. The 50 Telecaster has a freaking 10K bridge. I mean, that's crazy. It's crazy to me that Telecasters, like, it's like opposite strats. You know, strats, like, you go up higher to like from the 54 is like a low output, 62 is like a high output. Telecaster 50, the very first sure, not even Telecaster, broadcaster, a 10K bridge and a 7K neck. That's huge output, and it just goes down from there. It's like opposite. 53 is a 6.2 and a 7K, and a 68 Telecaster, it's in between. So that's very interesting that the highest output Telecaster is actually the earliest one. And then we can look at strats as well. 54 strat, and they say that they've actually had a 54 strat to recreate this from, and they have typical Alnico 3, 5.247. Now it's interesting, they do something similar to radio shop pickups as well. It's interesting UK kind of pickup makers do this, or they know about this. It's the wax potting. They don't do too much wax potting on the pickups, so they say their pickups are partially potted. They only pot the outer coil, not the inner coil, which means that they say it increases the clarity and responsiveness. I haven't seen any American pickup makers do this. I think the Radio Shop pickups from the UK and Monty's pickup, both from the UK, they actually do this. So that's interesting. That apparently it results in better dynamic range when you have less wax potting. Who knows? 62 is usually a high output pickup, and then 69 is the Hendrix thing. By the way, Hendrix's guitar strat that he played in Woodstock was not a 69, it was a 68. So it's technically, that's a 68 strat, but because Woodstock was a 69, everyone thinks it was a 69 strat, so they always call it 69. But anyways, everyone calls it 69, it's a Hendrix strat pickup. And usually, yes, it's fairly low output with a plain enamel type of wire. And let's see, check the book. They have P90s here. And then you got Jazzmaster, nice. Jazzmaster sized P90, interesting. Huh, I don't see this too much. If you want your Jazzmaster to sound like a P90, you have an option now. That's really interesting, actually. I haven't seen too many Jazzmaster P90s. That's interesting. Mostly people choose Jazzmasters because they like the Jazzmaster pickup. It's a very unique pickup, right? Yeah, the Jazzmaster pickup is pretty unique to that guitar, and it's interesting. Some people want to sound like P90 is a little bit more common than Jazzmaster. And Firebird is using mini humbucker. I see. I think the Firebird actually uses a pretty unique mini humbucker. Actually, they have a particular style of mini humbucker that the Firebird uses. All right, we have another UK pickup maker, custom wound, handcrafted brick, and it's Mojo pickups. It's different than Mojo Tone. Okay, they're a different pickup maker. So, Mojo pickups. He's been doing guitar. Okay. Yep. He's located in the UK. So yeah, different from Mojo Tone. This guy literally is a one-person shop. He says he's the sole employee. He does everything from sourcing the parts right to the daily trip to the post office. That's pretty commendable, actually. He does everything himself. Okay. And he says everything ready to ship within 2 hours. That means within 2 hours of placing your order, he does everything himself. So wow. I'm guessing he doesn't have that many customers then, because he's obviously not busy enough to expand the operation. He's still able to keep up with orders despite only being one guy. Look, he ships within 48 hours, within 2 days. He does everything himself. So if he had a lot of customers, two things would happen. Either he would have to expand his operations and hire more people, or he would take longer to make his pickups, right? Because there's a backlog. Well, neither of those things are there, so he must not have a lot of customers. I mean, I'm not saying anything about the quality of his pickups. I'm sure it's very good, but I'm just saying from a fact, logical conclusion here, right? But hey, maybe I'm promoting his site, so maybe he'll get more customers. Hope he gets more customers. He seems like just one guy doing everything. Kleenex style dog ear. What's this Kleenex pickup? I've never seen this one. What's a Kleenex pickup? That's the first time I've heard this term. Also, his website is really slow. It's not my internet, guys. It's this guy's website takes a long time to load. It's just this website. How big is a handmade? Oh, okay, look. Current build time is 40 to 45 days. So, okay, see there, he does have a backlog. So he just says ships within 48 hours. I don't know what that's about. But current build time is 40 to 45 days. So that means, yeah, that's what I would expect. If he's one guy making all these pickups, he has a decent amount of customers, then that's what I would expect. 40 to 45 days, a backlog. Alright, man, he has a lot of interesting pickups. Shark fin, F-Space, he has a Kunafe humbucker, interesting. So like I said, only 2 pickup makers I know have Kunafe, which is Fender and Curtis Novak apparently. And I guess this guy, Mojo Pickups, also has access to Kunafe. This is so interesting. It's Dynasonics, what's a Decosonic? Hershey bar. It's like the first time I've seen a lot of these. PAB, this is a lot of interesting pickups here. Gold foil. And the standard Strat. Let's take a look at all these. Charlie Christian, he has those as well. Lipstick, Mojotron, P90, Lap Steel. He has Lap Steel as well. Jaguar, Jazzmaster. Because they have specialty single coils. They got P90s, Dirty Harry's. Oh, Diarmans. Yeah. So Dave Stevens actually makes Diarmans as well, and of course he makes P90s as well, and that's his Tellys, right? The Ice Housed, and then Charlie Christians. So he actually makes Charlie Christians. No, SD Pickups actually makes that as well. That's I forgot to talk about the fact that Dave Stevens actually. So he recommends a Charlie Christian pickup in the neck position of a Telecaster in addition to arctops. So that's interesting. I've always wondered what a Charlie Christian pickup sounds like. If you have a cheaper Tele that has a swimming pool route, you can use it. It'll be interesting. There's a shark fin pickup based on the 60s Hofner pickups. Interesting. First round size cover. And by the way, another pickup I didn't talk about yet, but it's technically a very unique pickup, is the Rickenbacker pickups. And no one really makes Rickenbacker pickup like replacements, but the Rickenbacker makes some pretty unique pickups that are specific to their guitars. So I guess Hofner also makes guitar pickups that are specific to their guitars, but just kind of wanted to mention that no one really makes Rickenbacker pickup replacements, but or aftermarket pickup replacements. But yeah, just wanted to mention that Rickenbackers do have very unique pickups. They have like these toaster pickups. But yeah, these shark fin pickups are interesting. They're from Hofner's. Yeah, these shark fin pickups. I've never really seen them before because Hofner's not really popular in the U.S. It's mostly a German or a European thing, I think. So Hofner's are maybe popular in Europe, but not really over here. And yeah. Okay, yeah. So Creamery makes some Rickenbacker pickups. Yeah, these are interesting. Because Rickenbackers are known to have a very bright, jangly sound called the toaster pickups. So those pickups are very low output, and then they have a higher output version as well. The higher output version actually is just the same as a regular pickup. Actually, I think the lower output version is just really low output. So yeah, Rickenbacker pickups are known for being the regular ones are being quite low output, but even the higher output ones are still not that high output. So yeah, and now Rickenbacker themselves make the low output version as well as the high gain version. So the low output version is called the vintage output, and then the high gain version, yeah. Anyways, Creamery actually makes a replacement, so that's interesting. Yeah, not many pickup makers make Rickenbacker replacement sets, but Creamery does, I guess. Yeah, back to Mojo pickups. We have Kunafe, wide range Jazzmaster. Interesting. I've not seen a wide range Jazzmaster pickup, especially a Kunafe wide range Jazzmaster pickup. That's really interesting. Source threaded Kunafe magnets. Okay, so that's really cool. That this guy really custom makes a lot of pickups. Like for Kunafe Jazzmaster, Kunafe humbuckers. That's hard to find. Yeah. And these are, it's a classic size. I think these are the original wide range humbucker size, not the regular humbucker size. Yeah. I'm guessing these are, yeah, these are sized for wide range humbuckers, which are a bit bigger, I think, than the regular humbucker route. Oh. See, this guy's website is not running well. I have to reload. Decosonic. I wonder what that is. Humbucker. Oh, there's a Dynasonics. They make soap bar sized Dynasonics. That's interesting. Humbucker sized Dynasonics. Also interesting. It was a Jetson cover. That's interesting. Even Firebird sized, that's really cool. He makes so many custom pickups. This based on the classic Diamond 2000 pickups, but in a humbucker size with fully adjustable Alnica 5. That's kind of unique about Dynasonics is they have fully adjustable Alnica 5 rod magnets. That's cool. And the Decosonic are also based on the 2000 pickups, but in the P90, based on the Diamond 2000 pickups, but in the P90 soap bar styles with Art Deco plate. That's really cool. This guy seems like he makes a lot of interesting pickups. Yeah, Dynasonics, he makes some various sizes, P90 sized, Filtertron sized, Firebird sized. Like that's really cool. It's very custom. He just needs to fix his website. Oh man. Okay, Hershey bar. Let's take a look at that. And oh, this one's called the Guillotone. It's a special kind of pickup too, I guess. Okay, this is the Stratotone humbucker, also called the Hershey bar humbucker. That's the first time I've seen that. Very low output, 3.8K. I've never heard what these pickups sound like, but they seem interesting. Hershey bar. That's really cool. And then this is the Guillotone pickups, I guess. The Cooter Caster set, LG50L. Man, this is like the first time seeing a lot of these pickups. This guy makes some really unique ones. Man, okay, PAB. What is this stuff? PAB. Okay, I guess this is played by Ry Cooter. This is why it's called the Cooter Caster. But I'm really curious what these are like. Oh my god, this website. It's so slow. Come on. Okay, PAB is based on the designs of Paul Bigsby. Okay, so it's a unique Bigsby pickup, I guess. The heck's, I think. Okay, very interesting. 8K, 4.2. So they're not high output at all. I mean, most of the really old school pickups are low output. But yeah, this is interesting. Yeah, designs of Paul Bigsby apparently made a Bigsby, the Bigsby like vibrato bar. For those of you who know, that's the same guy. He pioneered that, but apparently he also made pickup designs as well. So I guess that's the Paul Bigsby humbucker, which I've never seen any other pickup maker make. Not even Seymour Duncan. And these are reproduction pickups from the 50s Japanese Guillotones. That's really cool. Low output 4K on that 5K bridge, the Alnica bar magnet. That's really cool. So there's a lot of interesting pickups here I've never seen before. Guillotone. Now these are the PAFs, the Vintage 59 high wind, greenie. You got like a Peter Green version, and you got a low wind. You got an NOS wire. That one should be interesting. I want to see that. Oh, come on. Man, these takes a while. Okay. These are the take on the famous 59, made of cloned vintage spec parts, 42 AW plated malt wire, have enough wire for 100 sets. Okay, so he has some limited NOS malt wire for these that are the same made with the vintage PAFs. Yeah. So I guess that's why they're pretty expensive. These are 660 pounds, 720 pounds. So I guess they're like over $1,000 US for these. Wow. But they're made with vintage NOS wire. Okay. These are the Peter Green version. Outer face in the middle position. I guess just reverse the magnets. You get that. Whoa, this still hasn't loaded? Come on. Here we go. Gold foils. Wow, these are some of the most unique gold foils I've seen. Really gold foils for everything. A wide range gold foil, Tele gold foil, Telecaster, the original Tesco gold foil. These are the original gold foils that were in the Japanese student guitars, by the way, the Tesco guitars. P90 size gold foils, soap bar gold foils, Strat size gold foils, Jazzmaster gold foils, humbucker, Firebird, Filtertron. Oh man, dual foil gold foil. Oh my god, the first time I've seen so many of these G-tones. What the heck are this? The heck are these? Oh, yeah, these are really unique. Filtertron stuff. Firebird gold foils. Wow. What's a G-tone gold foil? Even Jazzmaster gold foils. Seriously, I've not seen that. Let's just check out the original I see Tesco humbucker sized gold foils, soap bar sized. I guess this is the one I would put personally in a guitar because I like the P90 sized gold foils personally. And this is the, okay, this is another type of guillotine pickup, which are pretty unique. I haven't really heard this before. Okay, guillotine. This is also from 60s guillotine guitars. I guess this guy knows everything about the vintage Japanese student guitars, huh? These are 5.6, 6.5, a little bit higher up, but yeah, G-tone. That's interesting. Dual foil gold humbucker gold foils can be split to single coils. That's really cool. And this is the Filtertron sized one. Fit in the La Carbonita. This is the original Tesco P90 sized. Tesco is, like I said, the Japanese student guitars that originally made gold foils famous. Made famous by Rycuter. Rycuter is famous for using gold foils. Yeah, gold foils are unique. I love gold foils, so I'm glad that more pickup manufacturers are using them. Okay, so this guy is just making these hand-aged ones. Okay, so yeah, these are just aged version of 50 Strats pickups. So I'm guessing 5.4, 5.6, 6. Alnico 5, 4 bar, typical stuff is just aged. That's nice. This is the Mojo Special, based with vintage hot bridge. Okay, so this is just a vintage hot version, I guess, of a Strat. Telecaster, they have a Kunafe Tele. That's really cool. An open T, so I have I guess this looks like a Dynasonic Tele neck. That's really interesting. Tortoiseshell, that's really unique too. In gold foil, okay. I didn't know they have a Kunafe. That's really cool. They have a Kunafe Tele neck pickup. That's really, I don't think I've seen that anywhere else. Like Kunafe pickups in general, I haven't seen that very much. This guy makes Charlie Christians too. So he makes Charlie Christians, the Jetson design. That's really cool and unique. And then P90 soap bar versions. Lipstick humbuckers, so he makes these two. Oh, lipstick humbuckers and single coils. I have not seen lipstick humbuckers very often. Interesting. So this one, wow, this is very low output. The Charlie Christian 3.2, 3.2. Charlie Christian is a very, very vintage pickup design. One of the earliest pickup designs, right? So it's very low output. Very jazzy sounding. So yeah, it's cool that he offers them in so many different, like, wow, this is the original Charlie Christian mount, I believe. And this is for arc tops. But it's really cool. It makes P90s version, P90 size soap bars and humbucker size too. So that's really cool. Lipstick. Yeah, it's interesting. It makes lipstick humbuckers and Strat size. So you can put them in a Strat. So the original lipstick humbuckers were made famous by Dan Electro guitars, right? That's the Dano sized ones. But it's cool. He has humbucker sized and Strat sized ones too. I haven't seen that very often. This guy really makes so many different types of pickups. Wow. Come on, come on. Okay, here. This makes just like original down with wire directly run under the bar magnet, low output, 3.6, 3.84. Yeah, this is pretty low output. So I'm guessing lipstick 2 pickups are fairly low output, I would say. And the humbuckers are a little bit, wow, they have an Alnico 6 magnet. Interesting. I'm not seeing Alnico 6 magnets used anywhere else. That's a really unique. I've seen Alnico 4 and Alnico 8 sometimes, but Alnico 6 is the first time I've seen that. So yeah, Alnico 6 magnets, that's pretty unique. And yeah, just having a lipstick humbucker in itself is kind of unique. So that very unique magnet. It seems like it's a lower output humbucker, so that looks very interesting. Okay, now let's take a look. These are more like relatively more common Filtertron stuff. You have a single coil. You have a single coil in a Filtertron size. You have bladed Filtertrons, interesting, which I guess are higher output. And then you have, what's Mojotron? They have Filtertron sized Dynasonics, Filtertron sized gold foils. This guy makes everything, man. Wow. Soap bar sized. Let's look at the, so Mojotron is just a regular Filtertron, right? Vintage, bright, and twang. Yeah, these are his take on a Filtertron. These are the other types of pickups in Filtertron size, I guess. Bladed. I'm interested to see that one. And then these are the Kleenex stuff. I don't know what type of. That's very different. I've never heard of that before. Oh, he makes staple pickups too. That's really cool. This guy makes everything. Staple P90s, that's pretty hard to find. Dynasonics, Charlie Christians. Oh man. Yeah, these ones are pretty hard to find. Like the staple P90s are only a few pickup makers do those. Those are very early P90 designs. Epiphone Casino pickups, gold foils, blade pickups, Charlie Christians, Dynasonics. Yeah, he makes everything. And then of course original P90s, and then even a staple humbucker sized. Wow. It's a staple humbucker. Wow, I've never seen that before. That's unique. This is really unique. Staple P90 humbuckers. Wow. Very unique. And this is a bladed Filtertron. That's also very unique. Alnico 5. Huh. Yeah, I wonder how these sound like. There's so many pickups. Lap steel humbuckers. Like, I wonder how these are like. Based on old Valco pickups. 44AWG Alnico 3 magnets. Okay, wow. Jaguar pickups, of course, also kind of unique. Not as unique as some of the other ones we saw, but yeah. They're still their own thing, I guess. They're very similar. I think they're similar to Strat pickups, except they got this little steel plating around them. That I think is supposed to reduce the... It's like a magnetic shielding or something like that. It's supposed to reduce the magnetic interference. I think that's why Jaguars have those. Okay, so this is the Jaguar pickup. Yeah, it has these claws on the side to reduce the magnetic interference. That's the main difference between this and Strats, I think. Strat pickups. And then for Jazzmasters, you have the wide range Jazzmaster, Kunafe Jazzmaster. Yeah, I mean, pretty much every kind of Jazzmaster is represented here. Spiral Deco cover, Square Alnico, Tisco gold foil. I mean, this guy makes everything. So, wow. He even makes, like, what are these Square Alnico Jazzmasters? Like, yeah. These are Square Alnico 5 pole pieces. I guess they're just similar to Dynasonics, maybe? Or they're not individual adjustable either. I'm not sure. It's the first time I've seen these kind of pickups. This guy literally makes almost every kind of pickup, or in almost every kind of configuration too. Okay, like this one, Kunafe Wide Range Humbucker Jazzmaster. Like, who else makes pickups like these? Not even Curtis Novak makes pickups like this. I've never seen anyone else make a pickup this unique. This is pretty impressive. Like, even having a Kunafe magnet is hard to, you know, only a few pickup makers have access to those magnets. But to make a wide range humbucker for Jazzmaster is, that's pretty interesting and unique. I don't think, I don't even know who else makes wide range humbuckers for Jazzmaster, but having a Kunafe magnets as well, like, that's pretty amazing. 8-point KO output neck, 10-point KO, it's pretty strong. But yeah, that is impressive. This guy makes... Oh my god, so many different kinds. Like, we've seen all this stuff in different configurations. Jazzmaster configurations, Filtertron configurations, like, in addition to your standard, like, humbucker stuff. So yeah, he makes really a lot of stuff. Mojo pickups, wow. That's impressive. It's one guy doing all this. That's very impressive. So I'll give more publicity to this guy. I think more people should order from him. He's got so many designs. Wow. Oh yeah, another thing I want to talk about with Lawler's. Lawler's actually interesting. If you go to their Strat pickups, I said are not that interesting, but there's one that does interest me. So I think the 64 is their basic, like, vintage Strat pickup, but then you can choose the vintage blonde. I think they used to have a black face as well. Chicago Steel is actually interesting. It's designed for slide players, and it's based on that lap steel guitar pickup. So they have a lap steel one, and the vintage tree is interesting because it's super low output. It's 4.9K, 5.3, 5.7. This is one of the lowest output Stratocaster pickups I've seen in the aftermarket pickup market. So that's pretty interesting. They have such low output. So I just want to talk about that, to point that out. Some of Lawler's single poles are actually pretty interesting. And we've talked about that guy already. Oh yeah, so Gibson pickups. Right, we haven't talked about Gibson pickups yet because actually they don't, like, there's so many aftermarket humbucker pickups, and I think most of them do it better than Gibson, but Gibson do sell their own pickups too. They don't push it as much as Fender does. But yeah, the 57 Classic, which is their typical vintage humbucker they use in a lot of designs, their P90s, 57 Classic Plus, a little bit higher output, the Hot Alnico Bridge, The 57 Classic is probably their standard humbucker they used on a lot of their Les Pauls and stuff. The Les Paul reissues, they usually put the 57 Classics in there. 60s Burstbuckers are a little bit unwound, like unevenly wound, so it creates some of that hand wound type of tone, but it's not the same. It's actually machine wound, but in a hand wound type of way, I guess. Yeah, and they got ceramic, which is going to be more, you know, higher output. Tribute treble. They got P90 dog ears, Burstbuckers. Yep, I would say the mostly Gibson. They only really have two. I mean, they have ceramic stuff, which is like more higher output and modern. But I think their 57 Classic humbuckers are probably the most popular. Very, it's kind of like it's a vintage slash modern type of sound. Not totally vintage or anything, but yeah, it's your standard humbucker sound. But then if you look at the Burstbuster Type 2 or the 60s one, I think these are the other interesting pickups because they're made to kind of replicate the type of uneven coil distribution of a winding, uneven coil winding of the vintage PAFs. See, it says delivers a subtle variations of true classic humbucker tone with historically unmatched bobbin windings and Alnico 2 magnets. So yeah, I think the Burstbuckers are what they put in their higher end guitars. I mean, it's all relative speaking because all Gibsons are expensive, but yeah, these ones are unpotted nice. So yeah, I would say they put their 57 Classic Plus in their regular reissues, and then for their Burstbuckers, they put them in their like really expensive signature reissues and stuff, or signature guitar replicas and stuff. So yeah, that's basically it. That's the Gibson humbuckers as well. We're taking a look at a lot of different kinds of pickups today. Alright, so here's another one. Tyson Tone Lab guitar pickups. Don't know too much about this one. I think it's just one guy again. Bobby Tyson. Okay, yeah, it's this one guy winding all these pickups. So there's another one of these one-man army shops. Stratocasters. He only has one, the Bel Airs 3. So it's 1950s based, I'm guessing. Yeah, it's 5.6, 5.6, vintage stagger, A5, heavy form bar. It's pretty by the book there. Humbuckers, he has a bit more. He has the, which he says, vintage machine with vintage mechanical coil winders. Okay, so it's not exactly the originals, but it's like the originals, which I guess is similar to the Lisona that was used by Gibson. The vintage winder there. Okay, this is pretty normal stuff. Preacher's PF set. This is the PF set here. The neck has an Alnico 4, which I guess is pretty interesting. The bridge is Alnico 2. So I guess the Alnico 4 is a little bit different. But yeah, otherwise it's pretty ho-hum stuff actually. This one is an iconic 59 Les Paul burst tone. 7.5, yeah, it's pretty normal stuff for me. And then P90s as well. He has dog ears and soap bars. So yeah, nothing really stands out to me about this guy, but I'm sure he makes great pickups, just doesn't really make anything that looks really different to me. Here's another one, House of Tone pickups. These are humbucker single coils, of course. Let's look at them. These are Strat types, S types, 1960s, early 60s, which have Alnico 2, which is interesting. Like usually Stratocaster pickups usually only have Alnico 3 for 1954 only, if they have a 1954 model, and then pretty much every other year would have Alnico 5. So Alnico 2 is interesting. I really don't see Alnico 2 used much for a Stratocaster pickup. So that's kind of interesting, I guess. Then this is their Stevie Ray Vaughan Texas special type of pickup with the Alnico 5 with higher output. Then a 68, which is correct, by the way. This one they actually have the correct year, not the 69. Okay, everyone uses 69 for Hendrix pickups, but it's actually 68. So this is correct. 68 Strat, because that was actually Hendrix's Strat at Woodstock. It was a 68 Strat. Yeah, Alnico 5, but I'm assuming it's not that different from a 69 in terms of specs, though. So in all fairness, the 69 sounds similar enough to a 68, but I just didn't like the fact that they label it as a 69 when his Strat was actually a 68. All right, there's a Telecaster, so you got the 50s set. Interestingly, they don't have a 50s Strat set. That's unique, I guess, because most people think a 50s Strats is pretty nice. Yeah, Telecaster, they have 50s Telecaster, of course. Broadcaster pickup set, Alnico 3 magnets. Okay, yeah, Broadcaster usually higher output. Interestingly, they have a Texas version of a Telecaster pickup and a neck and just a neck pickup. Jaguar pickups, they have that. Jazzmaster pickups, they have that. Jazzmaster P90 pickups, they have that, which is interesting. Mustang pickups, again, that's not very common, so that's cool that they offer that. Then they have P90s, mid to mid 50s Gibson specs. Okay, P94. So these are P90s in a humbucker size. Okay, that's cool. And this is a variation. This is a P90 and a P90 pickup, but it's a variation. It uses Alnico 5 instead of Alnico 2. Okay. Interesting. I'm not sure what I'm not such an expert on P90s. I'm not sure if they're supposed to be Alnico 5 or Alnico 2. But yeah, true gold. Okay. These are the gold foils. Nice, the Tesco gold foils. And these fit humbuckers. So these are humbucker gold foils, which is cool. They also make one with a ferrite magnet for a Diarmid tone or a Dynasonic tone. So that's really cool. It's always nice to see gold foils and Dynasonic type of pickups. I really like the tone of gold foils and Dynasonics, so it's really cool. They offer that in a humbucker size too. So humbuckers, they have house special, Alnico 2, 3, 4, and 8. Okay, and ceramic. Okay, so 2 and 4, like I said, 2 and 5 are actually very, very common for humbuckers. 3, not really common for humbuckers. I don't see that very often, so that's a unique offering. 4, sometimes I see it for humbuckers, but again, not as common as 2 or 5. 8 is interesting, usually very high output, so it's interesting to offer Alnico 8. Ceramic, of course, is very, very high output, so yeah, offer the entire range there. Steelhouse is 12.5K. It's a very high output humbucker. Machine House is 12.5, again another high output. Alnico 4 and 5 magnets. This one, Tronbucker. So this is Filtertron in a humbucker housing. So that's interesting. I like having Filtertron style pickups and humbuckers, right? Because there's obviously more guitars that have humbucker routes than Filtertron routes. So it's cool that you can get the Filtertron sound. You know, only a few other pickup makers that we saw offer that, so it's nice. Well, Filtertrons are getting kind of popular these days, and this is a Filtertron in a Filtertron housing, right? Yeah, so this is a Filtertron in a humbucker housing. This one is Filtertron in a Filtertron, actual Filtertron housing, like a Gresh Filtertron. All right, and these are the actual PEFs. Everyone has to have their take on the PEF. Alnico 2 bridge, Alnico 5. Yep, so this is pretty common. You see Alnico 2 and Alnico 5 the most, like I said, for PAFs and humbuckers. And they have the Peter Green style as well with the reverse neck magnet. That's cool. Yeah, so you reverse one, you reverse the magnet in the neck, and then you have that out of phase effect in the middle position. Okay, and you have wide range, I guess. These are drop-in replacements for the Fender wide range. So these are in a wide range housing, I'm guessing. So the wide range humbucker housing is a little bit different than the normal humbucker. Then you have mini humbucker. I mean, it's cool that they offer all this. I mean, it looks like House of Tone pickups, they do offer quite a bit of variety here, much more than what we saw with the last one. So yeah, wide range. You got mini humbucker here in all the different Alnico varieties in ceramic, which is nice. And a Johnny Smith floating mini humbucker. You don't see that very often. I think I only saw that for the Lawlers, right? The Lawlers had the Johnny Smith, and also the Dave Stevens, I think, might have had this as well. But Johnny Smith style humbucker, so it's for arc tops. So it's kind of like those specialty pickups, kind of like the Charlie Christians and stuff. Very specialty, unique pickups. So it's cool that House of Tone offers a Johnny Smith floating mini humbucker. The Firebird humbuckers are also mini humbuckers, but a little bit different. So that's cool that they offer those. And then the bladed humbuckers, which should be higher output pickups, so they offer those as well. So yeah, they have a nice variety here, a lot of different kinds of pickups. So yeah, that's House of Tone, made in the UK. Right, here's another one, Revel Custom Pickups, based in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's a single guy that's hand winding all these pickups, so it's another one-man shop. See what he has. Strap pickups, he has the typical vintage 50s, 69s, which is like a Hendrix sound. What's the Turks on this one? Vintage round set, okay. Scooped DeVille. This is kind of like a John Mayer Big Dipper type of sound. Some, of course, some custom hand wound pickup makers like this guy offers them. P90s, strap P90s. That's cool to get the custom kind of P90 if you want like a bolder sound. There's that option here. And looks like we can choose cover, color, position, and sound clips, of course. It has those. Bully breed, what's that? Probably like a, yeah, probably like a beefier sound, I'm guessing. Dogs, interesting. These are David Gilmour's signature style pickups. So basically it's like a 69 set with a tapped bridge, which can go for a higher output, because that's what David Gilmour, I believe, has in his black Strat. So a lot of people, they just make a kind of like a 69, like a 60 set with a pushed bridge, or actually a tapped bridge that has two different outputs. In this case, 7.5K and 13K. Scoundrels, what's this? Okay, just a hotter set. And then a humbucker sized single coil. Cool. Let's look at Telecaster. We have Broadcaster spec, Blackguard spec, 52 spec. Let's see, red lighter El Duce. What's this? Talent strong pulley set, red lighter. The pull pieces are fully adjustable. Interesting. I don't think I've seen a tele pickup like this. A Telecaster pickup has fully adjustable pull pieces. That's really cool. Lucky Spot, what's this one? Bakersfield, okay, cool. And La Melancholia. Alnico 4 in a tele pickup? That's pretty interesting. So this guy's definitely doing some unique stuff, I guess. There's some stuff here I don't really see that much. Like, yeah, the fully adjustable pull pieces for the tele. Yeah, like this one, which is Alnico 4 pickups in a tele, which is pretty cool. You got some steel poles, split coil. This is a P90 hybrid in a Telecaster, which is not very common at all. Mid-scooped Telecaster, again, not very common to see this, so it's cool this guy's doing some extra stuff. He's got a wide range humbucker here, 72. Yep, so this is like a full, it's trying to fit the wide range humbucker mount, so this is going to be bigger than your typical. Let's just go to humbuckers. Yeah, this is going to be your bigger than your typical humbucker mount, right? Because wide range humbuckers are usually a bit bigger. But then we have humbucker sized wide range, so that's what this is, the Wii range humbucker. So he has this too, which is really cool because, you know, a lot of people have normal humbucker routes or normal sized humbucker routes. They want to check out the wide range humbucker tone, so they have the option here. Although this guy, I don't believe has access to any Kunifei magnets, so no Kunifei magnets here. They're just Alnico. So it's not really the, you know, exactly the wide range humbucker tone, but I think he's trying to make this Alnico pickup set sound like the Kunifei magnets in a wide range humbucker, which is usually what these custom pickup makers do when they don't have access to Kunifei, but they want to make a wide range sounding humbucker. They try to tune the Alnico to make it sound like Kunifei, which is a very unique sound, right? And then he has a interesting, he has a pickup that looks like a Filtertron, but it's not really a Filtertron. He says it's in between a Filtertron and a humbucker. He says it's his own beast, so I guess that's his custom Filtertron-like pickup. Not exactly like it, but yeah, maybe it's like a stronger type of Filtertron. It's a PAF size Tron, so yeah, in between a Filtertron and a PAF type tone. And then this one is broadband humbucker. Okay, so this is a humbucker that splits for a single coiled sound. Okay, and this is a looks like a steel, like a blade pull humbucker, which is usually higher output. Usually when I see blades, I think of higher output. So you have that as well. Two humbuckers in one. Interesting. A lower round humbucker with a higher round humbucker. Okay, that's all it is. A V-top. Best of Lady 60. Okay, that's a cool looking humbucker. I don't really see that very often. And then you see the humbucker size single coils. We saw it before. Mini humbucker. And he has a Firebird, which is kind of like a mini humbucker, but it's his own thing. So yeah, a Firebird pickup is pretty unique. It's kind of like a mini humbucker, slightly brighter. And yeah, it's really cool that he offers that too. Not many people offer Firebird pickups. It's kind of a unique thing. And then he has the typical PAF style pickups. Every hand wound pickup maker has these. The one with Alnico 2, Alnico 4, and then this one is actually built on the. He has a restored Geo Stevens coil winder, which is a vintage coil winder. It's not exactly the same one as the one they used. They used a Lee Sona winder, which Throwback uses, and Seymour Duncan actually has another one as well. I think those are the only two I know of. Throwback is the one that actually makes humbuckers with the original Lee Sona winder, and since no one else can get them, this guy does the closest thing to the Lee Sona, which is the Geo Stevens. So he uses kind of same traverse mechanism as the Lee Sona, but it's not exactly the same as the Lee Sona, but it's close enough, I guess. So he has one wound with the Geo Stevens. So yeah, and then he has P90s. So he has Humdinger, humbucker size, soap bar. What's this one? Noiseless P90. Okay, it's a noiseless P90, which is interesting because P90s are single coils, because inherently single coils have noise. So somehow he made it noiseless. That's really interesting. This is Revel, Bully Braid, so this one's like a chunkier one. Staple P90, this is kind of like a Staple P90, unique hybrid of the Alnico P90 and the Staple P90. That's really cool. So yeah, he has a unique take on different pickups, I guess. Humbucker size P90, and then even a mini humbucker size P90, which is really cool. Because mini humbuckers are kind of, well, I guess the differences between a P90 and a mini humbucker would be interesting. I wonder if someone's ever done a comparison between those two. It'd be interesting to find out. I want to find out the differences between P90, mini humbucker, Firebird, and Jazzmaster. I want to see what's the differences between those. Yeah, Alnico 3 P90. That's not very common, but actually, I believe Gibson actually did make some Alnico 3 P90s back in the day. And these are noiseless P90s somehow that he made. Jazzmaster pickups. Here you go, noiseless Jazzmaster. Somehow he made these noiseless. And he even has the P90 description. So I guess, oh, this is a Jazzmaster P90. Okay, so not really a Jazzmaster pickup, but it's a P90 Jazzmaster sized pickup. Okay. And it's got a Jazzmaster humbucker. So Jazzmaster mount is a pretty unique mount. And then the type of pickup that's in a Jazzmaster is pretty unique. It's different than a P90. So he has a P90 in a Jazzmaster mounted pickup, and he has a humbucker inside a Jazzmaster mount pickup. He has even a wide range humbucker inside a Jazzmaster mount, which is really cool. I don't really see that very often. And then you have the actual Jazzmaster pickups, the original way that they were wound, which is pretty unique by itself. So that's pretty cool. So then they have a P90 hybrid, which is a combination of a P90 and a Jazzmaster, which is also really cool. I don't really see that in, haven't really seen that. So that's actually really cool. So Jazzmaster P90, really interesting. So that's Jazzmaster, and the Jaguar is kind of similar to a Strat pickup. A lot of people call Jaguar pickups almost like a little bit of a higher powered Stratocaster pickup. And then my favorite, personally, one of my favorite pickup styles is the gold foil. So it even has a humbucker sized gold foil, which is really cool if you want to add gold foils to your humbuckers. I believe originally gold foils are more like a P90 size thing, so they don't, I'm not sure how many gold foils originally were humbucker sized, but yeah, gold foil humbuckers are not really that common, so it's cool you have an option here for gold foil humbucker. And gold foil surface mount, so this is like the original gold foil size, which is more like a P90 sized pickup. So I think this is originally gold foils I think are around P90 sized. It's cool that he offers a humbucker option as well, so it's really cool. I really like the sound of gold foils, and I wonder how close he got them. I wonder how they compare to the Lawler gold foils, because they are cheaper. They're $150. Lawler gold foils around $200, so they're a bit cheaper than Lawler gold foils. So yeah, that's Revel Custom Pickups. One guy, he makes a lot of cool, interesting pickups actually. So yeah, and the prices are reasonable. I think they're not too crazy or anything. Pretty reasonable. Then another guy is the Wiz Guitar Pickups, who is interesting because I believe this one is based in the UK. So he has some premium clone pickups, which he has the premium clone PAF set, which is very expensive, 400 euros. That's quite expensive. And then he says, oh, they're the closest PAF replica pickups available on the market. Yeah, everyone says that. We've seen a lot of PAF replicas. Everyone makes a PAF replica. Basically, almost every hand-wound pickup maker makes a PAF replica. It's like one of the most common pickup set, hand wound pickup makers. Like these custom pickup makers, like pretty much you can expect a typical 50s Stratocaster set, 50s Telecaster set, and a PAF style pickup. That's your bread and butter, right? And maybe P90. Like that's basically your bread and butter of a custom pickup shop like this. Yeah, you got regular stuff. Correct TV's nickel cover, yeah. Correct mounting strap, 42 AWG wire. Alnico 4 is an interesting choice because I believe the original PAFs were Alnico 2, if I'm not mistaken, or Alnico 5. They're either Alnico 2 or Alnico 5, I believe. So Alnico 4 is interesting. I'm guessing he's doing that to get an aged Alnico 5 sound. So Alnico 4 is a little bit weaker than Alnico 5, so I guess he's trying to get an aged Alnico 5 sound, which is using Alnico 4. So interesting. And your vintage resistances, as always, is usually 7.7, 7.9 for the neck, and 8.1 to 8.5 for the bridge. And I think that's really what he has there too. Then he has the Tribute series, which is pretty interesting because these are actually built according to the specs of certain famous artists, as you can see here. So he has the Billy Gibbons set, which is called Pearlies, and Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top, of course, I believe plays a 59 with 60 Les Paul, so it's pretty much a typical PAF sound, but what most people consider one of the best PAF tones, I guess. So I'm guessing the Billy Gibbons set is just like a PAF sound, but suppose the name Pearlies I think is a reference to Seymour Duncan's Pearly Gates, which is built for Billy Gibbons originally. So I guess it's trying to be like the Seymour Duncan Pearly Gates. So yeah, I guess that's like trying to be like that. You have an Ed King set, and yeah, this Ed King's not like a really well-known guitarist or anything. Of course, like people who are really into like guitarists know about him, but yeah, Ed King's not like a super famous guitarist or anything. So I guess this is trying to get some DiMarzio pickup sound or something. So anyways, he has the Ed King set, which is not too common actually, because Ed King's not a super famous guitarist, but it's cool he has a set for him. Jimmy Page, obviously one of the most famous guitarists ever. So again, Jimmy Page played a 59 Les Paul, so it's going to be like a very good PAF. So he has a before 72 and an after 72 because I think Jimmy Page changed his magnets, or he changed his pickups actually. Yeah, he changed his pickups after 72 to something a little bit ballsier. So yeah, I guess he has two sets here, before 72, after 72. So before 72 is playing on with 2 conductor leads, sound on 85, very hot bridge. And then after 72 is coil splitting. Okay, so after 72 he changes his pickup to be coil splitting, series parallel wiring, and out of phase switching. I think that's what he had on his Jimmy Page signature model, I believe. He has some pickup set that you can do that. You can split the coils. I think at push-pull pots, you can split the coils, and then you can get the series parallel wiring, whatever you want the out of phase type of tone at your demand, of course, on demand. Okay, Michael Bloomfield set is another 59 or 60 Les PAF, type sound. Again, I love Michael Bloomfield, and it's cool that he has a signature pickup, but I'm guessing this is just another 59, 60 PAF type sound. Peter Green, of course, everyone wants to have a unique PAF pickup. The Peter Green is a pretty unique PAF pickup. It's a 59 Les Paul with the neck magnet flipped so that it's out of phase. So yeah, it's just a pretty unique sound. So a lot of pickup makers offer a Peter Green type of mod, I guess. So usually they just flip the magnet, but yeah, some people actually wire it out of phase or whatever. But yeah, it's a pretty unique sound. You get to the middle position of your Les Paul, and then it's a pretty unique out of phase type sound. So I wouldn't consider it a very versatile type of sound, but a lot of people want to have the Peter Green type sound because it's unique. So there's that. And then there's the Beano Les Paul, which is another like it's another 59 60 Les Paul type sound. So here you have another like golden age PAF type sound, I think. Really, it's the sound that kind of made Les Pauls popular again in the mid '60s. Is the Clapton Blues Breakers type tone. So it's cool. He has a signature again. I'm not sure how this is different than the Michael Bloomfield set or the Jimmy Page set, or the Billy Gibbons set. That seems like it's all 59 or 50 or 60 Les Paul PAF type sounds. But anyways, cool that he has his own set. And they don't even know, like, they have no idea actually what type of humbucker is used in this Les Paul, because this Les Paul has been was stolen actually from Eric Clapton and has not been seen for a very long time. So not even Eric Clapton would know the sound of that guitar again. And then this is the Duane Allman Les Paul. He has a Les Paul Standard Dark Burst that he. This is used when on the closing day film. So this must be the one that he used shortly before his tragic death. So he got out June '71. I think Duane Allman passes away in like September, October '71. So he only used this one a few months, I think. But it apparently had a unique enough sound for this guy to make a signature dark burst set. So it's interesting. So I guess it's the hot Alnico A5 magnet in here. So yeah, I guess it's the sound. I actually have this record, SUNY at Stony Brook, September 1971. Yeah, so I guess that is the tone of that concert I was looking for. And then this is the classic Duane Allman sound that most people have heard at Fillmore East. So yeah, the ones after Fillmore East, shortly before his death, are the other ones, the Dark Burst. But this one is the Fillmore set that he used at Fillmore East. The classic Live at Fillmore East album. And this one, Cherry Sunburst. Okay, so I think, are these Alnico 3? Yeah, so these are fairly low output. 7K in the neck and 7K in the bridge. That's really low output for a PAF, actually. And I guess these are Alnico 3. So this is actually really low output set of pickups. So I guess this Fillmore East set is lower output than his after Fillmore East set. And then, of course, we have the Paul Kossoff set, which is another 5960 PAF type tone. And again, I'm not sure how this is different from the other ones that on the page. So the Alnico 3 magnets. Okay, so they use Alnico 3 on this, which is pretty interesting, because a lot of PFs use Alnico 2 and 5, I believe. 3 is not really that common, but yeah. Again, I'm not sure how this is different, because Paul Kossoff just used a 59 Les Paul like the other guys. So how is it different? I'm not sure. Michael Bloomfield, Clapton one, the Paul Kossoff one, the Billy Gibbons one. Like, it would be interesting to see how they're different. The same thing, Duane Allman. Like, these are all 59 or 60 Les Pauls. Jimmy Page, same thing. Like, they're all 59, 60 Les Pauls pretty much. So the tribute series is interesting. They're pretty much all 59, 60 Les Pauls. I'm not sure how much of a variation you get between the sound. Besides the Peter Green one, we know the Peter Green one is special, but the other ones, I'm not sure how different they are. But it's interesting. I guess they're slightly different in some ways. Some have Alnico 3 magnets, some have Alnico 5 or the hotter bridge or something. So I guess some are coil tapping, but I think in large they should be sounding fairly like a 59 or 60 PAF. So anyways, I guess that's what this guy Wiz Pickups specializes in, is in the 58 to 60 PAF type sound. So Tone Rider, I think, is actually a British company that makes their pickups in China. And because of that, they actually make their pickups cheaper compared to most brands, but they also have very good quality control, which means that most of their pickups are I would say, like, almost as good as those hand-wound pickups that we saw from those much more pricier boutique shops, right? So yeah, I actually like Tone Riders. Tone Riders was my first aftermarket pickups. I put them in my G&L S500 tributes, actually, way back when I was in university. I think these were my first pair of aftermarket pickups. So yeah, take a look. Pure Vintage is their most popular. That's the one I had. Yeah, so it's basically your standard resistances: 5.9, 6.1, 6.5, the slightly hotter bridge. So it's actually using a CNC machine that tries to reproduce the random coil structures associated with hand wound pickups, like scatter wound, right? So yeah, and they can make them a bit cheaper. Look, they're only $100 Canadian, which is $75 US. So it's definitely a good price. It's only slightly more expensive than well, let's say this: they're a lot cheaper than than those other guys, the boutique shops, right? But yeah, they're definitely more expensive than Guitar Fetish, but they're, I think, better quality than Guitar Fetish. So yeah, City Limits. This is a Steve Ray Vaughan set. The Texas Tone. Difference is the 8.9K bridge. Classic Blues, Alnico 2 Blues. Safari is the 54 set, which is Alnico 3 magnets. And then yeah, Blues is just a little bit higher output. You can look at their, I think I had their P90s too. I got their P90s, which is their, they have a Vintage 90, which is a P90 replacement, and the Rebel 90, which is a P90 in a humbucker, yeah, humbucker size. What's a Nashville set? Did they add these? I haven't seen these before. Based around the 16-inspired Alnico 5 vintage. Oh, it's a set of Alnico 5 Telecaster neck bridge, the middle neck imperial. Oh, there's the dimensions. Okay, so these are a specific set that tries to make it look more like Nashville session players. Okay, that's cool. So these are inspired by the Nashville session player sound. I haven't seen those before. That's new. And they even have humbucker single coil sets. That's cool too. That's new. And then humbuckers. They have Alnico 2 Classics, Alnico 4 Classics, Birmingham rocks on. What's Birmingham? Classic British Crunch, Southern Single. Okay, so this is Angus Young, Jimmy Page, Tony Iommi. So, okay, this is inspired by the, basically inspired by the 70s British tones, I guess, or 1970s rock tones. So yeah, Rock Song is it's an overwound PAF, I guess. And if you want a vintage PAF, that's what the Alnico 2 is. This is like a vintage PAF. Alnico 2 magnets, and then Alnico 4. If you want Alnico 4 is a little bit higher output than Alnico 2. They're not used very often, but I think they're a little bit higher output. But I think that people usually use Alnico 5 because it's more of a bigger difference between Alnico 2 and Alnico 5. But yeah, Alnico 4 is also interesting. So yeah, I think Tone Rider is a pretty good one to go for if you're just looking for a decent aftermarket pickup set. I mean, Guitar Fetish will obviously be they're the most affordable out of all these, and they have a lot of different kinds of pickups. But like for good quality pickup, I think Tone Riders sound better than Guitar Fetish pickups, and they're still much cheaper than the other boutique options. So yeah, ships from the UK. So actually it's made in China, but they get it in the UK, and then yeah, they're able to make it cheaper because of that. But they have good quality control, which is basically saying that these are, you know, obviously still high quality pickups even though they're made in China. So yeah, I say these pickups are definitely a good middle ground between the really cheap, you know, Chinese made pickups or Guitar Fetish pickups and the really expensive hand wound one man in a garage type of pickups, or like Seymour Duncan even, right? Those type of pickups are pretty expensive. Tone Riders are good in between. It's not too expensive, but you still get really good quality. So that's it, guys. Went through a lot of different pickup makers here. Let me know what you guys think. I just basically went shopping and just talked to myself the whole time about all these different pickups, which is interesting. I just kind of want to like go through all these different sites and give commentary about it. So anyways, if you watched all this video, if you watched this whole video, then wow, I didn't expect that. But thanks for watching. Yeah, until later, I'll see you guys next time. Let me know what you guys think of all these different guitar pickups. And I know there's still a lot more pickups I haven't gone through, but it's just way too many, right? I just went through a lot of them that I knew about. So yeah, until next time, guys, and thanks for watching. Alright guys, so today I'm going to go over a few more pickup companies I didn't go over before. So I made a video a few months before about all these different guitar pickup websites and stuff that I like to look at, and there was like a 3-hour video or something. It was a lot of different websites I looked at, but you know, I'm really into guitars and guitar pickups, so it's kind of, this is like a preservation thing, because you know, a lot of these websites, they end up being taken down later, so I kind of just want to preserve some of the history of independent pickup making here. So here's a few more guitar pickup companies, third-party guitar pickup companies that I didn't talk about yet. So yeah, there's so many. This one's Ron Ellis pickups. I think he's been making them for a while. I think for Ron Ellis, was it? He's can look at his story here. Yeah, it started back in 2005, and this is one of those 1 or 2 man, actually 5-person team for this guy. But his pickups have gotten, you know, a lot of praise online. I've seen some people talk about them. Let's take a look. So okay, there's Tele pickups here. You got your standard, mid, tall. What's your 50, 60s, a hybrid one. Okay, it's interesting. I don't really hear too many 60s Tele pickups. Usually people go for the no-caster, broadcaster, you know, 1951 to 1953 era of Telecasters. But this, yeah, 50s, 60s, interesting. This is made for Julian Lage, which replicates this 1954 Tele. Nice. Killer neck pickup. Oh my god, look at these prices. $518. Is that for a single pickup or a set? That's for a single pickup, right? Neck pickup only. $518. Wow, that's one of the most expensive pickups I've seen yet. Okay, wow. Yeah, these are $500 for a single. Crazy. Okay, and these are the 6dB. Like, really, I don't know if these pickups are that much better. I mean, of course, everyone who buys them say they're great, but for $500, they better be great. Strap pickups, okay. A single strap pickup is $345. Wow. Okay, and then the 54, of course, that's, I'm guessing I ought to go 3 for this one, right? Oh, it doesn't even say. Okay. But he does say, oh, Eric Johnson's playing his pickups, Brad Paisley. Part of it's like, part of the reason some of these pickup makers can upcharge their pickups a lot is if a famous person's using them, like Brad Paisley or Eric Johnson. Yeah, then they can kind of upcharge it. But man, these are expensive. Okay, this is for a set, right? $1,035 for a set of strap pickups. That's one of the most expensive I've seen. These are 57 pickups. Okay, 64 pickups. I'm guessing are higher output. Doesn't really say the resistance or anything though. Okay, and yeah, there's 64 fats. Yeah, 50s, 60s. Yeah, I don't know like why this would be worth $1,000 for a pickup set. That's like 3 times as much as what a pickup set would normally cost. Wow. Okay. Yeah, they also seem to have a lot more Tele selection than Strat. Interesting. Humbuckers. Let's take a look. 50s RLP, $1,200 for a set. Wow. It's produced for the 2012 Gibson Leroy Parnell. Oh, interesting. They made one for a Gibson Signature. It's a replica set of Dwayne Allman's original 57. That's interesting, I guess. So I guess Ron Ellis, the reason why his pickups are more expensive is because some famous artists use them, I guess. But wow, these are expensive. Signature humbucker. Okay, it's Ron's own recipe. You see all like PAF type of replicas. Frizzle humbuckers, a lower output neck pickup. For Bill Frizzle, okay. Again, $1,200 for a set. Wow. P90s, Ellisonic P90. What's Ellisonic? Ellisonic pickups. Oh, it's like a Dynasonic P90 in Tele. Oh, okay, it's interesting. It's got a Dynasonic type of look, but he has Dynasonics too. So these are Dynasonic replacements, which are nice because not as many pickup makers make Dynasonic replacements. But still, that's really expensive. Wow. So yeah, Ron Ellis, definitely one of the most expensive pickups I've seen from third parties. I don't know if that's worth it or not, but those are really expensive. Next one is this Shiloh Dean guy. So he makes a lot of different pickups as well. So he makes, let's see, gold foils, which are always cool, right? I have gold foils in my Super Hamptons. So he's a humbucker size gold foil. Gold foils are kind of in between output between Dynasonics and P90s, I'd say. They're reasonably fat sounding, but not like as fat sounding as a P90. This one happens to be a humbucker size gold foil, which is cool because gold foils are originally a single coil pickups. So they fit. Actually, they fit in very specific guitars, like the Tesco pickups. You know, the Supro pickups. They fit in very specific like student guitars made back then. So cool. They kind of standardized it into a humbucker, or this guy did. I'm guessing he's a one-man shop as well. Which is why he can provide so many different options. He even makes a P90 gold foil, which is really just the P90 in a gold with a gold foil thing on it. It's been 44 gauge wire, like vintage Tesco gold foils. Okay, never mind. It is kind of like a gold foil. They made like Tesco gold foils. Okay, that's cool then. So it's kind of like the Lawler gold foil one then. This is just a gold foil that fits in a P90, and they have a Jazzmaster gold foil. So it's like a gold foil type of pickup that fits in the Jazzmaster type of housing. Okay, that's cool. Not many people. I've never seen actually too many people make Jazzmaster gold foils. That's really cool. Okay, humbucker. You got the Apex humbucker, which is the tone of wide range humbuckers in a standard humbucker size, because wide range humbuckers are normally differently sized than a standard humbucker. So that's cool. They give you wide range humbucker, which is a little bit more clarity compared to a normal PAF type humbucker. So more high end generally. Eisenhower Hi-Fi. Oh, this is the PAF, but it's aged. So it's like an aged PAF type of sound. Pretty cool. Underwound by 10%. Okay, this is like underwound PAFs. I'm guessing this is normal PAF. It's inspired by the famous Seymour Duncan Seth Lover PAFs, which are highly regarded. These are kind of copies of that, I guess, but you know, hand wound versions. PT109, I guess this is the high power PAFs. Okay. Then you have the Parliament, interestingly look. PAF style humbuckers with Alnico 3 magnets. That's not too common for humbuckers. Neck pickups 10% underwound. It's cool. It almost looks like a gold foil actually, but it's different than a gold foil. So I'm guessing this looks like a gold foil, but it's voiced differently. It's voiced more like a humbucker, but like a very low output humbucker, I guess. Skytron, and of course these are Filtertron inspired pickups that fit in a humbucker size. Nice. Raybuckers are Filtertron and PAF humbuckers from the same. Really, huh? That's interesting. Filtertron and PAF tones from the same pickup, so it's switchable. So you can hook it up to a switch. You can switch between low output Filtertron to high output PAF. That's actually really cool. I haven't seen many other pickup makers have that kind of idea. That's cool though. Steel Pulse Straight 6. I'm guessing this is a P90. Okay, so basically it's P90 in a humbucker size, and then you just have a kind of Fender single coil in a. Actually, this is more like a Tele, between a Tele and a Jazzmaster. Okay, so it's like a fat single coil in a humbucker size, which is also pretty interesting, unique, I guess. Then you got Chromium, which is a wide range humbucker with adjustable pulls. Okay, so they're similar to Apex humbuckers, but they have adjustable pulls. That's cool. Humbucker size gold foil. We've seen that in Jazzmaster Chromium. Oh, this is a wide range in the Jazzmaster route. That's interesting. Oh, okay. He's using iron, chromium, cobalt adjustable pieces. I haven't seen that combination very often. Okay, this guy actually makes some pretty unique pickups. Schuyler Dean. I've seen too many people use these, but Jazzmaster gold foil, vintage copperhead, and the chromium. All pretty interesting. Okay, yeah. Some nice variations. Gold foil Jazzmaster, don't see that very often. Wide range Jazzmaster, I don't think I've ever seen that. That's really unique. Okay, P90, we got the P90 in a humbucker size. We got the Alnico P90 in a humbucker size. Then we got the regular P90, P90 gold foil, and a Blue Dog P90, which is a P90 in a Stratocaster size. That is, you can see like the pull pieces are different here. That's cool. It's basically like a really high output Stratocaster then, I guess, and this is the normal P90 here. Stratocaster. Okay, Kennedy 62, basically 62 Stratocaster pickup. Kind of like a Steve Ray Vaughan type of sound on this one. Nixon 69, right? 69 is of course Hendrix. Whenever you think of 69 Stratocaster, you can think of Jimi Hendrix, right? So I'm guessing, yeah, this is plain enamel wire. Yep, plain enamel wire, of course. And this one, it has to be form bar. Yep, form bar. Yep, but very high output form bar. Piece pickups. Okay. These ones are wound to 70 specs. Interesting. The output is actually kind of low, 5.7, which is kind of vintage output. So that's cool. Okay, this is a kind of like an all-around set. And the Blue Dog P90s, yeah, we saw that one already. Okay, nice. Telecaster, Broadway. I'm guessing Broadcaster, right? So Broadcaster is going to be like pretty much the earliest tele pickups that you can get, which are reasonably high output. And then Working Man, which is even hotter than the Broadcaster sound. So it's, yeah, that's a hotter Broadcaster sound. Anonymous. Moving the single pickup Esquire, okay. Okay, not sure what this one exactly is, but guessing this is another early 50s type of sound. Moonshine, another high output coils for the bridge that sounds like a PF, and a neck that's a high output Strat. Okay, an uncovered Telecaster neck, by the way, you don't see that too often. Okay, cool. So yeah, Shiloh Dean, a lot of cool, interesting pickups, especially for the Jazzmaster stuff, and some of the P90 gold foil stuff's interesting. Okay, oh yeah, Fender. Fender came out with new Kunafei pickups, so I want to go over these. Of course, we already saw in my previous video, they have the regular Kunafei humbuckers they brought back, but it's really cool that Tim Shaw, you know, the famed designer Tim Shaw, brought some of these Kunafei pickups to unconventional types of form factors like Stratocaster, Telecaster. You look at this Kunafei Stratocaster, literally never seen this before from any other pickup maker, right? So Fender did it, $350, so it's pretty expensive, but hey, these are unique. I've never seen any other pickup maker make Kunafei Stratocaster pickups, so that's pretty interesting. I'll wonder what these even sound like. So I'm guessing these are going to be like really kind of high output Stratocaster pickups, like more like we've seen like that P90 Stratocaster pickup, right, from Shiloh Dean. So I wonder if these are just like more, like think of a P90 and a Stratocaster pickup, but you have more high-end clarity instead of darkness. That might be what a Kunafei Stratocaster pickup might be, but I'm not sure. These might not even be high output at all. So I wonder what the output is. They don't even say, right? Nope, they don't say the output. So I'm really wondering what they even sound like. Yeah, again, never seen this before. Kunafei Stratocaster pickups, really interesting. Cobalt Chrome Telecaster pickups. So, okay, and this is the combination I saw for the Shiloh Deans as well. This is the iron chromium cobalt combination. So the cobalt chrome is interesting. You don't see that too often as well. Definitely like Kunafei cobalt chrome is, yeah, you don't see that too often. Usually, right, your vast majority of pickups are going to be Alnico or ceramic. So it's really interesting that you have some of these new combination, or not new, but like you have these other combinations. So I really wonder what cobalt chrome sound like as well. I don't know. There's no output for these, so actually you do have output. Okay, nice. 3.6 Henrys, 10.4K. Okay, these are pretty high output then. 10.4K in the neck, 12.5K in the bridge. Pretty high output. So yeah, these should sound fairly high output. Cobalt chrome, of course. That's cool stuff by Tim Shaw that he just came out with. I just want to see what the specs for this Stratocaster one is. 9.6, 10, and 10.5, yeah. So as I expected, this Kunafei set is very high output. So it's really trying to be a wide range humbucker in a Stratocaster type of housing, which is really cool. You don't really see that. Then you have wide range Jazzmaster pickups, which we kind of saw in this Shiloh Dean, right? The Jazzmaster, what is it? Is this chromium one? Yeah, this one. Jazzmaster chromium pickups. Oh, and these use cobalt chrome, right? These Jazzmaster chromium pickups use cobalt chrome. So yeah, these ones use Kunafei, which is cool. So wide range Kunafei Jazzmaster pickups. Again, you don't see that very often, so it's really cool that Fender brought this out. Pretty much new, right? I don't think this has ever really been done before, so it's pretty new. They're pretty high output. What you would expect though. But normal Jazzmaster pickups are fairly high output as well for single coils. So yeah, these are actually humbuckers though. So of course they should be higher output than the regular Jazzmaster pickups. And then you have a Kunafei Cobalt Chrome Jazzmaster pickup set. So you can have pure Kunafei in both pickups, or you can have a Kunafei Cobalt Chrome combination where you have Kunafei in the neck and Cobalt Chrome in the bridge. So that's actually really cool. Again, something you don't really see in something you don't really usually see in any other pickup maker make. Even Seymour Duncan, I don't think I've ever seen this with Seymour Duncan. Seymour Duncan makes a whole bunch of custom pickups. I don't see this from them either. So cool. Props to Fender for coming out with these, and Tim Shaw for coming out with these really cool pickups. I've never seen these combinations really in other. Yeah, there's only like these, maybe some independent pickup makers like Shiloh Dean, but yeah, or maybe Curtis Novak makes a few of these, but I don't know. you just don't really see too many of this. This is just really cool, interesting, unique designs. So that's really cool. You have these cool magnets, right? Kunafe and cobalt chrome used in these different housings. So that's nice. I'll come to some of these other pickups that are actually, this guy doesn't even have a website, but Tom Holmes, like you hear about him online a lot. Like people praise Tom Holmes for his pickups. You know, he's this like PAF guru or whatever. He only makes 1959 pickups. That's it. Just 1959, no 58, no 60. And his pickups are so expensive. Look at this, 1,300, 1,600, 1,100, 2,000. It's ridiculous. 1,800. Let's look at this one, okay? So these are what it looks like, Tom Holmes. He doesn't make pickups anymore, but he made them for some big names like Billy Gibbons and stuff. So his pickup prices went really high. Hand winds them all himself. He's a one-man workshop. So that's part of the reason why it's so expensive, but also the hype, right? There's so much hype over Tom Holmes pickups. So yeah, unpotted Alnico 2 magnets. You know, I just don't see, like, it's kind of like the Abbey Ybarra pickups, right? Like, yeah, like I don't see what would make this be worth that price. Like, this is ridiculous. $1,800. That's like, you look at the Ron Ellis pickups, these are more expensive than Ron Ellis pickups, right? Ron Ellis was like $1,000. These are 1,800. The Tom Holmes stuff is just ridiculous. I don't get the hype around this guy. Does he make a pickup that's like, I don't know, worth 5 times as much as other pickups? Like, come on, right? Like, I just don't get what kind of magical fairy dust are you sprinkling on your pickups, right, to make it be worth as much as a guitar. Not just like any guitar, but like it's kind of worth the price of a high-end guitar, right? Like an American Stratocaster. This is worth the whole same price as American Stratocaster. Come on, I don't understand. The same. Let's actually take a look at Abbey pickups. I wonder how much Abbey Ybarra pickups will be worth nowadays. They've got to be pretty expensive now. Abigail Ybarra, yeah. No, these are not, 69s are not wound. I'm looking for the hand wound Abigail Ybarra pickups. I wonder, oh, 445. These are 69s though. 69s, I don't think Abigail really winds. Let's take a look here. The really hand wound Abigail Ybarra pickups are really expensive usually. Because, yeah, see, it's usually on these guitars. But let's look at this one. Is this one actually wound by her? Okay, these ones actually, they have to be actually signed, not just initialed, right? Custom shot Abigail Ybarra pickup set. Take a look at this. Okay, yeah, this is the type of stuff I was thinking about. Yeah, so you can see what these kind of pickups sell for. These are around $1,000 too. So Abigail Ybarra is this really renowned Fender pickup winder who's been working at Fender since the 50s, and she retired back in actually 10 years ago. She retired. Now they're wound by Josefina Campos if you go to the custom shop. But yeah, her pickups are actually worth quite a bit as well. Maybe not quite as much as Tom Holmes, but really close to Ron Ellis probably. So around the $1,000 range, you can probably get a set of her pickups now. But she's pretty much, yeah, one of the most sought after, you know, Stratocaster pickup winders, because yeah, first of all, she's been winding since the 50s, right? So you had the whole allure of the 1950s, 60s, you know, stuff. She's been winding pickups for, you know, decades, and then she's retired now, so she doesn't make them anymore, which just makes her pickups go up in value. So yeah, these ones are actually signed and dated by her. So just the ones that signed and dated by her are going to be worth quite a bit, and that's her right there. So yeah, Abigail Ybarra, legendary pickup winder. Her pickups are always worth a lot of money. Again, I never played any of these pickups, but everyone says they're like, you know, they're really the holy grail of Stratocaster pickups, you know. Yeah, a lot of people talk about Abigail Ybarra as the holy grail of Stratocaster pickups, and really, I'm not sure she does Telecasters as well, but she's definitely most famous for Stratocaster pickups. Yeah, maybe she does Telecaster too, but mostly for Stratocasters, I think. Yeah. So most of the time, I think she winds pickups to vintage specs. She doesn't really do like high output stuff, but vintage specs, and yeah, she's wound pickups for everyone from the 50s and 60s, Jeff Beck, Eric Clapton, Hendrix, even Buddy Holly, right? Because yeah, she actually started 58, I think, which technically she could have wound pickups for Buddy Holly before he died, but yeah, it's kind of a stretch actually to say Buddy Holly, but yeah, these are probably the holy grail Fender Stratocaster pickups, is the Abigail Ybarra sign pickups. Yeah, she doesn't make them anymore. Okay, another one that's not available anymore, Scatterbrain. The website used to be up, I think, like maybe like, I don't know, 2015, 2016 used to be up, but it's not up anymore. I don't think he winds them anymore. Scatterbrains, I heard, are pretty good as well. So he doesn't really wind in pickups anymore, but these are getting expensive too, about $400. Maybe not as expensive as throwbacks, but I think they're pretty comparable to throwbacks. So yeah, a lot of people, back at the time when he made pickups, you know, they said he has one of the most accurate PAF replicas, maybe similar to Throwback. I don't know, maybe even similar to Tom Holmes, but Tom Holmes is like ridiculously, you know, high priced. You know, has always been ridiculously high priced, but yeah. This one is he makes Scatterbrains, interesting name. He makes like these earth brains, right? There's also metal brains or something like that. There's also always something brain, and it's just PAF stuff. So yeah, PAF replicas. There's so many PAF replica makers on the market, right? Probably Tom Holmes being the most infamous one. Kind of the Abigail Ybarra of PAF makers here, Tom Holmes. But yeah, also Scatterbrain as well. So just wanted to talk about him as a little bit, since he doesn't make pickups anymore. You just see it on Reverb now. Heartbreaker guitar pickups. Don't know too much about this guy, but let's take a look. Cherry Vegas 60 style pickup. Doesn't have too much information actually about his pickups. Just has the basic stuff, right? DC resistance. Okay, this is reasonably little bit high output, I would say. Not exactly vintage. But you can do, let's see, what's the set? 250 euros is about average, I would say, for these independent pickup makers. So not cheap, but that's not really expensive like some of these other pickup makers either. Yep. So you have your standard aging options as well. Okay, Pixie Valentine's, your 50 style pickup. So again, lower output, 5.3, 5.6, 5.9. That's pretty low output. Actually, this is a nice. I think this is a nice vintage pickup set. So. Yeah, just your standard options here, 50s and 60s, pretty basic. Then let's look at the Tele pickups here. Belnor, he only has one offering, the Blackguard sounding Tele pickups. So again, vintage replacements for your Telecaster, 50 style. Yeah, so it's that one. Humbuckers, let's take a look. Honey Blaze is your modern humbucker, which I'm guessing is higher output. So yeah, the bridge is pretty much what you expect for a hotter output for your humbucker. So you can coil split them. Yeah, modern humbucker generally has a really high output bridge, which you find here on the Honey Blaze. Rosie, so your PAF style humbucker, your vintage output. So you have your 8.5K bridge, which is your pretty much your vintage output. And they're unpotted, which is nice. I always like unpotted pickups if I was going for PAF, because they do open up the dynamics a bit more. So I would recommend, if you guys really want, not only are they more historically accurate, but they do open up the dynamics more if you get them unpotted. So I would recommend, if you guys go for a PAF replica, get them unpotted. Which actually Gibson burst buckers, or custom buckers actually, are not potted. So yeah, I think this guy doesn't offer too much stuff. P90s, he has the Roxy DeVille, which is a vintage 50 style P90s. By the way, P90s is one of the oldest types of pickups. I think they were first invented in the late 40s actually, which predates the solid body electric guitar. So, alright, Mary Fox is your modern P90. So he has the vintage one and yeah, modern one. This guy doesn't make too many different variations. I think he's just one guy, but yeah, he has your standard options, I would say. Alright, next one's Kiesel, which apparently has been in business for a while. Making guitar pickups for a while and guitars for a while. So these are all their pickups. Kiesel lithium humbucker, an aggressive medium high output pickup, 13K bridge, 7 yeah, that's a high output one. They have a beryllium humbucker. So are they actually making this from beryllium, or no? He's using Alico yeah. So maybe it's just the covers that's beryllium. I'm not sure. What about this is beryllium or lithium? I think just the name. I don't think there's anything actually beryllium about it. Yeah, it's just the name of the humbucker. So this one's called lithium. This was called beryllium. I don't think they actually use that in the actual humbucker. So this one uses Alnico 5 with ceramic boosters, so really high output here. This is more of a vintage output. Alnico 2. Then they make an Allen Holdsworth humbucker. And this one's not wax potted, which should open up the dynamics more using Alnico 5. I think the Holdsworth humbucker seems pretty good. The Illusionist humbucker, 15.4K. Wow, that's really high output. And then this one is also pretty high output, 13.6. Thorium, this one's 18.8K output, is probably one of the highest output humbuckers I've ever seen. Ceramic, of course. It has to be ceramic if it's going to be that high output. But yeah, that's really, really strong, 18.8K. I can't imagine getting a very good sound out of this one. Like, this one's going to sound... 18.8K is going to be so muddy. That's what I'm thinking. 8.4K ceramic. You got single coils. Oh, this is actually a pretty low output for if it's single coils. These are not Henrys, right? They're ohms. Okay, they're ohms. So yeah, this is really low output. 3.8K is really low output. Wow. These are Alnico 2. So yeah, 3.8K is one of the lowest output I've seen for a single coil, or for any kind of pickup actually. 3.8K. So usually if you get the Illuminatones or some of the Filtertrons, I think, might be voiced kind of like much lower. But yeah, for a single coil pickup, that's pretty low. The 4.5 is still pretty low, but a little bit more. This Brilliant Lithium. How come this side is higher output than the average? Oh, because it's using a bar style magnet design. That's probably why. Huh. It's interesting. Okay. So even though the outputs are low, I don't think they're actually that low output because it uses a different design. Okay, I'm thinking like Stratocaster type of pickup. So this might be a different type of single coil pickup, which actually, okay, it could be actually higher output than it looks. Yeah, because I'm thinking, okay, if it's like the Illuminatones from Lace, it might be deceivingly low output, but it's actually not. Yeah, it might actually be higher output. Okay. And these ones are the traditional single coil construction, Mark single coils. Okay, this output makes a little bit more sense. This is a kind of a higher output bridge though, but these ones are kind of more in line with what I expect. This is interesting. This classic scooped single coil tone, 4.9, 4.9, 5.4. Now if this is the traditional construction single coil, not these ones, then these ones are actually pretty low output for a traditional constructor single coil, 4.9K and 4.9K. So yeah, this should be kind of like a John Mayer black one type of tone I'm expecting, like this super low output type of tone, right? The other pickups I've seen, only other pickups I've seen that's kind of like this low output is the Lawler Tweeds. So really not many pickup makers make something this low output, but this seems interesting because I think this is also what the John Mayer black one style uses. So if you look at the Klein Jazzy Cats, I think they might have a similar output to this. Johnny Hillen Electric City pickups. These ones that the neck in the middle are kind of what I expect. The bridge is like a higher output bridge. So twin blade. So the twin blade is like just a higher output single coil pickup. So what I expect here is kind of like a humbucker in the single coil position. So yeah, these ones are interesting. The scooped single coil set kind of makes me think of the John Mayer black one pickups, and then the Allen Holdsworth one seems interesting too. Yeah, that's Kiesel, and then you have Gibson pickups. So it's cool that Gibson actually opened up their pickup shop. I don't think they had this custom pickup shop before. So they got a few different collections here. Historic collection. If you go in here, they have the custom bucker underwound, which is the custom bucker is what they use on their historic reissues. And then they're trying to be like PAFs, of course, just like everyone else. He uses Alnico 3 magnets, which is an interesting choice. I'm not sure how many PFs use Alnico 3, because as I recall, a lot of the PF replicas use Alnico 2 or Alnico 5. So using Alnico 3 is an interesting choice here. So, yep, average DC resistance is what I expect. So, but this is an underwound one, so 7.2. Yep, underwound seems pretty interesting. I don't think Gibson's ever offered that before. If you get a historic reissue, underwound is not, maybe on a few different guitars, but it's not on many. You usually just get the normal custom bucker. Yeah, so this is what you expect, a normal custom bucker. So having the underwound option is a nice offering as well. So I think that's definitely interesting to have that selection here. So that's from historic collection. So if you like the historic reissues that Gibson offers, but you just want like the tone of the humbuckers, then you have a lot more options from the Gibson collection now. The original collection, which includes the P90. Now they have P90 underwounds, which I don't think they ever offered before. That's also really cool. Alnico 3 as well, 7.2K. Really cool. Again, I don't think Gibson's ever offered this. A P90 underwound Alnico 3. That's cool. A 57 Classic underwound with Alnico 2, 7.2K. That's cool. Again, I don't think Gibson's really offered any of this before. Like, you've seen 57 Classic normally, but you don't see the underwound. So it's cool to have these. Even Thunderbird, you have Thunderbird reissue pickups here. So if you have Thunderbirds, then yeah, Gibson offers them. Not many people make Thunderbird pickups, but of course Gibson should make them because that's their guitar, right? So yeah, 57 Classic. You have the normal 57 Classic Zebras. You know, get them in any style. You can get them in uncovered zebra, or covered, or gold covered, right? Nickel cover or gold cover, so you get them in different options. Classic Plus, I'm guessing, is more hotter. Slightly overwound, yep, 9K. So it's cool you have a nice little range of options now. You got them underwound, overwound, normal wound, I guess. Then you have the, for the 57 Classics, then you have the Burstbucker. So Burstbucker is kind of their PAF replica, but I guess a little bit not as PAF-ish as their custom bucker. I don't know, I haven't compared Burstbucker to custom bucker, but yeah, it seems like they're both trying to be like PAF replicas. So yeah, Burstbucker is usually on their regular, I guess, Les Paul standard type of guitars, and custom buckers on their historic reissues. So I'm not sure which one's more accurate. I'm guessing custom bucker will be a little bit more accurate than Burstbucker, but they both have mismatched coils, which is what vintage PFs were. They have mismatched coils. So this one is Burstbucker Type 1 is the underwound version, 7.8K unpotted, which is nice. 150 bucks, not too bad. It's actually very reasonable for aftermarket pickup. Because we saw some of the other pickup makers, right? They make really, like Yvonne Ellis or Tom Holmes, they make extremely, or Throwback, they make extremely expensive humbucker replacements. So yeah, 150 is actually not too bad. Then you have the Type 2, which is kind of like a normal output, 8.4. And then you have the Type 3, which is going to be an overwound. So this one's at 8.7. Okay, so yeah, typical 3 types of Burstbuckers here, which they usually have on their Gibson Les Paul standards. And then Burstbucker Pro. So the Burstbucker Pro, I think the difference is these ones use Alnico 5, which gives it more of an edge compared to, I think, Alnico 2 they were using. Yeah, the normal Burstbuckers are Alnico 2. The Pros are Alnico 5, which gives it a little bit more higher output, more edge. 60s Burstbucker. This one is like Alnico 5 with unpotted. So a little bit different. I'm not exactly sure. I think it's a minimal difference between Burstbucker Pro and 60s. It's the T-type. It's a T-top pickup. Use polysol wire in Alnico 5. Okay. Then mini humbuckers. Nice to have these replacements as well. Again, not many pickup makers make mini humbuckers, so it's cool. Look, it's in a soap bar casing. That's funny. They're reusing the P90 soap bar casings for that. They have a 70s tribute, which is a nod to the hotter pickups that Gibson released in the mid-70s. 16.2K is pretty high output. Wow. So that's cool. And Dirty Fingers, which reissue of a super hot humbucker made in the 70s. So I believe these are probably amongst the hottest, maybe the hottest humbucker that Gibson makes is the Dirty Fingers, because it's 15K in ceramic. So these are definitely probably the hottest humbuckers that Gibson makes, the Dirty Fingers. So it's cool that they reissued it, because this is originally their reissue like from a humbucker that they made in the 70s. So which I guess was fairly popular for metal players back then. But yeah, you have a nice variety of options here. A lot of different types of 57 Classics, Burstbuckers, reissues. So that's pretty cool. And then you have the Modern Collection, which is a P90 DC, a hum canceling P90, which is interesting. I wonder how that's similar to because the PAF was originally designed to be a hum canceling P90, so I wonder how this differs from a PAF. That's cool, but I guess it's trying to be a humbucking style that fits in a P90 type of pickup. So just wondering, it's neodymium magnets, 17.4K resistance. Okay, this is pretty hot. So I'm guessing this is going to be like a really, like a humbucker, but a really hot humbucker. A neodymium magnet with 17.4. Yeah, that's a neodymium is like really that's a really high output magnet, more higher than ceramics. So Dirty Fingers SM is uses a ceramic 8 magnet instead of the standard ceramic magnet. So ceramic 8, I'm guessing, is even higher output than the standard ceramic. So yeah, anyways, forget what I said about the Dirty Fingers being the highest output pickup Gibson makes, because this one is even higher output, and the neodymium stuff is even higher output than that. So then you got Thunderbird Modern using a ceramic magnet, so this is a really high output Thunderbird pickup. Then you got the 490R Modern Classic, and this one uses Alnico 2. So these are kind of modern sounding humbuckers, I guess, so a little bit higher output than your vintage sounding ones. So compared to the 57 Classic and burst buckers, these ones, the 490s, should be like a little bit higher output than that. 498, I think this is just for the bridge. 490 is like the neck pickup, 498 is like the bridge pickup. 14.2K, yeah, this is a pretty high output. Still using Alnico though, not ceramic. And then you have the 500, even the 496R hot ceramic. So yeah, this is like even a hotter version of the 490s. Yeah, 496 is like a hotter version of the 490s for the neck. 500T is a hotter version of the 498 for the bridge. Super ceramic magnet, 15.2K, yeah. So a lot of hot output pickups here. These are probably the hottest humbuckers that Gibson sells. And then they have other cool stuff too. So they got the Kramer collection, which is kind of, you know, they own Kramer, so actually they have they sell this under the Kramer guitars. And I'm guessing from the name, Eruption is probably referring to the Eddie Van Halen guitars, because Kramer used to make guitars for Eddie Van Halen. And yeah, I'm guessing this is a super hot humbucker, Alnico 5, 16K, probably for trying to be like a Van Halen brown sound type of pickup. So yeah, you probably put this if you're in your Van Halen type of guitar. So the Eruption humbuckers for that. Nice alternative to the Seymour Duncan Van Halen 78 model. Then for the artist collection, this is cool. They have a Greenie Bucker. So the Greenie Bucker is actually the same humbucker that's used in their Peter Green or Kirk Hammett Peter Green reissue guitar. So you can save yourself a lot of money by just buying this and putting it in your Epiphone Les Paul, right? Like instead of buying like a $20,000 Kirk Hammett Greenie Les Paul, you can just spend $300 on a Greenie Bucker and put it in the Epiphone Les Paul, which is like $900, right? So you save yourself thousands of dollars that way. Yeah, so the special thing about the Greenie Bucker, right, is the Peter Green model. So a lot of people make Peter Green models. Special thing about Peter Green type of humbuckers is that the neck pickup, the magnet is flipped, so you get reverse magnetic polarity. You get this interesting out of phase type of sound when you put it in the middle position. So that's a cool thing. I know I personally don't really prefer it, but some people do, right? It's just a different type of sound. I wouldn't say it's better in any way, but yeah, when you have a reverse magnet on the neck, you put your pickup in the or your pickup selector in the middle position, and then you get this really, I would say, nasally tone that comes out, and it's just different. I wouldn't say it's better or anything. It's just different, and some people like it because they, you know, if you're a Peter Green fan, then sure. It's a really unique tone. So a lot of people ask for the Peter Green humbuckers. Now finally we got the official Peter Green humbuckers, which I think are taken from the Kirk Hammett Peter Green Les Paul, which is the original Les Paul that Peter Green used, and Gary Moore, right? And 8.3 to 8.7 is pretty vintage output. It is originally 59 Les Paul, so this, you know, PAF, so vintage output, but you get that flipped magnet. So it's really interesting sound. So $300 is not too bad for something like that, because it's a really, you know, interesting, unique toe. So yeah, the Gibson Pickup Shop. That's cool that they opened that. All right, so these are Ken Armstrong pickups. Ken Armstrong pickups are, I heard, pretty good as well. What's special about Ken Armstrong is that he's the son of Dan Armstrong, who used to make a lot of. He made a lot of interesting guitars. He made plexiglass guitars, actually, that even Jimi Hendrix played. And he made, actually a lot of people played. I think if you go to the About Us, we can show. Yeah, so Darren Armstrong was this guy who, he was well known in guitar circles. He made all these plexiglass guitars. He was heavily involved in the music industry back then. Guys like, you can see Paul McCartney, Alanis Morissette, Dave Grohl, Jack Bruce, Jimi Hendrix, Keith Richards. Like, they're checking out his guitars. David Bowie. And he also made a lot of cool effects as well. So yeah, he's well known for making a bunch of effects, especially the orange squeezer compressor. So Ken Armstrong's the son of this guy, and also Ken Armstrong trained and worked for a bit with Bill Lawrence, who's a very influential pickup designer. So that's some special neat facts about Ken Armstrong. So we can take a look at what he offers. So he has the Icon series guitar pickups, looks like. So he's got some vintage dog ear style P90s, soap bar style P90s, got Jaguar pickups, Tele pickups, Casino. Yeah, so this is your typical like pickup offerings you might see. Actually, he offers a few more that you usually don't see. So Jaguar pickups are not usually offered by other pickup manufacturers, so he does offer them. So usually you won't see third-party pickup makers make these. Seymour Duncan, of course, being as big as they are, does make them, but not many others make Jaguar pickups. And of course Fender might offer some. Actually, I'm not sure if Fender is actually offering a direct Jaguar replacement, but I know Seymour Duncan does. Yep, so they got the 57 with Alnico 3, interestingly enough. Yeah, I didn't know. I think usually, I've actually never seen a humbucker, a PAF humbucker use Alnico 3. They usually use Alnico 2 or 5, sometimes even 4, but never 3. That's interesting. And then the Casino, this is for the Epiphone Casino. Yeah, that's a special pickup, by the way. No, it looks like a P90, but actually isn't. Then they got the 54 Strat with Alnico 3, 57 with Alnico 2. That's expected again. 62 Strat with Alnico 3. Now 62 Strat's interesting. Why would they put Alnico 3 on the 62? Usually 62 you would have Alnico 5. So it's interesting that they put Alnico 3 on the 62. That's a little bit odd, but interesting. Okay, Strat pickups, he has blade rails here. Yeah, so he has some higher output stuff. So mini humbuckers, blade rails, power rails. These are pretty hot output. I'm guessing, yeah, they use ceramic magnets, but he offers them with Alnico magnets too, which is cool, yes. 13K output is going to be pretty high. So yeah, these are his high output Strat pickups. He has metal pickups. These are lipstick tube pickups, which again are not usually offered by other pickup makers. So that's pretty cool. He has the Dan Electro lipstick style pickups, which actually use ceramic magnets. So I think these are actually kind of high output. I'm not sure if lipstick pickups are supposed to be that high output, but anyways, he has ceramic lipstick tube pickups, which are usually not offered by anyone else. Actually, only a few pickup manufacturers will offer these. Yeah, not many. And the 54, 57, 62, as we saw, he's got the classic vintage, the Texas vintage, the Howler high output, the Tweed tone. What's the difference between all these? So the Texas vintage is an Alnico 5, and I'm guessing this is trying to be like the Texas Specials. And the Howler high output, what's this? Ceramic magnet. So this is a higher output pickup, basically, using ceramic magnets. What's Tweed tone? Is this a 50 style pickup? Oh, okay, no, this is actually a high output pickup. So the Tweed tone actually has similar specs to that Texas one, interestingly. And then he's got hand wound stuff too, where I think Ken Armstrong himself or his son hand winds these. So he's got this one, the Kent Special 3. It doesn't use 42 AWG wire, it uses 42.5 AWG wire. That's really interesting. I never really see that on other Strats. Okay, that's cool. That's an interesting offering. Hand wound Screamer. And this is a high output design. Maybe you guys can tell from that pickup cover here. It's high output design. Enclosed, though, these ones are covered. That's another high output one. This is interesting, $500. This is pretty expensive. Why is it so expensive? They're hand wound to be exact replicas of the pickups he made for Rory Gallagher. That's really cool. I didn't know he wound pickups for Rory Gallagher, but these are exact replicas of the pickups he made for Rory Gallagher. That's cool. And he added a coil tap wire for low output. So that's cool. These ones are aged, and they're exact set of pickups that he wound for a very famous, well, not very famous, but a famous guitarist, Rory Gallagher. Yeah, Rory Gallagher should be more famous. He's not more famous, and he should be. All right, tele replacement guitar pickups, power blades. I think these are similar to that split blade on the Strat. Then you got Icon 52, Alnico 3, as well what he's using for that. Rebel Telecaster, hot output version of a Telecaster. He's got a single coil Alnico 5 here, a twangy version, hot output rear. This is for the bridge. Yeah, so I guess this is for the neck with that chrome pickup cover. That's for the neck. This is for the bridge, uncovered. So, okay, Tele, humbucker, Filtertron style. Of course, you got to offer a Filtertron style. That's pretty popular these days. So these are low output, although it's not really low output, 6.2K. The Filtertrons I've seen from other manufacturers go for as low as 4K or 5K. So it's interesting. A low output humbucker that's reminiscent of early Gresh Filtertrons. So these ones are actually a little bit higher output than the other Gresh Filtertron pickups I've seen. So interesting. But yeah, you got to have a Filtertron offering. These days, Filtertrons are very popular because more and more guitars have Filtertron type pickups appearing in them now, especially from Fender. And you got the mini humbucker, an offering that's usually not that common in other pickup makers, but it's classic Firebird mini humbucker. Interesting. So definitely this one. So the Firebird is actually not exactly a mini humbucker. It's like a little bit different. It's its own thing. People usually call the Firebird just a Firebird humbucker. Mini humbuckers are like a little bit different than a Firebird humbucker, but I guess Kent calls them the same thing. So yeah, but actually Firebirds are actually different than mini humbuckers. Magnum PAF style 12 pole. What's this? A very, very high output pickup. 8.8K, 12 adjustable poles. Okay, so that's a higher output pickup. Then they got the Icon Vintage 57, which is a PAF replica. Hand wound Z Plus. What's this one? Limited edition. That's wound by Kent Armstrong himself in the USA. Okay, these are designed exactly like the pickups Kent wound for certain legendary guitars from England. Okay, so who's been rocking for 4 decades? I wonder who that is. Is that going to be Jeff Beck, or because Jeff Beck uses the JB humbucker from Seymour Duncan, so I'm not sure who he's talking about. But anyways, the fact that these are wound by Kent Armstrong himself is probably part of the reason why it's going more expensive. Then you got double. This is actually 4 pickups, right? Because it's that 2 split blade pickups. They're basically like almost like 4 pickups, 4 coils and 1 humbucker. Yeah. So you got 4 coils and 1 humbucker here. The M-bucker, 4 coils. Yeah. So the four blades, like 4 coils. That's got to be super high output. Mandolin humbucker. That's really interesting. What's this about? Oh, it's for mandolins. Okay. Wow. Not many pickup makers make replacement pickups for mandolins. That's cool. 6-shooter PAF style. Nitro bucker. What's this one? Switch the Alnico to ceramic magnet and get a nitro bucker. Okay, that's all about hotter output. Maybe super rocker humbucker. This is 15K. That's very high output. Okay. Then they got the rocker. That's okay. So you got the super rocker and the rocker. Grinder super distortion. I guess this will be a DiMarzio super distortion replacement, and a hand wound. This is a hand wound version. Hand wound screamer. Hand wound PAF. All right. Hand wound by Kent Armstrong himself in his USA facility. Yeah, so this is his hand wound PAF offering. If you want to have your humbucker hand wound into a vintage PAF output by Kent Armstrong himself, that's why you had to pay a little bit more for that. In fact, he even has this handmade USB pickups line. All these are just hand wound by Kent Armstrong himself, which is pretty cool. What's really cool is that he has a bunch of interesting offerings here. An Alnico Jazz. This is his, maybe it's for his Jazz model. So I wonder if it's equivalent to like a Seymour Duncan Jazz model. So I'm guessing this one sounds a bit more rounder and fuller and warmer. And Trisonics. Now these are really cool. He hand wounds Trisonic single coils, which are only used in the Brian May guitars. Because Burns Trisonic pickups are not really used by anyone else except for Brian May, I think. So yeah, if you have a Brian May BMG Super guitar and he makes like only those replacement Trisonic pickups, if for some reason you don't like the pickups that are in the BMG Super, because as far as I know, the BMG Super comes with Burns Trisonic pickups, which are good enough for most people. But for some reason, if you don't like the Trisonic pickups in the BMG Brian May guitar, then you can always replace it with a hand-wound Kent Armstrong version. And I'm sure he's the only one I've seen. I'm pretty sure he's the only one on the only third-party pickup winder I've seen that offers Burns Trisonic hand wound versions on the market, replacements. Wow, that's a unique offering. So it's got these ones, bass. What's this? A bright bass, deep bass? What is this? This is a bass pickup. I wonder if that's a bass pickup. This got sustained treble. These are just really unique looking pickups. What are these for? Used by Ronnie Wood. Okay. Oh, these pickups look really unique and interesting, so I wonder what they're for. Like, are these humbuckers, or what kind of pickups are these? I mean, okay, they're humbuckers, but they don't look like traditional humbucker mounts to me. So I wonder what they are for. Ultra thin mini humbucker and mini humbucker neck mount. These are used by only some guitars. I think I've only seen very few guitars use these. A jazz. So some arc tops, I think, use these kind of pickups. So there might be some arc tops using these kind of pickups. So they're not very common. That's why they have this kind of unique mount. Is there for arc tops, I think. And he makes mandolin replacements, P-bass replacements, sound hole for your acoustics, EMG shapes. Okay, so you make EMG replacements. That's pretty cool. With Music Man spec, with Ken Smith spec. Yeah, so he makes a lot of other replacements that I've never seen before from other pickup makers. So some pretty cool stuff. Double bass humbucker, Music Man ceramic humbuckers. Yeah, this is pretty interesting, unique pickups I haven't really seen anyone else make. He even makes acoustic pickups. He makes Ampeg Plexi pickups. Oh, these are for Ampeg Plexi pickups. I see, that's why. So yeah, I was wondering, like, these do not look like any humbuckers I've ever seen before, and that's because they're for Dan Armstrong's Plexi, Ampeg Plexi guitars. So they make these plexiglass guitars. His dad made these plexiglass guitars, and they use these special kind of pickups, I guess. So that's what they're for. Interesting. All right, he's definitely the only third-party pickup maker I would know that makes those kind of pickups. Split tube guitar pickups. So these are like lipstick tube pickups. So again, not many other pickup makers make this kind of stuff. There's Dan Electro replacement, but I wonder if there's other guitars and not Dan Electro. I think Vox may be using some of these. I think I saw some Vox guitars using lipstick as well. Maybe some Vox guitars use them, but Dan Electro guitars for sure use them. Yeah, what's this? Pocket Rocket. Yeah, so Ken Armstrong makes a lot of interesting pickups, man. Yeah. This stuff, like, I rarely see this. What's this? Harpoon Vintage lipstick two pickup. Wow, just a lot of cool offerings here. So yeah, he makes lipstick two pickups, which not a lot of other pickup makers make. 7-string bass pickups, jazz guitar pickups. So these are like, he makes arc top replacements. So you got a mini humbucker with the arc top mount. Really cool. Makes a lot of different replacement pickups here. Yeah. See what else he has. Then P90s. He makes, of course, P90 replacements. Even toaster pickups. These are for Rickenbackers, right? Yeah, Rickenbacker style pickups. So he even makes Rickenbacker style pickups. Wow. Again, not a lot of other pickup makers make Rickenbacker style pickups. That's pretty cool. Casino pickups as well. So, anyways, yeah, Ken Armstrong. He makes a lot of different types of pickups that you might not find other pickup makers make. He has an entire lineup of good lipstick tube pickups, which is really cool. He probably is the only one making Ampeg Plexi pickups, because that's what his dad made. Then he makes like a whole bunch of other pickups I haven't really seen before as well. So, I mean, for arc top pickups, he makes stuff like that. I mean, he makes Rickenbacker style as well. That toaster style, right? Basically every style that you can think of, he can make them. So really, really cool pickup designer, Ken Armstrong. Just want to talk about him as well. So yeah, definitely, if you're looking for his prices, I think are reasonable. These are like $100 US, right? And even his hand wound pickups, which are hand wound by Ken Armstrong himself, they're like around $200 US probably. It's okay considering that it's Ken Armstrong winding those pickups himself. So yeah. Yeah, all in all, I think his prices are reasonable, and he makes a lot of different pickup replacements. So, yeah, I'll check him out on his website. So yeah, that's Ken Armstrong. All right, next we got Shed pickups, not Sheptone, Shed pickups. I don't think I've done them before. Wow, they sell it in Canada. Okay. Okay, historically, yeah, mid-time machine tone. Everyone tries to make the vintage pickups, right? You know, of course, you age the magnets and stuff. Our techniques are unparalleled, absolute guarded secret. Okay, I wonder if they do a good job as anyone else for the aging. So you got the 59 PDF set, historically accurate. Let's see. Oh my God, these fonts are just. Gotta zoom in a little. Oh my God, the font is just so hard to read here. Okay, 42 plain enamel wire. That's what we rough cast. Alnico 4 magnets. Okay, that's not that common, but it's cool to see Alnico 4 magnets, I guess. In between Alnico 2 and Alnico 5 in output. Not wax potted. That's good. That's more dynamics and stuff. I don't really care about the wax potted stuff. Is just like if you're really playing high output, right? And if you're really playing with a lot of gain, like you're playing like a big gig with you have lots of gain and stuff like that, then I get you wax pot your pickups. But if you're just playing a bedroom or you're playing a small gig, then you don't need to wax pot it really, right? Unless you need to be really loud. But in my opinion, like I play my bedroom all the time, or even if I play in a small gig, I'm not going to need that much output. So yeah, I'm just playing like low to medium gain, then you don't need to wax pot your pickups. Yeah, and you'll get more dynamics that way. Individually aged, like the Seymour Duncan Antiquities or something. They are aged, I can see. I wonder how they compare to like Seymour Duncan Antiquities or something. Okay, and then you have the Blackguard set. Historically accurate. Alnico 3 magnets for these. I'm guessing these are going to be like really no caster, broadcaster type of tone. And Fender pickups are always usually potted. So I'm saying with PAFs they're historically unpotted, but with Fender pickups they've always been potted. So that's a little bit different. Although I wonder if you do unpot the Fender pickups, how they would sound. They might get more dynamics. 51 Telly. Okay, so this one is a 51 Telly. This one's a 52 Blackguard. Okay, so this one's a Blackguard, which means like yeah, a 52 Telly. I guess it's 51 and 52 apparently are really different. The no caster one is supposedly a lot hotter. I mean, they're only 1 year apart, but you know, with these vintage guitars, right, like we really want to get things historically accurate. So I guess the 51 no caster is very different than the 52 Blackguard. Okay. So yeah, I'm guessing the no caster might even have more hotter tone. I've just heard that, right? Never played a 51, but I've heard the no casters or broadcasters have even hotter output than the Blackguards. Then you have a Stratocaster set, which is from 54, very vintage looking. They aged it and everything. Yeah, 42 form bar, Alnico 3 magnets, which, you know, some people say, oh, 54 is Alnico 3, 54 is Alnico 5. I'm okay with the Alnico 3 because it simulates this really aged type of tone, I guess. Using Alnico 3 instead of Alnico 5 will give you kind of a degaussed equivalent of an Alnico 5. So it's like a little bit of an aged type of tone. That's nice. My neck pickup on my Strata is Alnico 3 for that reason. So yeah, yeah, it's cool. I mean, it's expensive. Look at these prices. $700 Canadian, which is like $550 US, and $600 Canadian for Stratocaster pickups. So again, like $450, $500 US. So yeah, that's pretty expensive. These are definitely on the higher end of the third-party pickup makers here. That's pretty expensive. And then we have PRS. You know, PRS, the guitar maker, they make aftermarket pickups too. So they have the 57 PRS inspired with the 57 humbucker. I wonder how they compare to the 57 Classic by Gibson. Alnico 2, Alnico 2. Treble pickup's 9.4, bass is 8.5. It's interesting that the bass pickup is less output. Huh, interesting. Usually, treble pickup, the neck pickup will be, oh wait, what am I thinking? Is the treble pickup the bridge pickup here? Yeah. Okay, so I'm thinking this is actually, treble is actually the bridge pickup. Bass might be the neck. Am I thinking that right? I never played a PRS, but maybe that's how it is. Because it's weird if the neck pickup is higher output than the bridge. Usually it's opposite. So yeah, $230 per pickup, or is it for a set? If it's per pickup, then that's actually kind of expensive. but it's for a set, then that's okay. These are the PRS 59 pickups, diameter 9.3, 8.4. And okay, I'm not sure the difference, 57 versus 59. They're just like very minor differences in output between the two. I'm not really sure what's the difference. Dragon 2 pickups. These ones are higher output, 12K, I guess, in the bridge with your Alnico 4. Not as vintage sound as McCarthy, not as modern sounding as an HFS. Okay. What if they use different magnets here? These use Alnico 3. Okay, these use Alnico 2. Okay, so a little bit different. These use Alnico 2, these use Alnico 3, but similar outputs. Then the HFS treble, 15K, that's pretty high output. Tremonti, this is for Mark Tremonti, because he has a PRS signature guitar. 15K, 7K is pretty high output because Mark Tremonti is like a modern player, right? Alter Bridge and stuff, and Creed. So yeah, this is a fairly modern sounding humbucker. Then the M PRS pickup, this is for a metal pickup. Okay, so 15.7 bridge, 8.5 ceramic bridge, and Alnico neck. So yeah, pretty high output here. Very different pickups though. It's interesting how they even match this. An 8.5K Alnico, this 15.7K ceramic. Interesting how they would even match that. But interesting, you have very big difference between the neck and the bridge there. And this is for bass pickups. Okay, so cool. PRS has their aftermarket pickups. Not sure how good they are. Haven't tried PRS before, but they have it. And then we have the Zangbucker, which is actually pretty cool because, okay, Zangbucker, first of all, the name makes me think it's a Chinese pickup because Zang is like a Chinese name, but it's not. It's a USA pickup. So these guys make them all, or this guy actually, and he calls it Zangbucker instead of, yeah, it is like a Chinese name, Zangbucker, right? Yeah, it's hand wound in the US, and it's not even a Chinese guy that's behind it. I think it's actually just a regular Caucasian dude behind it. I don't know why he called it the Zangbucker though. It sounds Chinese. But he hand winds them in the US. And I think what's really cool about this particular guitar maker is he has this pure hand wound series. So when it comes to winding pickups, so usually when the term hand wound, right, when you wind pickups means that you guide the pickup onto a pickup winder. So pretty much all the pickups that we've seen that are hand wound are actually pickups that are guided onto a pickup winder. They're not actually wound, individually across the bobbin by hand, because that will take a very long time. However, this Zangbucker one, this guy, he actually has an option to do pure hand wound, which means he actually winds them individually by hand, the whole thing, no pickup winder. See, he says, my pure hand wound differs the wires wrapped on the bobbin entirely by hand. There's no machine to turn the bobbin. So that's amazing. Like, I've heard like, people online say, yeah, hand wound's not really hand wound. It's wound by, a pickup winder machine. It's guys just got, guiding the wire. Even Abigail Ybarra, whoever, they all do it this way. Everyone from Fender, Gibson, right? Back in the 50s, they all did it this way. They just guide the wire onto the bobbin, right, using a pickup winder. This guy, he has an option to actually wind it entirely by hand. So we're talking about 8,000 turns of wire he does entirely by hand. That's amazing. Like, I don't even know how you can have the patience to do that. But yeah, he has a pure hand wound series. I think he's the only pickup maker I've seen that has this, because no one else is going to go through that, right? No one else is going to just manually wind a pickup like that, right? Using like just wire without a pickup winder. That's I don't know how you can do that, but anyways, he has the option to do pure hand wound. That must take a lot of time. So anyways, take a look. So he has many different pickup options. The T-bucker here, original slug bucker. I don't know what a slug bucker is. Yeah, he has a lot of different options. Pagey, so this is for Led Zeppelin, of course, Jimmy Page. Brown bucker, Van Halen, right, brown sound. And let's see, Dwayne bucker, so I'm guessing this is Dwayne Allman from Allman Brothers. Crush bucker, sounds high output. And super slug bucker, O bucker, what's this stuff? Oh man, he has a lot of different options here. Plutonium 239, an Alnico 9 magnet. I've never seen that before. Wow, that's unique. I didn't know there was an Alnico 9 magnet. I have seen Alnico 8, right? But Alnico 9? That's pretty high output, I'm guessing. Never seen that before. That's cool. Original woodbucker. It's a first humbucker design. Okay. Cool. A telebucker is a humbucker design for Telecaster. Because some Telecasters do have humbuckers in the neck. So that's cool that he has one just for that. Woodbucker 24 fret guitar. Wow. Okay. And then let's look at strats. You got the hardcore, Alnico 3 strat, refin. Oh, hot vintage. Look at this one. Paul Bunyan Telly. Okay. The Iron, hotter version. Oh, what's going on here? Okay, the 8 Bird. Alnico 8 magnets in a Strat pickup. Wow, I've never seen that before. Alnico 8 in a Strat pickup. That's really interesting. Cool. Tele singles, hardcore. And bell tone. Okay. Chimecaster. Tar paper. It's this one. Okay. Overwhelmed. Paul Bunyan. Huh. I guess it's reasonably high output in the bridge here. Twang smoker. That's pretty high output. Extra high output. Okay, and P90s, we have the Jazz 90 here. Cherik, which is a vintage P90 set. And then we have Blues 90, Honk 90, hotter than Honk Bridge plus Rod 90s. Oh, okay, it's like a Strat pickup in a P90. 90 buckers, so it's P90 in a humbuckers format. Kind of, we've seen this before with other pickup makers. We have mini humbuckers, mini PAF. So it's 2 standard humbucker bobbin shaved down to mini hum size. We're on a mini humbucker base plate. That's interesting. Huh. And then P90s. So, yeah. This guy has some pretty cool options here, for sure. Strat singles. Yeah, so for all of his pickups, right, you can take a look. All of his pickups, like he has the option for a regular wind, in this case $145, or pure hand wound, which means he winds the entire thing by hand, not using a pickup winder, for $205. That's actually very reasonable, right? We've seen like these other pickups which are very expensive, right? Like the Ron Ellis, Tom Holmes and stuff. This guy, Zongbucker, he does an entirely hand wound version for just $200. It's not that bad, considering the amount of like time and effort it must take him for do that. Like that's actually not bad at all. Look at the Strat here, $125 or $185. That's very reasonable actually for the pure hand wound. Standard even is very reasonable too. Even the standard is like a pickup winder, right? Your standard hand wound type of stuff. You guide the wire onto a bobbin using a pickup winder. That's a pretty reasonable price, $125. That's like cheaper than Seymour Duncan actually. Then the pure hand wound is like the price of a regular hand wound for other makers. So that's very, very reasonable. And Telecaster 120, 125, pure hand wound 190. Yeah, very reasonable stuff. P90s. Yeah, you get the pure hand wound. All these prices are very reasonable for the amount of labor that must go into this stuff, right? Mini humbucker, yeah. Specials. Lollipop, custom tap tele, yeah. Well, he does a lot of custom stuff too. That's a lot of custom stuff that he does. Anyways, I think this guy here, like, again, I don't know why he named it Zongbucker, because I think he's just a Caucasian dude, not a Chinese guy. But wow, I have to say props to him for doing this pure hand wound stuff. I've never seen any other pickup maker do that. That's a lot of work and a lot of labor, and he's not even charging that much for it. $200. This very, very reasonable, and he's literally winding the entire bobbin by hand, not using a winder. Like I can't even imagine how much time that will take. So yeah, yeah. Like he says on his page, 99.99% of hand wound pickups are made with a pickup winder, right? But he has the 0.001% that's hand wound entirely by hand, which he's the only pickup maker I think that does this. So very, very cool, unique offering. Yeah, if I was like getting a humbucker guitar, I might actually consider this guy, because I'm really curious how the pure hand wound sounds, and it's not even that expensive. So compared to the other pickup makers we saw. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I just want to go over some other pickup makers I saw. Very, very cool pickups from a lot of these guys. So let me know what you guys think, and it's just like another video where I want to kind of just browse around and talk about my thoughts about these different pickups. That's what I enjoy looking at. Alright, so here's another pickup maker, Rewind Electric. So you have your standard 4 main types of pickups here: humbucking, P9, tele, strat. Humbuckers, let's take a look here. 1950s, 70s replica humbuckers. Whoa, $750 US, $850. These are quite expensive. I mean, even taking into account that today, because of inflation, COVID, and everything, a lot of this stuff is way more expensive. But still, wow, and this is like Ron Ellis throwback level, basically. 750, 850 US dollars. That's quite a bit. It goes all the way up to $870 for the aged 24K gold covers. Pretty expensive stuff. Yeah, I'm not sure what makes these better, actually. You got the 50s and 70s replica humbuckers, and then you have a few different artist sets here. You got Jimmy Page set, Greenie Burst, Michael Bloomfield, I'm guessing. Not sure what Mero Stream is. JDB High Offset VLO, and then the Van Halen humbuckers right here, which are oh man, okay. These seem, yeah, cheaper for some reason. Not sure. Is this because these ones have covers and the covers are substantially more expensive or something? Why did the covers add so much more to the price? You just want the bobbins in here. Without the covers, they're actually, oh no, this is covered too. It's 500. No, not sure why the Van Halen's ones are much cheaper, but all the other ones are pretty expensive. The Van Halen ones just seem to be cheaper for some reason. Okay, so there are his different models here. 1957 PAF, which is the first year the PAF was made. Apparently this guy, whoever this pickup maker is from Rewind, he wrote a book, Mario Milan, James Finnerty's book. I think James Finnerty is the actual owner, and then Mario Milan's this guy he collaborated with for this Gibson PAF book that they wrote. So yeah, the first year of the PAF is 1957, and then more treble, greater bass detail, less mid-range, less compression, 1960. 1958 PF, more treble, less mid-range than the Creme Brulee, less treble, 1960. So that's 58 version. 59 version, the warmest and most vocal set, more mid-range and less treble. So of course the 59 might be the most iconic PAF because it was using the 59 Les Paul, the most iconic Les Paul. So in 1959 you have several different versions. The Creme Brulee is the warmest and most vocal set, more mid-range and less treble. Then you have the 1959, you have several different 59s, PAF1A4, I'm guessing Alnico 4. So Gary Rossington, Mark Knopfler. Okay. Yeah, these ones, let's see. Capacitance, DCR. Yeah, he doesn't publish the DCR details because he doesn't care about that. So the Creme Brulee uses Alnico 2. This one uses Alnico 4, as the name implies, and they have an Alnico 5 version as well. First place winner of the multiple PAF shootouts. I wonder which shootouts he's talking about. So yeah, he has several different versions of 59, and they have several different versions of 62, which is the second most popular Les Paul models, 1960. Or the second most famous, I should say. So yeah, this 1960 A2, Alnico 2 set. More range, less treble output than the 60 A5. Okay. And then 60 A5, this is the Alnico 5 one. Okay, more treble output, less mid-range. Interesting, the Alnico 2 has more mid-range. I would think the Alnico 5 would have more mid-range, but okay, because the Alnico 5 is more powerful, I think. Should be, anyways. 1964 patent number decal. Fully warmer than more mids with the T-top sets. Okay, patent number decal. Not sure what's 64. Huh, that's interesting. Never seen many people make 64 replicas. That's cool though. 72 T-tops. Again, not like really common to have the replicas of these years. It's mostly about the 58 to 60s, right? And then 68 hot T-top. That's another year that's not often reproduced. So it's cool that this guy offers a lot of these other years. That's usually not common. This one is apparently used for the Jimmy Page Post 72 bridge and also for Randy Rhoads AC/DC. Okay, yeah, because the Post 72 Jimmy Page Les Paul uses a T-top humbucker, I believe. And this is the Jimmy Page pre-1972, which I guess he had a different configuration for his Les Paul pre-72 and post-72. Pre-72 Jimmy Page is a warmer, higher output bridge pickup, less complex middle position. The neck is the same, so it's only the bridge that's different. And the Jimmy Page post-72 uses a T-top in the bridge. So I'm guessing the pre-72 uses like more original PAF, and then post-72 uses a T-top type PAF humbucker. I mean, in the bridge. I guess that's the difference between the two. Of course, if you like Led Zeppelin, then yeah, Jimmy Page models there. Greenie Burst, of course, you got to have it. Peter Green type humbucker. What's interesting about this one though is that he claims that it's not just flipping the magnet or wiring it in reverse. He just says the magnetic polarity is opposite of standard, but that's just the very beginning, only several distinctly unique design elements of the neck pickup. These unique differences are the reason why it produces the extremely unique sounds. Other PAF style pickup sets that you simply flip the magnet or reverse phase electrically by reverse winding or wiring result in a thin or weak middle position that's uninteresting, not as complex or natural as the original Greenie sound. So the coils are not wound backwards, nor are they wired in reserve for reverse, but the coils are unique. So it's interesting, somehow he gets that out of phase middle position without flipping the magnet or reversing the phase or reverse the wiring. So interesting. I wonder how he does that. It's a bit different than the other Greenie pickups we've seen. Also has a Michael Bloomfield / Paul Kossoff model, a warmer, fuller sounding than the P57 PF set. Of course, Michael Bloomfield and Paul Kossoff played 1959 Les Pauls. So yeah, it should be similar to a 1959, I'm guessing. Mero's Dream set is made in partnership with the guitar historian Mero Milan, who he wrote that book with. So they collaborated on a pickup set in celebration of the completion. Okay, so no idea what this pickup could be. The JDB set. What's JDB stand for? Not sure. Is this a neck pickup's brighter than the 57, but not as bright as 60? Okay, it's another set. High offsets humbucker is brighter and thinner than other. The distinct single coil jangle. So this one has apparently a single coil voice with the traditional humbucker sound. Okay, cool. Then we have a Velo, more treble and less mid-range and added harmonics than 1957. Okay, these are the clearest and most transparent humbuckers. Interesting. Maybe these are the lowest output, and they use Alnico 3, which is not very common for humbuckers. Alnico 3 I usually see in Stratocaster pickups, so that's really interesting. It's used on humbucker here. The Van Halen humbucker, I think the Super Distortion, the name imply, I think the name, look, the Super Distinction humbucker, Super Distinction. It says Super Distinction humbucker is inspired by a particularly excellent example of a popular 1970s ceramic magnet pickup design. You know, just from the name, I know they're probably referring to the DiMarzio Super Distortion, right? Because yeah, just look at the name Super Distinction. It's obviously going to be inspired by the DiMarzio Super Distortion of the 1970s. So I think that's what this Van Halen is. It's meant for the early Van Halen sound. In the Van Halen 3, much warmer, more mid-range, softer dynamics, less output, is for a different type of PAF. It's based on different humbucker it's based on. So these pickups start off as a cream brulee 59 long A2 magnet. The bridge coils are placed entirely using hotter coils of coil patterns wire selection, which is used in early aftermarket pickups and repairs from Santa Barbara. And that's a big hint right there, right? Santa Barbara, which pickup maker do we know from there? Oh, it's Seymour Duncan, obviously. So, yep, this one, the Super Distinction, the distinction inspired by DiMarzio Super Distortion, and this Van Halen 3 one, which Eddie Van Halen used later, inspired by probably one of Seymour Duncan's rewinds. And actually, you know, Seymour Duncan still sells this model called the 78 model. So So yeah, this one is I think it's based on the current Seymour Duncan 78 model, is what this one's based on. And then the TAF humbuckers, Trey Anastasios humbuckers from Fish, right? The band Fish. So yeah, the same 50 style wirings using this all available. Okay, yeah. So he has I guess Trey Anastasio model as well. I did not know he used rewind humbuckers, but he does. So anyway, that's a lot of humbucker models. He certainly has a big selection here. Let's look at P90s. Soap bar and dog ear. Well, this is really expensive. Pretty much almost as expensive as the humbuckers. $790 US for P90s. Wow. All right, 52, the earliest set. P90s were far more consistent. Some rare variation. Yeah, so this is the earliest set, which is Downico 3, interestingly enough. I did not know that the P90s used Downico 3. And then the 59 set, I'm not sure too much about PAFs, which is the most famous, but yeah, you have a long custom unoriented Downico 5 for the 59. And then for the 64 set, brighter, less mid-range than the 59 set. Always use Downico 5. Then the still using plain enamel. I think humbuckers always use plain enamel, right? It was only Stratocasters that used Formvar, not just plain enamel. But I believe P90s, Gibson always use plain enamel. 69 set, yeah, 69 set uses custom short Downico 5, brighter, less mid-range. Yep. So those are the 4 P90 sets. Not too into P90s, but they're there. Well, man, all these are expensive. $650 for a set. Tele pickups, 1949 Watkins prototype. That's the earliest pickup. That's the earliest pickup, reproduction pickup I've seen out of any manufacturer. 1949. Wow, that's before the Telecaster came out. So this is based on a prototype, Watkins prototype, flat pole, thick. I wonder how they got these specs from, because Telecasters weren't made until 1950. So 49, really? Where did they get these from? Flat pole, thick A3 bridge magnets, 43 plain enamel wire. Plain enamel is interesting. Okay, I guess that's what Telecasters have always been made. Maybe I'm thinking Strat with the Formvar, but yeah, when I were thinking like early Fender pickups, I think I like Formvar, but maybe Telecasters were always wound with plain enamel. Okay, yeah, I wonder how they got a 49, because yeah, this must be from a prototype Telecaster that was made back then, but I don't know. Is there really 1949 guitar like from Fender? I'm pretty sure the Esquire was the first guitar Fender made, and that was 50. So yeah, here you had 1950 Esquire, which is really the earliest production guitar that they made. So I don't know where they got this prototype from, but this is like the earliest reproduction pickup I've seen out of any of these websites. The 1949 prototype. I didn't know in 1949 guitar pickups existed. I mean, for Fender, that is. So yeah, 50 Esquire. So this Esquire is really the first production guitar Fender made. So this makes sense, I guess. But I don't know how it's different from a Tele from that time, since the Tele is really just a 2 pickup Esquire. And then Nocasters. So you have different versions of Nocasters. So these are all using what? So the 49 uses exclusively A3, Downico 3. Then the Esquire is Downico 3 bridge, Downico 5 neck, 51 Nocasters, and all use the same thing as the Esquire. Yeah, Downico 3 bridge, Downico 5 neck. Yeah, so you have no different versions of Nocasters, maybe based on different models. Interesting. 1953 Champion, not sure what this is based on, but it's yeah, some kind of Telecaster from 1953. They call it Champion. Then 1953 Tele, I don't know how that's different from the Champion. They look like the wire's a bit different, maybe. This one's just for the bridge. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how this one looks like it's just a bridge pickup, right? Or it's just the neck pickup. It looks like it's a bridge pickup, so I don't know how it's different from this one. Late 1955 Tele, 1955 Stagger. Okay, so it's just a stagger pattern that's mostly different, I'm guessing. 59 Tele, different stagger, lightly chamfered A5 magnets. This was moderately chamfered A5 magnets. Okay. Lightly sanded 4-bond, heavily sanded 4-bond. Okay, even that's a bit different, I guess. This is really detailed. It gets really into the details here. Not many other pickup makers talk about this, like 4-bond. Okay. Ultraviolet reactive aged nitrocellulose lacquer dip bobbins. Okay, it's pretty detailed here. Yeah. Okay, this one black wax potted, twine wrapped. This one's clear wax potted and twine wrapped. He really goes into detail into a lot of these, way more than a lot of other pickup makers. 66 telly, machine wound coils, right? Because that's what they were in the 60s, CBS era 60s, I should say, which 66 is. So CBS era, CBS stagger, tumble chamfered A5 magnets. They even tell you the different colors here. Cloth covered black and yellow bridge, black and yellow. You gotta have the colors, right? The colors gotta match up. It's gotta be historically accurate. You gotta have the different colors of the wires to be matching up. Yeah, gotta be really picky with this stuff. 70 telly, machine wound, CBS. Yep. Interesting. It doesn't tell me what Alnico they're using, right? Oh no, Alnico 5, yeah. They're all Alnico 5 from here on out. Alnico 3 was last used in 1953, apparently. Starting from 55, it's all Alnico 5. Okay. Guess it makes sense. I mean, I've seen people say 54 Stratocasters are always Alnico 3, and then the other pickup makers make them Alnico 5. It's really inconsistent from back then. I mean, it's possible Alnico 3 was used by Fender until maybe 55 or so for all their guitars. And then from then on, maybe they have a more consistent supply of Alnico 5. That could be it. All right, Strat pickups. Again, really expensive. $100 just for aged. 54 Strat, the first year of Stratocaster. I wonder what they use here. A3 magnets, right? Okay, so they're using heavily hand chamfered Alnico 3. And then starting from, I'm guessing until mid-50s, Fender used a mix of Alnico 3 and Alnico 5. But to distinguish the 54 and 53 telly, a lot of pickup makers just go with Alnico 3 because it's a little bit different. But in real life, I believe it's just maybe a mix of both. They use Alnico 3 and Alnico 5. But then starting from the mid-50s onwards, maybe their supply of Alnico 5 became more consistent, and they started using more Alnico 5. Because after the mid-50s, you don't see any Strats or Tellys with Alnico 3 anymore, according to these pickup makers. So 57 is a moderately hand-chamfered A5. By the way, 57 is only famous because that's the year Fender chose for the reissue of Fender Strats. So they chose 57 and 62. Yeah, otherwise 57. I think most notably who uses a 57, Buddy Holly, Eric Johnson. I think it's not. It's a reasonably famous Strat year, but it's not like 59 is more heavily associated with Steve Ray Vaughan. Even though Steve Ray Vaughan technically didn't have a 59, he just had 59 pickups. So I guess that's what this is supposed to be. 59 pickups, heavily hand-chamfered A5 magnets. 63 Strat, 63. I don't know why that year is famous, but it's a pre-CBS. I guess you got to have a 62 or 63 because those are like wound hotter. I guess when I look at these aftermarket pickup makers, it's usually wound hotter. So they got to have another distinction here. So they usually offer a early 60s, which is pre-CBS still using form bar. And then they go with a mid-60s, which by 65 is CBS. So they use plain enamel because that's what it was after CBS took over. Tumble chamfered A5 magnets. And 69, only famous because of Woodstock and Jimi Hendrix. And Jimi Hendrix technically did not use the 69 Strat. He used the 68 Strat. Two of them, actually. He had the black one and a white one. People get this confused because 69 is the year he played Woodstock, but actually the guitars he was using was from the model year 1968, not 69. But anyways, everyone labels it 69 because of Woodstock and Hendrix was playing there. So they just associate 69 with Hendrix. But yeah, A5, plain enamel. 74, I don't know what's special about 74. That's an interesting Strat set to replicate. I guess this one, CBS Dagger, flat pole non-staggered, so it's non-staggered. So maybe they want to offer a non-staggered flat or a flat pole version. So yeah, this is your flat pole version, which I think that most people modern day, if they're playing a Strat, it should be flat pole. Having the stagger is going to be an uneven response, but it's vintage accurate, but it's not going to give you an even response if you're playing with modern strings. This is meant for a wound G string. So anyways, yeah, they have a 74, which is nice. So yeah, this guy he charges a lot for his pickups, man. I have to say his humbucking selection is probably the most impressive. A lot of different selections here. I can see he goes into a lot of detail with this. I'm not sure if they're worth the money, but then again, you know, people buy Ron Ellis pickups with throwbacks too, which are around the same price. But yeah, I am just impressed with the amount of detail he goes into some of these, like with the Strat set, like talking about, like look at this, like Forbon, like ultraviolet reactive, notched lower Forbon, zinc plated steel elevator plate bridge, cloth covered black and yellow bridge, like black box potted twine wrapped bridge pickup. Like that's pretty specific stuff that a lot of other pickup makers don't go into. All right, so we're gonna look at Cream Tea Custom Shop next. These are hand built in the UK. They look, oh my god, these look like really deformed Les Pauls and Jazz Masters. What have they done to you? Okay, let's get past that. Let's look at the humbuckers. Okay, hot sauce humbuckers. These are supercharged in the Onico 5 or overwound, I guess, as you can tell from the name, and the DCR resistance here. They're overwound. Hot sauce, cream of the crop. Or a custom model, cream of the crop is including, takes the best of the best. Okay, 432. I guess this is about $350 US. It's not cheap, but it's okay compared to what we saw before for some of these other pickup companies. P90 Bernie Marsden signature. Okay, so this is a Bernie Marsden model for P90. And then we have a Billy Gibbons whisker buckers. Apparently this is a, what this company did was they took Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top. They took his 59 burst, known as Pearly Gates, one of the most famous 1959 Les Pauls, and they used an analog spectrum recorder, and now they wound their pickups, I guess, to match the readings from the analog spectrum recorder, and they call it the Super Scanner pickup series. So apparently this is quite accurate. They're quite expensive, but they're quite accurate to Billy Gibbons' guitar model, I guess. So the pickups in his 1959 Les Paul. So this is essentially a 1959 PAF pickup. 100% exact electronic reproductions. Okay, I mean, we see so many PAF replicas. I just wonder how accurate this one is. With the Super Scanner series, Bernie Marsden did the same thing. Super Scanners took his 59 Les Paul, scanned it in, got their spectrum analysis. Again, it's I mean, he's from a Whitesnake, right? Yeah. I have no idea how much more accurate these are. I mean, so many of these pickup makers claims that theirs is the most accurate, so I'm not sure. We got to really compare A/B them, right? We got to get A/B all these guys. Who is the most accurate? And then who knows what's the most accurate anyways? What's the reference? What's the reference for being most accurate anyways? Like all the 59s, like PFs all sounded like a little bit different from each other, so 57 GT is what? This is from a 57 PAF. So I guess this is just a copy of a 57 PAF that they got. Bangers and Mash, very British name for this one. Keith Richards. Oh, it's from Keith Richards from Rolling Stones. Okay, cool. Bangers and Mash have since been developed to fit any humbucker routed guitar. And pickups based on vintage no-caster pickups. So these are based on actually Telecaster pickups. That's cool. Fitted on a humbucker. Yeah, these actually look pretty unique. They're like Telecaster pickups and a humbucker. Interesting. BFG original Vanguard, a vintage output humbucker pickup, 6 pole pieces and gray fiber top. This is from Billy Gibbons again. Interesting. This is a unique looking pickup. Looks almost like a wide range, but it's a PAF pickup, or a vintage output humbucker pickup, just with a unique 6 pole piece design for Billy Gibbons. Cool. BFG banger. This is again from a collaboration between Cream Tea and Billy F. Gibbons. So they really play up the Billy F. Gibbons Association, right? I mean, he's one of the biggest artists, I guess, they have endorsing them. So I wonder how these are different. Like, how are these BFG bangers different from the Billy Gibbons model? From the, yeah, well, how's it different from the Whisker Buckers? I'm not sure, because they're both in collaboration with Billy Gibbons, right? Oh, these ones are based on pickups made for Derek Trucks from Allman Brothers. That's pretty cool. So, yep, I guess it's the Derek Trucks pickup. That's cool. Caster Telly, based on Blackguard. Rat Roast. This one's red. Interesting. Never seen a red Telecaster pickup before, or a Stratocaster pickup. Yeah. Anyways, the color's unique. Never seen a red color like that before. Stratocaster. Okay. JB Bolero. This is for Jeff Beck. Oh, they made pickups for Jeff Beck too. That's cool. I did not know that. Who knew? Like all these guitars were using cream tea pickups. I didn't know that. Oh, same pickup. Those look like pretty vintage output. So I guess Jeff Beck was using this. Shame on you, Jeff Beck. You fooled people by saying your signature model guitar is using Fender noiseless pickups. They're actually using cream tea pickups. Yeah, I shouldn't say anything. Rest in peace, Jeff Beck. One of my favorite artists, guitarists. I mean, Eliminator, classic rock vintage output pickup. Afterburner is in red. I'm guessing just a more powerful. Yep, 12K, 13K, some metal pickup there. Duchess humbucker sized. This is a humbucker size P90. Okay, there's some other pickup makers that offer this, but this one uses their Super Scanner series. I guess they analyzed a vintage P90, and they got a reproduction of a 61 Gibson ES330. Okay, cool. Twanger. It's a Telly pickup. Yep, Spot. Ooh, the 59 Spot. Oh, so this is a reproduction of Joe Bonamassa's pickup. Joe Bonamassa's Spot guitar, I should say. Joe Bonamassa has a lot of different signature pickups, but yeah, I mean, if you look at the Seymour Duncan stuff, right? Like Joe Bonamassa does like a different Seymour Duncan pickup every year, so yeah. But this is another one, I guess, another Joe Bonamassa pickup because he has so many guitars. But it's yeah, a replica of another one of his guitars. He has so many guitars that he replicated the pickups from. Nospo, Dave Foster signature HSS set. Dave Foster band, okay. The Duke P90. This is another P90. Oh no, this is an actual P90, not a P90 humbucker size. Okay, so this is pretty much the Duchess, but in an actual P90 size. Okay, cool. What's this Relish stuff? I think this might be a different type of guitar mount. All right, Sun Bear pickups. Let's take a look. I think they're also UK based. Sun Bear sounds cool. Okay, they have a few more magical moments in the humbucker. Baritron pickups. I guess that's Filtertron, P90, Telecaster Strat, Firebird. Okay, we got some other varieties here. Let's look at the humbucker. 57 gold tops, of course, because 1957 was gold tops mostly. That was the main Les Paul made back then. Okay, British 7.6, Alnico 2, next 6.9, Alnico 3. Interesting. I didn't know there was Alnico 3 PAFs, but yeah, it's cool they are using Alnico 3 for PAFs. Usually I'm thinking PAFs, most of the replicas I've seen are Alnico 2 or Alnico 5, and maybe some Alnico 4 just to split the difference, but Alnico 3 is interesting. And unpotted, yeah. I like pickups unpotted. I think they do give more dynamic range, so it's always nice to see unpotted pickups. Yeah, and I don't like to play high gains, so I always like to see unpotted. Of course, this is mostly for humbuckers, because Strat pickups were always potted. But for humbuckers, there's definitely... The original vintage versions were unpotted, which gives more dynamic range. 59. So 8.3, 7.3. Are they using... Oh, they're using Alnico 4s, yeah. Okay, Alnico 4 is just to split the difference between an Alnico 2 and Alnico 5. It's pretty common to do. Alex Hamilton's signature set. I don't know who this guy is, but he has his own signature set, 8.2, 6.9. That's a fairly low wind neck humbucker. So he has a Alnico 4 magnet in that one too. What are the prices from these? Oh, these are in pounds. Okay. It's okay. I mean, they're in pounds, and this is for a set. If this is for a set, then that's actually a fairly reasonable price. Not that expensive compared to what we've seen. But even if they're not for a set, that's actually still okay, I guess. Uncovered. Okay, these are just uncovered versions. Uncovered 57, just an uncovered version of that, right? And this one is a T-Twin dual Telly humbucker. So it's dual Tellys pickups in a humbucker. This is like that other set that we saw from Cream Tea. Really pretty cool design, actually. So it's essentially a really high wound Telly pickup in a humbucker design. Oh, that's cool. Alnico 3 based. And then uncovered 59. So that's just the uncovered version of the 59. And then 56.9 Duo, mix of humbucker and soap bar P90. So that's the, interesting to mix a P90 and a humbucker. Yeah, it's interesting just to mix that. But I don't like to have the bridge much more powerful than the neck, and which just seems like it would be unbalanced if you use this kind of set. That's just my opinion, because like a humbucker is much more powerful than a P90, obviously. So, and if the bridge is wound hotter, you might be unbalanced. Let's look at the Filtertrons, the Baritron. Design Gray Butts. Now I do have Filtertrons actually designed by TV Jones, so I wonder how these ones compare to the TV Jones pickups, which are probably the most famous maker of Filtertron replicas. I also like the Lawlertrons from Lawler, but yeah, I wonder how these compare. 5K, 4.4K. Okay, it doesn't say. What's the magnet that they use here? Maybe it's just a bar, some kind of bar magnet here. It doesn't actually say that. Okay, let's look at, this is the Grizzly Baritron. So these are just more powerful Filtertrons, I guess. I think it might be equivalent to the Broadtron pickups that Gresh is putting on their guitars, which are basically higher output Filtertrons. Yep, so this might be just like the Broadtron pickups. Let's look at the P90s. Range 56, soap bar. Plain enamel, 8.2, 7.2. Wonder what magnet they use. Not sure. 56 dog ear. I've not played a guitar with a dog ear pickup before. I've only played soap bar for P90 style pickups, I mean. Alnica 4, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't played dog ear pickups before. It's just a difference in the shape, but yeah, I've only played soap bar. The Firebird soap bar. Firebird pickups are not P90s though. They're actually their own pickup. So this is their Firebird pickup, but in a P90 route. Okay, that's cool. Special underrated. Yeah, so Firebird pickup's interesting. It's almost like a variation of a mini humbucker. So Firebird pickups are pretty unique and interesting. They're almost like Jazzmaster pickups in the sense that they are unique to that guitar. So it's cool that they made a version of a Firebird pickup for a P90 size. And P90s are way more common than Firebirds, right? They're just in way more guitars. So it makes sense to make a Firebird pickup P90 size. I wish more pickup makers would do that. And of course we have our humbucker size P90. Yeah, I mean, you see a lot of pickup makers do this. Just put P90s and humbuckers. And then we have a nickel cover soap bar. I've not seen that before actually. So there are P90s with nickel covers. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it's like a P90 with like a humbucker style nickel cover. That's pretty cool. And a brass base plate. Huh. And you can age them too. That's really cool. That's a unique thing that this Sun Bear Pickups offers. Tele singles, they only have one. The Broad 5.0. The Broadcaster, right? Yeah, so Broadcaster, pretty similar to a no-caster design. They're usually wound fairly hot. So we got 43 gauge wire. I'm guessing Alnica 5s, but it could be Alnica 3s as well that they're using. Doesn't say though. Okay, let's take a look at the Strat. You have the Ocean 50s Ocean Clear. So this is based on early 50s Strats. Heavy form bar, Alnica 3s gives it away. That's pretty early 50s. And Alnica 4, interestingly enough, I have not seen Alnica 4 loaded in a Strat pickup very often. So that's interesting, especially not on a reproduction of a 50s pickup. Yeah, 50s pickups, interesting that they would put Alnica 4. Alnica 4 was not used in the 50s very often, I don't think. Yeah, this is interesting. Yep, wound to pretty vintage levels. But yeah, Alnica 4 is interesting that they used 59. So they're using a mix of Alnica 2 and 4. Again, using Alnica 4 in a Strat pickup is bold. Not vintage accurate, but bold. It's interesting how they use that. A 63 fat AV set. 6.6, 7, 6.4, 6.4. Okay, so these are just a little bit higher output because it's early 60s, and for some reason all the early 60s Strat pickups are usually higher output. Yeah, that's what they do that with a lot of these pickup makers, just want them a little bit higher. 63, original refin Sonic Blue Strat. Heavy form bar Alnico 2 and 5. 5.5, 5.6.2, okay. So these are interesting, 63, but they're not actually wound very hot. And Alnico 2 in the neck. Alnico 5 in the bridge. It's okay. Alnico 2, actually, I'm not sure how often that was used in strats. This is for a humbucker strat set. So this is for super strats mostly. So they have a PAF, 59 PAF in the bridge, and then their vintage 50s type strat pickups in the neck and the middle. Firebird pickups, I'm guessing they do make one of these for the mini humbucker. Yeah, although the Firebird pickups are just their own unique construction, so it's interesting. Wonder, like, what is like mini humbucker versus Firebird? Firebird is kind of like a variation of a mini humbucker, I guess, but they sound a little bit different, and their construction, I believe, is a bit different too. So it's interesting. Okay, so they make a actual. This is like an actual Firebird type pickup, I think, with that kind of construction, which is not all that high output actually. I think it should be similar output to a mini humbucker. Let's see. Okay, yeah, and then they have a P90 sized Firebird pickup, so that's cool. So they put the Firebird pickup in a P90, and they also put the P90 in a Firebird pickup. Makes sense, I guess, for them to have both. Goes both ways. Yeah. It's cool that they have Firebird as a consideration. A lot of pickup makers just don't think about it because Firebirds are not that popular. And then they have mini humbuckers, right? Because you have Firebirds. That's cool. Sun Bear pickups. See, they're not too expensive either. They're reasonable priced. So now look at Rocket Fire guitars here. So he has. They actually make guitars, but they make their own pickups as well. So they have the 1959. I'm surprised they don't have an early 50s, but they have a 1959 Alnico set. Okay. Doesn't tell you much about the specs here. It just says Alnico magnet, P wire, plain enamel wire. Plain enamel wire is not used in 59 though. Throughout the 50s, it was heavy form bar. So it's interesting they use plain enamel here. Yeah, it should be form bar in the 50s. Then you got a super splitter humbucker, Alnico magnet, F spaced, fender spaced, fork ductor cable. They got a 60s Strat version. See, this is reversed. 60s does not use form bar, they use plain enamel. But then 50s use form bar, and they got them reversed. 60s is supposed to be plain enamel. 50s is supposed to be form bar. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, I mean, for like all the other pickup makers except for Exotic, for some reason, Exotic and this Rocket Fire guitars get them mixed up. Yeah, 50s is actually form bar wire, and 60s is plain enamel. 54. Okay, so now they have 54 form bar, which makes me confused because the 59 was plain enamel. So they do have a 54. I wonder what kind of Alnico they are. They don't tell you. Like this one is staggered Alnico 5. So 69 is staggered Alnico. This one, why doesn't it say the Alnico grade? I don't know. This is definitely more correct. The Alnico 5 plain enamel for 69. That's the Hendrix version. The Gypsy set, yeah. Because Band of Gypsies, yeah. And then the BSB, Backstreet Boys. Telly, Alnico, form bar PE. The Broadcaster, okay, yep, this is the Broadcaster. I wonder if it really was a mix of form bar and PE for the plain enamel for the Telecaster back then. And the Plus version, this is just a higher output version. So anyways, that's Rocket Fire guitars. Their pickups seem a little bit odd to me. They don't give you that much information, and some of the wire they use is actually not period correct. All right, Buzz Tone. Let's look at the buzz tone. They only do humbuckers. So we have the 57 PAF plus, vintage PF booty rate, humbucker bobbins, keeper bars, screws, alloys. Okay, don't tell you the Alnico used. 8.4K, 8.0, original windings, reference. What is it? What about the Alnico used? 57 PF. They don't tell you very much about this. These pickups actually. They don't tell you. I mean, they give you the resistance, sure. I mean, yeah, but what is the actual Alnico and the wire and everything? What wires are you using and what's... Yeah, what gauge wire are you using and what Alnico grade? Doesn't tell you. 58 PAF. 59 PAF. Okay, so he just has the typical 3 years, the 3 most popular PAF years. Actually, I should say this. 57, 58, 59, no 60 here. Yeah, so maybe these 57 and 59 might be the most popular, but then sometimes I see 58 and 60. Yeah, because 57 is like the first year of PAFs on gold tops and stuff, and the 59 is obviously associated with the most famous Les Paul model. But yeah, this guy doesn't give that much information either. I don't know what wire he's using. I don't know. I can see the ohms, but I don't know what Alnico magnet he's using. So at least you should tell us that. Okay, that's all they have, I think. With humbuckers, modern humbuckers. So there's a DA bucker version of a famous hard rock and gold top. What famous hard rock and gold top? It doesn't give you much. They don't give you much information here. I mean, the prices are reasonable, I guess, but I wish there was more information. Hybrid 78. Is this a Van Halen model? Because it's 78. Usually 78 refers to Van Halen because that's the year the Van Halen album came out. 84. Is that also Van Halen? See, they don't give you enough description here. I don't get enough out of this. This one doesn't even have the DC resistance on it. I mean, the prices are reasonable. I just wish they had more had more description here. This is like the opposite of Rewind. Rewind had like a whole paragraph of description, like an essay. This guy, the buzz tone, doesn't have much. All right, Brandon Round. That's a weird name. He named it after himself. But, okay, I wish it was a better name than Brandon Wound. Sounds lame. Okay, so humbuckers, well, we got 1959 clones. Our premium 59 clones are made from USA parts. Okay, bridge pickup. Okay, we got plain enamel wire, magnets. Okay, what type of magnets? They don't say. At least you have a lot of options here for pickup covers and aging them, but yeah. I guess the prices are reasonable. They're similar to Buzz Tone. Prices are reasonable. Give you a little bit more information than Buzz Tone, which is good. So the Butford T-Bucker is their version of a classic dirty finger pickup. Okay, what's a dirty finger pickup? Is that just a higher output pickup? Jimmy Page. Is this GP1? Jimmy Page. Early 70s, early 80s rock and roll with assistance of push Paul. Yeah, this is obviously based on Jimmy Page's Les Paul, because he has a push-pull pot. Yeah, doesn't tell you exactly that much about it. 7.3, 7.9. Doesn't tell you the Alnico magnets used, but the prices are okay, I guess. Pat sticker. These are the same as 59, so the magnet is slightly shorter as an Alnico 5. Okay, at least they tell you that magnet here. This is like a patent version. It's like an early PF, I guess. Early PF model. T-top. This is their version of a T-top. We are the only pickup manufacturer that sells aftermarket T-tops. Well, I'm not sure about that. I mean, Rewind. We just saw Rewind sell their T-tops. So, yeah. Definitely pretty sure we saw other T-tops too. So, I'm pretty sure this is not the only pickup maker making T-top replicas. Polywire, Alnico 5. Yeah, of course, they actually use polywire starting in the 70s. So that's right. Yeah, I think they stopped using plain enamel, went with the polywire. Okay, let's check out what's the limited run sets. 59 premium clones. Authentic like tooling marks on the base plate feet. Covers are carefully aged. So they're kind of like antiquity pickups. We wind them on old-timey machines. I mean like a Lisona? Like what is this old-timey machines? I mean, Throwback actually tells you what type of machines they use. Like we use a Lisona, we use a Meteor, a Geo, right? This guy just says old-timey machines. Sandcast Alnico 4. Okay, interesting. Did not expect that for 59, but I don't know how much Alnico 4 was used back then. I don't think of Alnico 4 as very widely used in the 50s, but Maybe it was. Because everything from 50s I've seen, like maybe Alnico 5 is the most commonly used, but then Alnico 2, maybe. Alnico 3 for the early 50s, but Alnico 4, not sure. And no potting. Okay, good. That's at least something they did right here. I don't like potting on the pickups because it reduces dynamics, so it's good to have that. These are expensive though, but I guess these are clones, exact clones of a PAF. But I mean, we've seen so many PAF clones at this point by other. So many pickup makers have their PAF clones. It's like the #1 most popular aftermarket pickup is the PAF clone, usually of a 1959. Jazzmaster pickups. Okay, cool. It's cool just to even have an aftermarket Jazzmaster pickup. It's nice that they offer it. P90, of course, the only one model there. And single coil pickups. Oh, that's cool. Broadcaster, I'm guessing. Yep, 43 AWG on that one. Doesn't tell you the power output. Oh, you got a Charlie Christian. It's cool that they offer that. There's only a few pickup makers offering Charlie Christians. I usually think of Lawler and also Stevens design, but there's a few. I think Curtis Novak maybe as well. But yeah, Charlie Christians are interesting, very unique. It's cool that they offer that. Mid-scooped Sallies, comparable to John Mayer. Of course, they're chasing the Big Dipper style pickups. So usually when I think of Big Dipper style pickups, I go to Klein pickups because they have a few different sets, like the Jazzy Cats and the S5. But it's cool. There's other pickup makers making John Mayer sets or Big Dippers. Mid-scooped. We should tell you the resistances and the magnets. They don't tell you that. Yeah, I guess the prices are okay. They're reasonable. Red Fullerton. First recreated red bobbin pickups used in the early 80s. So I didn't know that they were recreating 80s pickups. That's actually pretty unique. Not many people choose to replicate those. And S50 series, hand-built, hand-wound. Yep. Alnico 5 or Alnico 3, which I guess were both used in the early 50s. Yep. 60 series. So I'm guessing it's just using plain enamel. Probably Alnico 5, but they don't tell you about that. 70s, interesting. Not many. I mean, yeah, not many people go for 70s replicas, but I'm guessing they're higher output than the 50s and 60s. Just a guess. Special hotties. What are these? Just the hot Strat series. Doesn't tell you the output though. So what are they, like Texas Specials or something? They don't tell you. Guessing they're maybe like Texas Specials. 50 series, hand assembled, hand wound. Okay, these are Telecaster 50s, broadcaster style maybe. No caster style. Blackguard style, Tele probably. 60s era specs. So 60s era Teles are like what, Bakersfield type sound. So anyways, that's cool to have that. T-wide custom set. Wide range neck pickup. Ooh, okay, so that's a wide range neck pickup in the neck. That's pretty cool to have that. That's for a Telecaster custom, right? No, Telecaster 72 Telecaster thin line or something, right? Or Telecaster Deluxe or whatever. They use wide range humbuckers. True Blues S. Wound hotter. Yeah, so it's just an overwound. This is maybe more like a Texas Special because now they finally give you this. Why is it so inconsistent? Some descriptions give you like, okay, some descriptions are like they don't give you this, but this one does. So this one actually gives me the resistances, which is nice. So I know that this is like a Texas Special, A5 magnets. Yeah, so why doesn't the other descriptions give me that? Not consistent. Okay, and the wide range humbucker. It's cool that he offers this. The wide range humbucker. I really like wide range humbuckers. I think that there should be more pickup makers offering them. I think now with Filtertrons got more popular because the Cabronita and all these other guitars came out with Filtertrons and stuff in them, and I think Filtertrons definitely became more popular. But wide range humbuckers, yeah, they're still not so popular. But now Fender's releasing the Kunafe wide range humbuckers, so maybe they'll get more popular. Always thought they were a very underrated pickup design. It's made by Seth Lover, designed by Seth Lover, the exact same designer of the PAF. So, yeah, always thought the wide range humbucker deserves more appreciation and love. We do not use Kunifei because it's no longer manufacturer available. Well, actually, it is now. You see that Fender uses Kunifei magnets now. And what was that other pickup maker? There's another pickup maker using Kunifei that we went through. But yeah, there's some like one or two pickup makers using Kunifei for their wide range humbucker replacements. And Fender now is using Kunifei as well. So that's no longer true. Tone factor discount from the metallic makeup. The strength of magnets what matters. Not sure actually. Some people say that Kunifei makes a big difference. Big improvement. Okay, so this is not actually vintage spec. They're not using Kunifei magnets. They're saying that the metallic makeup of the magnet doesn't matter, but I disagree with that. That's the whole reason why Fender is selling the Kunifei wide range humbuckers, is because they're Kunifei. The magnet does matter. And that's what's actually special about wide range humbuckers. Not just their design, but because the only wide range humbuckers use Kunifei magnets. Well, now Fender has the Kunifei magnets in other designs because they want to experiment. But yeah, I mean, the Kunifei magnet is the special part of wide range humbuckers. So yeah, the tone of that magnet is unique to a wide range humbucker. So I disagree with that. Right, here's another one, Klotman Electrics. I believe this is a German company. And yeah, they make guitars as well. I think amps, effects, not just pickups, but probably most well known for their pickups. Yeah, this guy, actually he doesn't have his full name here, but I'm guessing his last name is going to be Klotman. So yeah, anyways, hand wound pickups as you would expect. So let's take a look at his pickups here. Okay, Strat pickups. So he was repairing the bridge pickup 54, and guitar said the short magnet G string. Oh yeah, well that's the stagger difference. Okay, well let's look at his offerings. An ST54, of course, is based on the 1954 Strat, the very first year of the Strat. He doesn't seem to have any readings on his pickups or any specs here, so that's interesting. I mean, even if I look at the set here, okay, so this is a German company, so of course they're going to price it in euro, but yeah, I don't see any specs for this pickup set. No specs. Yeah, it just tells you a little bit about how it might sound. Doesn't tell you about whether or not they use formbar wire. It looks like they use formbar wire, but they don't talk about it here in the description. They don't talk about the output of the pickups. They don't talk about the magnets that they're using. Yeah, I don't see anything about magnets or wire or the outputs here. So yep, they don't talk about those kind of specs. Just say it's a 1954 sound. Okay. That's what you hear on Buddy Holly or Billy Gibbons. Did Buddy Holly really play a 1954 Strat, or did he play like a 55 or 56? I don't know. Or 57, actually. He could have played a 57 as well. And then, yeah, there's some demos, I guess, but who knows, right? When you're playing through it, you're playing through a pedal, how are you supposed to hear the actual sound of the pickups? 56 pickup here. Well, it's supposed to sound like Clapton, Buddy Guy, Jimmy Vaughan. I think Clapton's Blackie Strat was actually more like 57, but okay. Yeah, it could be Buddy Guy, but yeah, I guess that's the sound they're going for here. Again, these are all very minute differences, right, between the different replicas here. Yeah, the difference is, like, when you're talking about like Stratocaster pickups, different years and stuff, like you're just talking about a minor variance here, right? A minor variance in output, a minor variance in like, actually they use the same wire in the case of the 50s, right? Magnets might be different. I don't know what they're using the 54, could be Onico 3, but if they're using Onico 5 in the 56, yeah. All these pickups we're talking about, to be sure, right? All these pickups we're talking about here, right? They're just very, very minor differences if you're just going by the years like this. So just might be a little difference in output, might be a different magnet. That's all going to result in a very minor difference. So yeah, 1960s. Okay. It's going to be similar to Stevie Ray Vaughan, Mark Knopfler. Stevie Ray Vaughan's like 59, right? I guess, which is similar to 60. Ricky King, Hank Marvin, Roy Gallagher, Mark Knopfler. Okay. So I'm guessing with 60s, no, they still use formbar, looks like. Yep, no, well, this is 1960, I guess. Well, yeah, maybe they're still using formbar because it's pre-CBS. The output might be higher for these, I think. I'm guessing, because they don't list any specs here. 1962 is going to be an even higher output, I'm guessing. So George Harrison. Okay, interesting. We don't see many George Harrison type of pickups, but if he's referencing George Harrison, that's fine. Just don't see many pickup makers use George Harrison as the... Because George Harrison, I mean, sure, he used a Strat, but he used all kinds of guitars. He used Gretsch's, Rickenbackers, Telecasters. Hard to determine what exactly is a George Harrison sound. Yeah, 65 is a Jimi Hendrix on Are You Experienced in Monterey Pop. Honestly, some of my favorite tones from Jimi Hendrix come from this era. I actually liked his... yeah, I think in terms of Jimi Hendrix's tone, I probably prefer his earlier sound than his later sound. His later sound, when he used the maple board strats and stuff, are known for being brighter sounding. But his earlier sound, when he played with rosewood strats and using the mid-60s pickups, are a little bit warmer sounding. So yeah, and these are using the plain enamel wire, as you can tell, with this different color wire. I'm guessing Onyx 5 pickups. Output, I'm guessing, is medium output. It's not like it's not going to be as high as a 62. I'm just guessing based on what other pickup makers have done. 67 is interesting. He makes a different one for 65 and 67. And this one is for late 60s. So this is a later Hendrix tone, which I don't like the later Hendrix tone as much, but it's the more famous Hendrix tone, right? When people think of Hendrix, they think of Woodstock. So yeah, Gilmore, Blackmore, Youngway, Malmsteen. Yeah, when they think of Woodstock, the maple board strats, so that's what people think of as the 67 to 69, the late 60s, they associate with Hendrix. Although I personally like the mid-60s Hendrix sound more. Then we got the ST Blug. What is this? Thomas Blug. Andres. Okay, here we go. I finally got his full name. Andres Klopman. Didn't say on his own about page, but here I have his full name. Andreas Klopman. Okay, I'm guessing German. Because yeah, it seems like they reference German stuff a lot here. Optimum middle pickup. Okay. Original 1966 Strat pickup. So this is a reproduction. Actually, this is a set of 1960 neck, 1966 middle, 1962 bridge. Okay, interesting combination here. You can see this one. This middle one is the CBS era plain enamel, and the other ones are Formvar. Blug 2. The neck and bridge pickup from a set with this white wire 66. So this is what... Okay, so it's just a different... Oh, so maybe it's a different calibration of his other set? I'm not sure. Dummy coil set. Okay, the coil pickups with same interference and no strap because serial mixer pickup serial alternate phase. Use a DC as much, okay. Marcus Damel Strat. Okay. So I don't know these people. I think maybe they might be more famous in Europe, maybe. I don't know these people well. It's a black Strat, the HSS configuration. Okay. These are pretty expensive, by the way. I mean, 545 euros. It's pretty expensive. It's like 600 something US. Blue Poet. Very special voice bridge pickup. Okay. Again, I don't have any specs or anything like that. I just know that the bridge pickup is looks like a late 60s. It's like it's a CBS era just because of the wire that they're using. That's the only thing I know about this one, the appearance. They don't tell you any specs or magnets or anything, so who knows. Tim Hoheneder. Yeah, I don't know these people. Again, maybe they're more famous in Europe. ST Wheel 62 Tillcaster. So this is what? Young Gary Moore, John Frusciante. The Tillcaster set. Okay. Again, don't know much about the set. It looks like all 50 style though. In the ST60 Tillcaster, with the gain and mid-range of a good Telecaster bridge pickup. So I'm guessing he came out with a higher output bridge pickup because Tele bridge pickups are generally louder sounding and more output than the Strat bridge pickup. Slightly overwound. Okay, yeah. So Billy Gibbons or Keith Richards. Okay, cool. So yeah, Telecaster bridges are generally hotter sounding than a bridge Strat pickup. Okay, let's look at Telecasters now. BC 49. Oh, this is the prototype 49. Okay. Yeah, it's interesting. This is only the second pickup I've seen, I think, that uses the 49. I think we just saw one. I forgot the name of the pickup maker, but Yeah, rewind pickups maybe? I forget. But anyways, we haven't seen many 1949 Telecaster pickups because these are actually prototype pickups. Because Fender didn't release the Telecaster or Esquire until 1950. So yeah, 1949 would have to be prototypes at this point. It's interesting how they know about the prototypes and how they might sound like, though. Like, did someone get their hands on a prototype or something? How would you know what a 1949 prototype Telecaster pickup sounds like? I guess you would have to get a... Someone had their hands on a prototype, maybe? How would you know? Nobody has a 1949 Telecaster. They don't exist, so... Yeah, it's interesting. Okay, it's the bridge pickup of a TLKR set. Keith Richards, okay. Okay, so I'm sure this is like a Telecaster neck with a humbucker bridge. Or is a humbucker... Okay, I'm looking at this and I was like, there's no humbucker bridge for Teles. You're talking about humbucker neck, right? Yeah, special round PF neck humbucker, yeah. This is for Keith Richards for the brown sugar toe, okay. Yeah, because with Teles, if you're going to go with humbucker, it's almost always in the neck. And if you're going to go with a bridge, then they're both going to be neck and bridge. I don't think I've ever seen a Telecaster with a single coil neck and a humbucker bridge. It's always humbucker neck, single coil bridge, or both humbuckers. Never seen a humbucker just bridge for a Tele. So yeah, I think it makes sense for the neck then. Yeah, for Teles, it's like the neck has to be stronger or something like that. I don't know, I'm not a Telecaster player. So TL50 bridge pickup. Neck pickups, it's like country music, Vince Gill, Red Volkert, and Arlen Roth. Okay, and then Jeff Beck, Keith Richards, Bruce Springsteen. Cool. Again, no idea about the specs or the magnets. they don't talk about that here. TL55. So this is a lower output Telecaster pickup. So the thing about Teles is interesting. It's like the earlier Telecasters are generally higher output. Interestingly enough, it's like the opposite of Strats. For Stratocasters, it's like the lowest output is like 1954, 55, 56. Higher output is like early 60s, right? So Telecaster is like reverse. It's like the first Telecaster, Broadcaster, Nocaster, 1950 to 52. Those are the higher output ones, or 53, and then you go on to mid 50s, late 50s Teles, and those ones actually lower output. It's like the reverse of Strats. Don't know how that happened, but that's what I've been seeing. Yeah, and the 60, neck and bridge are powerful. Okay, I guess these ones are powerful again, even though they're 1960. 65, real 65 actually. What's real 65 about it? Okay, maybe this is from my real 65 Telecaster. He took the readings or something like that. I don't know. 19. Oh yeah, there's the Tilcaster again from that guy, Till Honenender. Yeah. Just curious, taking a look at this. Nope. Okay. Let's take a look at the PAF. Of course, everyone's got to have a PAF replica. The 57, the first year of the PAF, gold top, right? Robin Ford, Snowy White, Dwayne Allman. Dwayne Allman play a 57? Or, yeah, maybe he did. He's probably well known for a 59, though. Okay, again, we don't have no ideas about the readings or... yeah, no idea about the readings or the magnets or anything. They don't talk about that. 58, Peter Wes, 1958 Les Paul Standard. Okay. Okay, Dickie Betts, I mean. Interesting reference there. 59, of course, and famous 1959, a legendary 59. A lot of famous guitar players here. Eric Clapton and his Beano sound. Actually, Eric Clapton and Beano would be 60, but sure. Gary Moore, Billy Gibbons, Pearly Gates. But yeah, Eric Clapton and the Beano guitar, that was definitely 1960, not a 59. I don't know why he referenced it here. 59 would be Jimmy Page, Dwayne Allman, Michael Bloomfield. Those are more like 59s. I think Gary Kossoff as well. Might be wrong. 60. Paul Kossoff's legendary. Okay, this 60s night to Paul Kossoff then. I think 59, was it Peter Green then? Did Peter Green have a 69? 59, I mean. Peter Green might have had a 59 then. Not sure. Maybe his greenie was 59. Well, Paul Kossoff's right now. Okay, so okay, Paul Kossoff was a 60. But yeah, Eric Clapton, Beano was a 60 Les Paul. That's a known thing. Even though that Les Paul's lost, but that's a known thing that it was a 60. 62, that's not You don't really see 62 replicas. That's an SG pickup, of course, because that 62 in 1962 Gibson didn't make Les Pauls. They made SGs. So this would be like Angus Young, I'm guessing. Oh, okay, West Montgomery Joe Pass. Interesting. We got some cool name drops here from guys you usually don't hear about. Okay, Gregor Hilden. I actually watch this guy's YouTube channel sometimes. Gregor Hilden Golden Voice set, which is basically just a Peter Green set. It's an out of phase sound. So this out of phase sound, so it's just magnets turned by 180 degrees and the phase is reversed. So it's a little bit more of a quick and dirty way to do it. But as we've seen from other Peter Green sets, there's people that put more time into doing the Peter Green sound than just flipping the magnet. And also this is pretty expensive too. It's over 600, maybe 700 or something dollars if you convert it. Peter Way. So this guy, he worked on albums by Jack Bruce, Rio Meiser, and Meatloaf. Okay. The Peter Way set. Okay, what's special about this one? 659 euros. Holy crap, that's really expensive. This is as expensive as like a throwback or a Ron Ellis. You're getting into throwback Ron Ellis territory now with 659 euros. Okay, is it okay? With 2 Bumblebee paper and oil tone caps. You gotta have those Bumblebee caps, and those raise it to 1,044 euros. Really? Really? Bumblebee paper and oil tone caps are that expensive? No way, man. I'm pretty sure Sprague still makes these Bumblebee paper and oil tone caps, and I'm sure they're not this expensive. Like, there's a difference of what? You're talking about like a 300, 400 euro difference for Bumblebee caps? Okay, man, I mean, you can charge whatever you want, but Jesus Christ. It's not 400 euros from Bumblebee caps, man. Those you can get from Sprague for how much? Like, probably not more than like 20, 30 euros, probably. That's probably how much you can actually get them for. What's this? Andy Powell custom beef. Okay, Andy Powell, I don't know him too well. But yeah, I mean, I still can't get over charging 1,000 euros for humbuckers plus Bumblebee caps. Oh man. Okay, the Borchardt. I don't know this. Deathy Borchardt, no idea. Don't know a lot of these. Maybe they're just famous in Europe. Okay, so that's the humbuckers. Also don't know what's special about his pickups too, but okay. They don't tell you the specs of any of these, so it's P90 pickups, okay. 52 P90, Scotty Moore, Chuck Berry, Carl Perkins, Muddy Waters. Okay, Frank Zappa. I didn't know he used that, but okay. 52 PAF, huh? Dave Gilmore. Dave Gilmore used one? I thought Dave Gilmore was a Strat guy. 62 P90. So Pete Townshend. Maybe I don't know too well all the guitars Pete Townshend plays. I believe Pete Townshend actually plays a Eric Clapton Strat now. Leslie West, Keith Richards, John Lennon, Johnny Thunders. Interesting. Keith Richards, I'm pretty sure, is a Tele player mostly. But yeah, these are P90s. Again, we don't know anything about them. No specs divulged. But yeah, signature pickups. I think we went over those actually. Okay, Andreas Kloppman. I don't know. These are expensive pickups, and I have to question some of his information isn't exactly correct. So he got some of the years wrong, I think, on some of his notes there. But yeah, it's another pickup company here. So, man, they're not cheap though. All right, but yeah, I guess if you're in Germany or whatever, then you can definitely look this guy up. So, another aftermarket guitar pickup maker called ZR Guitar Pickups from California. That was started in, what, 2018? Fairly recently, I guess, from Napa, California. Okay, been there before. But yeah, let's look at what this guy has to offer here. Oh, this is Instagram. Let's go here. Humbuckers, of course. So we got a dual rail humbucker here. The prices actually seem reasonable for these pickups, actually. I mean, I guess this is for one pickup. If it was a set, I guess it's double the price, or... Oh, no. Actually, no. It's for a set. Okay. Anyways, I think the prices are relatively reasonable. A pair for 150 bucks. Yeah. I mean, given the fact that aftermarket guitar pickups really have gone up in price, so 150 seems okay, reasonable, I guess. Prices are reasonable, I guess. Yeah. But this is definitely for high output, right? You look at rail humbuckers, anything rail is going to be like high output. Alnico 5 magnets, 17K in the bridge, 11K in the neck is definitely for high output, high gain stuff. You're going to play like death metal or just like heavy metal with this thing, probably. And this one's the Eddie Van Halen one, supposedly based on Eddie Van Halen's PAF that he had in his Frankenstrat. And this is actually based off of the replica humbucker that Fender made for the Eddie Van Halen Frankenstrat replica. So this is a replica of a replica pickup, essentially. But I mean, it looks deep, 8.6K, pretty vintage accurate, I guess. Alnico 2, yeah, looks fine. Wax potted. Well, I guess if you're playing with high gain, technically wax pot is not vintage accurate. You need to be wax, not potted actually, to be very vintage accurate. But if you're playing with high gain, then it makes sense because Eddie did wax pot his, so it is accurate to Eddie's humbucker. Not accurate to the original PAFs, but accurate to Eddie's humbucker. So, anyways, yeah, this is apparently based off the Eddie Van Halen Frankenstein Strat humbucker that Fender made. Let's see, what's this Evil Genius one? This is for metalheads and soloists. Okay, 13.3, 14.4. Yeah, so this is a very, very high output humbucker for metalheads. And then there's the Alnico 6 humbucker is interesting. Not many humbuckers are made with Alnico 6. Alnico 6 is reasonably high output, but yeah, not many guitar pickups are made with Alnico 6. So that's a pretty interesting choice and that they offer here. High gain Z-top. So Z-top humbucker. What's a Z-top again? Designed for players with modern metal. So it's another metal humbucker, 8K in the neck, 13.3K in the bridge. Okay, another metal humbucker. Seems to be a bunch of those. This is I guess is a similar high gain or modern. What's the difference? There's a Rhodes humbucker here, which I guess based on the name is based on the Randy Rhoads sound from Ozzy Osbourne. And this one seems to be fairly vintage. In terms of output, 7.5, 7.K is a pretty low output for a humbucker, actually. Yeah, I guess this, and that's interesting because Randy Rhoads is not really known to be low output. I guess he was playing with maybe more vintage outputs, but definitely he was more on the hard rock side, I would say. So a little bit of a lower output than I expect. Then there's a replica 6465, which is for your more vintage tones as well, but think about your SGs, right? Because 64, 65, Gibson wasn't making Les Pauls, they were making SGs. So Dickie Betts, Angus Young, Ed King. So your SG players, think about that type of sound. Again, the prices are all very reasonable for these humbuckers. About the most expensive it gets is $175 for this Peter Green set, which you have to have, right? As an aftermarket pickup maker, you got to have the reverse polarity sound, the out of phase sound, which I guess is a little bit more difficult to make to flip the magnet. So vintage PF specs, but you flip the magnet and then costs a little bit more. There's a little bit more work on these, I guess. And then you have, of course, you got to have the 59. So yeah, it's just trying, except this one's a hotter 59. This has got a 9.2K bridge. That's definitely hotter, right? Usually a vintage output PAF from 59, probably like 8.5 around there. This is the 9.2K resistance. I wouldn't be able to tell the difference between a long bar and a short bar Alnico, but I mean, yeah, would you even be able to tell? Like, is there any difference in tone at all between a short-legged and a long-legged? I don't know. It's a 57. 57 Les Pauls would be the gold tops, I believe. So yeah, these are pretty early ones. Eric Clapton, Peter Frampton, Rick Derringer. Okay, 57s are not as popular as 59s or 58s. 58s are also more popular. Yep, this one is pretty vintage. Style tone, Peter Frampton, Albert King, Eric Clapton. Then you got your Filtertrons. So you got your PAF style Filtertron, which is basically humbucker style Filtertron. With you have lower output because it's a Filtertron, just the way that it's designed. George Harrison, Brian Setzer, Dwayne Eddy. Yep. So it's cool that he offers a Filtertron option as well. which is getting more popular these days. A classic creamy humbucker set. What's this? Oh, these are unpotted. That's good. So this is more vintage accurate being unpotted. Unpotted will probably add a little bit more dynamics, just a little bit more. Not a huge difference between potted and unpotted though. But I think there is probably a difference. There's mini humbuckers offered, which is cool. Vintage classic 50s mini humbucker replica. So yeah, 42. I mean, mini humbuckers are not as popular as full size. They're only in some guitars. My Duesenberg, Joe Walsh, for example, is one of the few that has a mini humbucker, but there isn't too many guitars that have mini humbuckers. Of course, they're all hand wound. Wind patterns are duplicated. Pair of aged aluminum magnets. DCR 6 in the next 7.5. So mini humbuckers are almost similar output to P90s. So you might hear them as basically hum-free versions of P90s, essentially, because they have similar output to P90 pickups, but they're hum-free. Mini humbuckers. So yeah, P90s, which also include Jazzmasters, which I guess are similar to P90s in terms of output. They're just different construction. But this is interesting. What's this one? Vintage modern P90 size humbucker. Oh, so this is actually a humbucker, but it's sized in a soap bar P90. Okay. And then, man, that's a lot of screws on that one. Vintage classic. So you got a Jazzmaster P90. So this is a P90 that fits in a Jazzmaster. I mean, this mount looks to me like a Jazzmaster mount. So yeah, Jazzmaster P90. Yeah, so this is definitely for Jazzmaster. So it's like a P90 and a Jazzmaster, or it could be just a Jazzmaster. Yeah, okay. This is basically like a Jazzmaster design. I think they call this a Jazzmaster P90 because, like, I guess the output of a P90 and Jazzmaster are pretty similar, but they do sound a little bit different. They're not exactly the same. The construction is different between a P90 and Jazzmaster. So I guess they just going by the output is similar. They're both fairly high output single coils. This one is a rail P90, so it's going to be hotter. You got an 8K neck and a 13.6K bridge, so you got a pretty hot P90 here because you got a rail here. So that's probably going to be one of the hottest P90s you can find. And then you got an overwound P90, which is hot, but not as hot as the rails one, but still pretty hot, 11.5K in the bridge. Then you got a historic style, dog ear style, or soap bar style. It's more vintage output here. Reminiscent, modeled after an arc top, a 51 Gibson. That's a very early guitar, 51 Gibson ES125. That's an arc top. Yep, very early guitar there, but like some of the earliest guitars used P90s. P90's been in, that's one of the oldest pickup designs. It's been in use for a long time, since 1950. Like this is from a 1951 guitar. So this predates, yeah, pretty much every other Gibson pickup actually. P90s are very old designs. I believe they actually predate the Fender Telecaster pickup as well, which was 1950. Okay, so Strat, you got a replica 54. And of course you got scatter wound. Okay, 5.6, 5.8, 5.9. Okay, all reasonably vintage output, like you would expect. Reasonable price. You got a more modern one, which is a little bit higher output, I'm guessing. 59, this is like the year Steve Ray Vaughan is most associated with Steve Ray Vaughan for 59. But it's modeled after Hot 59 pickups, which is interesting because like Strat pickups aren't really, like in the 50s they weren't really that hot. It wasn't until maybe the early 60s until they got a little bit hotter, but yeah. 6.3, 6.5, 6.7, a little bit hotter. Like Texas Specials, basically. Almost like Texas Specials. A little bit, maybe it's a little bit less output than Texas Specials, but yeah. They're a little bit higher output. Then you got the pre-CBS Strat, which is basically just a pre-1950s. I mean, pre-1960s, I mean. It's modeled after 64, okay. So, yeah. Mark Knopfler, Hendrix, Blackmore, Malmsteen. Okay. Lightly wax potted is good. Don't heavy wax pot it. Otherwise, reduces the dynamics. Hand wound. 6.2. Yeah, a little bit hotter than 50s pickups. And then, oh, this is a humbucker Strat. Telecaster. You got your hand wound 59 set. which is Telecasters have always gotten like a little bit hotter than Stratocasters. So they're like outputs are always a little bit hotter. The Strats are. And unlike with PAFs and humbuckers, Fender pickups have always been wax potted. It's just like they're lightly wax potted, I think. Yeah, but they've always been wax potted since the beginning. So whereas humbuckers for Gibson, they've not been they weren't potted before. It's only the modern type of I think starting from the 70s they started potting them. But for Fender pickups, they've always been lightly wax potted. Yeah, so yeah, this is a 53 Tele, right? Funny enough with, yeah, Teles, especially the early Teles from the early 50s, yeah, they're fairly high output compared to, I mean, for a Fender pickup. Yeah, so yeah, most of the Telecaster pickups in general will be hotter than a Stratocaster pickup from the same era. So that's something a little bit interesting. I don't know why, but Telecaster pickups are just, yeah, they're just hotter usually than a Stratocaster pickup is. And this one uses the Alnico 3 magnets, which I guess was used a little bit more early on. Alnico 3, maybe like Fender used more Alnico 3 in the early days, and then starting from maybe 54, after 54, they started settling more on Alnico 5. But for the early Telecasters and early Stratocasters, I think some were using Alnico 3. Not all of them. Some were using Alnico 3, and then it just became more Alnico 5, more consistent later on. But yeah, that's the guitar pickups. Hear the difference, feel the difference. All right, another pickup maker here. It's okay. I mean, it seems like he's got your typical selection, but the prices are reasonable, I guess, especially for California. So yeah, seems okay. Just one of many pickup makers, but yeah, at least his prices seem reasonable, I guess. So got another pickup company here, Manlius Pickups. I don't know what's up with these names, but yeah, Manlius. Real tone, hand built. Hot Alnico 2, okay, hot output, custom stagger, dynamic EQ, hand wound. Mixtape, early 80s Shaw era design, I guess referring to Tim Shaw. T-top, okay, let's take a look at what he has. Ooh, a lot of humbuckers, offset P9. I guess this is mostly humbuckers. Okay, landmark PAF. Let's look at all these different PAFs, okay. So many different humbuckers and PAFs. $120 actually is okay. That's a reasonable price. I mean, we actually saw a whole bunch of way more expensive ones, so that's fine. Based off of several vintage PF examples. It's a classic PF style. Okay, so I guess this is the classic, like 58 to 60 PAF then, or what? Alnico 2 magnet here. I think humbuckers back then were always wound with plain enamel, so that's fine. They weren't wound with form bar like Strats were. So yeah, all the humbuckers back then, I think all the PAFs back then were wound with plain enamel. DC resistance looks pretty vintage to me, so I guess this is just a standard vintage PAF offering, the Landmark. Then you have the Fat Diane. It's based off of a unique set pulled from a 1960 ES335. Interesting. So this one's based on a particular PAF, and it's using Alnico 4. Rough. Okay. I don't know if there's a tonal difference between rough or, polished or whatever. But anyways, interesting. A bit more higher output on this one. Scatter wound, which also means hand wound, I guess. Hot Rod 59, which I'm guessing is a hot one. Yeah, it's overwound. Okay. So this one is Alnico 5 or 2, and it's wound hotter, 8.4K, 8.5, 8.9K. So definitely hotter, and with a hotter magnet too, which is Alnico 5. So I guess the Landmark is a vintage output humbucker. Hot Rod and Fat Diane are both higher output. Then the 59 LT is a low wind PF. So this one is Alnico 3. Interesting. I don't know if there's actually any PFs wound with Alnico 3, but certainly if you want to have a lower output, then Alnico 3 is the way to go. 6.9 and 7.3. We're getting into high output Strat pickup territory with this, which means this is actually a very low output humbucker. Because, yeah, if you see a humbucker like this with a DC output close to that of a hot Strat, then that means it's actually a very low output humbucker. Yeah, so usually humbuckers are much more powerful than a Strat pickup, right? So yeah, nice underwound humbucker option here. 59 LT, a mixtape. What's this? Is this a Tim Shaw redesign or whatever? It's a reproduction of a Tim Shaw 80s pickup, maybe. Okay, so Alnico 2, 7.58. Okay. It's a blend of PF and T-top materials. Oh, okay, so it's using vintage SPN wire, not plain enamel wire. I think that's the main thing I noticed is, I don't know what's with this rough long bar, but we're universal def lags. I don't know what that means, but SPN wire, that's pretty unique. I don't think I've seen that very often. Based on the Tim Shaw pickups from the 80s. Tim Shaw is known for making a lot of good reproduction humbuckers, reproduction PFs, and they were in the old vintage, or I shouldn't say vintage. It's Gibson reissued their Les Pauls in the 1980s, and they tapped Tim Shaw to do it. Tim Shaw is now working for Fender, right, as you can see in the Shaw buckers that we went through earlier in the video. But back then, Gibson tapped Tim Shaw to redesign their pickups for their reissues, and he did a really good job apparently, from what I heard online. So that's a reproduction of that. Then we got a T-top replica. T-tops are basically the humbuckers in the 70s era humbucking pickups from Gibson. So I mean, they're not as famous as the golden 58 to 60 PAF era pickups, but the 70s era humbucker pickups, I guess some people like them because of Led Zeppelin and everything. So I mean, Jimmy Page had a 59 Les Paul, but apparently there's a story that he changed out the pickups after 72 or something like that. That's why you see like the pre-72, post-72 Jimmy Page reproduction humbuckers. So after 72, he changed out humbuckers for a T-top, which is a 70s era humbucker design, and that's basically why a lot of people want 70s era humbuckers sometimes. Not as popular as the vintage PAFs, but still, I guess there's a market for them. So Alnico 5, vintage SPN wire, so different than plain enamel, and fairly low output, I would say. These are 7.4, 7.6, so pretty low outputs for humbuckers. Vinyl, what's this? Hot rodded T-top. Okay, so this is just a T-top that has a higher output. It's a higher wind, 7.8, 8.7. Okay. Tarback replica. Man, he has a lot of humbuckers. Okay, this is the super humbucker known in many North era. Okay, so this looks to me like a hotter humbucker as well. Oh, it's a ceramic magnet. Okay, ceramic 8. So, yep, that's a very high output pickup then if you're using ceramic. And interestingly, the neck is very low output, 5.6. Wonder why the neck is so low output. Yeah, the neck is really low output. 5.6 is that's low output even for a Strat. So, interesting. 7.8K is actually not that much for bridge either. It says Tarback punches above its DCR output. Okay, so I guess because it's using ceramic, it might actually sound louder than it looks, but wow, 5.6K is really low compared to that's actually even low for Strat output pickup. And then 7.8 is pretty vintage PAF levels, but if it's using ceramic magnets and a vintage SPN wire, maybe it punches harder than that. So I shouldn't judge just from the DCR. Super 70s. Super D is a recreation of Super Distortion pickups, right? Because DiMarzio had the Super Distortion back in the 70s. So DiMarzio still makes a Super Distortion, of course, but they were one of the very first, I believe, commercial aftermarket humbuckers. And a lot of early famous guitar players, notably Eddie Van Halen, used the DiMarzio Super Distortion. So then you have reproduction DiMarzio Super Distortion. So if you don't want to get it from DiMarzio, I guess you can ask this guy to wind one for you. It's a recreation of a 70s Super Distortion, which is, one of DiMarzio's most famous pickups. It's using ceramic 8 SPN wire, and it's very high output because Super Distortion is a very high output pickup. So yeah, again, DiMarzio still sells this humbucker, but for some reason, if you don't want to get it from DiMarzio, you can get it from this guy who makes a replica of a 70s DiMarzio. Okay, Asphalt. This is a high output pickup, humbucker. I mean, Alnico 5. So I guess this is a more modern style humbucker. Alnico 5 or Ceramic 8. These, I guess, Ceramic 8 pretty high output. Alnico 5 is the most highest up. Well, actually, there's higher grades of Alnico now, but yeah, Alnico 5 is fairly high output for an Alnico. SPN wire, and yeah, this pretty high output specs here, 10.5K and 16.2K bridge. Especially for the bridge, 16.2K, that's really powerful. But apparently it cleans up nicely. Okay, let's go modern vintage. That's kind of an oxymoron. Modern vintage, Alnica 5s, SPN 10.5, 13.5. It looks to me like it's just the asphalt, but with a slightly lower bridge. Yeah, it looks just like that, the asphalt, but with a slightly lower bridge. But it's still hot. The bridge is still hot, just not as hot as the asphalt one. Modern, oh whoops, stud bucker. This is a cool looking color for this pickup. Never seen this color humbucker before. It's using Fender style Alnica 5 rods. Interesting. So this is a more cleaner sounding pickup. Am I thinking that this is like one of those Lindy Frelin twang bucker things? Or yeah, I'm that's what I'm thinking, because Lindy Frelin has those low output humbuckers that sound like Fender single coils. So this is like trying to be like that. Alnica 5 rods, that's using Fender Alnica 5 rods. So it's basically single coil style. Vintage SPN wire, interesting. They're still not using plain enamel here. They're using SPN wire, which is a more modern wire. 7.5, 8.3 is actually PAF specs. So it's not like it's that low output or anything. But yeah, it's just interesting. I guess they use, it's just the magnet rods are changed to Fender Alnica 5 style. It's pretty unique. So you get a more jangly tone out of it. I guess in theory you would get more of a single coil type of tone out of this. So I'm thinking it might be similar to Lindy Frelin's, what is it, Twang Master, and they also have some other ones that are fairly low output before. I forget the names, but yeah, I'm just thinking it's a bit like Lindy Frelin's humbucker offerings that are low output. They make a humbucker that sound like more like single coils basically. So yeah, I guess if you want a single coil sounding humbucker, you go for stud bucker, NY Deluxe mini humbucker. So it's a mini humbucker design. In this company, Manlius is from New York. It looks like Syracuse, I think. Vintage, hot vintage. Okay. Mini humbuckers are always going to be lower output than a regular sized humbucker. So, but they're going to be higher output than a Fender single coil. So it's kind of like, maybe I think similar to a P90-ish. So you can think of P90s a pretty high output single coil, and then mini humbuckers like a low output humbucker. So I guess there's some overlap there. You can think of mini humbuckers maybe like having similar output to a P90. Fatgo R90. So this is a humbucker sized P90. Okay. Everyone makes one of these now. Gotta have a P90 and a humbucker route. So Alnica 5. I mean, yeah, so the other one was interesting because the Fender, you don't see very often a pickup maker making Fender style single coils in a humbucker size. What you do see more often is P90s in a humbucker size. So that's what we got here. Alnica 5, Poly SPN, not vintage SPN. I don't know what's the difference. 7.2, 7.8, that's very P90 specs, but then you got a hot version, which is a hot P90 specs. So yeah, you get P9, typical vintage P90 specs and a hotter P90 specs here. Again, it'll be interesting to try one of these. I've never tried. Actually, I don't have any humbuckers or P90s. I've never had any guitars with P. Actually, it's not true. I've had guitars with P90s in it. Just I don't play them very often. Yeah, I had a few guitars with P90s, but I changed them out for gold foils and like other single coils because I don't like the sound of P90s that much. I just think they're too dark sounding for single coils. If I want to play single coils, I want it to be clear sounding, not dark sounding. So we got a Fat Goat HP P90. The difference, what's the difference between this and the other one? This is also a P90 and humbucker size, right? Alnica 2 or 5, what's the difference between this one? This one's only Alnica 5. Oh, but this one has Fender style rod magnets, okay. Oh, okay, interesting. So this is actually using the Fender style rod magnets too. So this is like the stud bucker, but just like a higher output stud bucker then. Okay, interesting. It's a mix of a P90 and the whatever the stud bucker is. So the stud bucker this guy offers is pretty unique, but then this is like a mix of P90 tone with that, and then the actual P90 is this one, the Fat Goat P90. So this one uses Alnica 2 or 5 and has more higher output, I guess, than this one, the Fat Goat. Oh wait a minute, they're both called Fat Goat. This one's just called R90. Okay, this one's called HB P90. Okay, interesting. I don't. Okay. So yeah, it looks to me like yeah, there's a stud bucker that this guy offers, which is like Fender single coil in a humbucker route, which is very unique actually. Then there is this one, the HB P90, which is a more common P90 in a humbucker route. And then there's the in-between, which is a R90, which is a Fender, which is kind of like the stud bucker blended with the P90. So this is also pretty unique. I don't see anyone else making these kind of things, but that's cool. Oh, you can choose a Jazzmaster type of output. I guess you could think of this more as a Jazzmaster. Yeah, because if it's going to be a blend of a P90 and a Fender single coil, then roughly in between there is going to be a Jazzmaster. So a Jazzmaster pickup is not as high output as a P90, but it's definitely higher output than a Fender single coil. So yeah, Jazzmaster would be a good description for this. Maybe it's kind of like a Jazzmaster in a humbucker size pickup, which is really cool. Don't see much of that. But then you do have Jazzmaster pickups here. I actually got Jaguars here too. That's cool because not many aftermarket pickups offer Jaguars, so it's pretty cool. I got Onico 2 on here. Nice to see them catering to the Jaguar market here. Jaguars is like even more. They're even like rarer than Jazzmasters when it comes to aftermarket pickups. Actually, you only see very few like pickup makers make them. You got 63 Jaguar here. So Jazzmasters actually see some pickup makers, right, that we've seen so far offer Jazzmasters. Jaguars much more rare. It's almost like Firebirds, right? Firebirds are probably just as rare as Jaguars. So this is a 64 Jazzmaster with plain enamel. Plain enamel is purple wire, and then gives a little mid bump. I did not know that. I did not know that plain enamel gives a mid bump. I didn't know that wire actually changed the. I mean, I know that wire does affect the tone, but not that much, but okay. Jen's Jazzmaster Pro is an overwound Jazzmaster pickup. So, nice. So you got a vintage Jazzmaster and a hotter Jazzmaster pickup. Then you got P90. You got the vintage Howling Goat P90. So P90s, of course, are hotter than a typical Fender single coil. So you got a vintage version, which they don't give me the specs here. Let's look at the hot version. And okay, it just says it's hotter, but it doesn't actually tell me the specs of this one. But I will trust him that this one is hotter, wound hotter. So this one is. Do they use Onico for P90s? I forget. Okay, this one's Onico 5. I mean, yeah, okay, they probably. Of course they use Onico. I was thinking like the design of the P90. I was getting confused. Yeah, of course they use Onico. Well, what else would it be, right? It wouldn't be ceramic. Yeah, everything was Onico back then. I was just thinking about the design of the P90, the way that I think it's like a bar magnet or something. The way that they design it is different than the Fender single coils. And then you have the Goat's Growl is the strongest. So this one is just a really high output P90, even hotter than the hot one. And then Master. Goat Master P90. This is a hybrid P90 Jazzmaster pickup. What this seems to me is like it's maybe a lower output than typical P90 then? Because a Jazzmaster, like a typical Jazzmaster pickup would be lower output than a typical P90. So I'm guessing this is just like a low line P90 or similar to that. Now the differences in the construction of a P90 and a Jazzmaster, they are differently constructed, but in terms of the actual output, I'm thinking the Jazzmaster style output is just a little bit lower than P90. So this may as well just be a underwound P90 then. But yeah, I'm interested to see what he means. A blend of P90 and Jazzmaster. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, maybe he's using the construction techniques of the Jazzmaster in a P90. And that's actually pretty interesting. I think he does, because look at the typical P90 construction. You can check it out like this, right? It's using these like steel pole pieces or something. But if you go to the Jazzmaster that we just saw, yeah, this one looks like it's using the Alnico rods of a Jazzmaster. But of course not the same Alnico rods that a Fender single coil has, but just the ones that are wrapped around a big fat bar magnet that Jazzmaster has. So they are differently constructed. So I guess this is just a P90 route for a Jazzmaster pickup. So that's pretty interesting. Not many pickup makers make that. Let's look at Strat. We got, of course, the vintage 54 based on the 54 Strat. Alnico 3 magnets. Usually when I see 54 Strat pickups, they're Alnico 3, but some pickup makers like Fender, I think, go with the Alnico 5. Of course, in reality, it's probably both. For 54, you probably have some Alnico 5, some Alnico 3, because it's not like they were consistent back then. But anyways, I guess most people with aftermarket, they go with Alnico 3 because it's a way to differentiate the pickup. Because yeah, other than 54, you don't really see any other Fender single coils using Alnico 3. So 54 is just a way of differentiating. Yeah, just gotta offer a separate product, right? Just by making Alnico 3, it's different. 5.8, 5.8, 5.9, yeah, pretty vintage specs. Surprised that the bridge is not that much higher output. These days, everyone pushes up the bridge output, but not for this guy. And I respect that, actually. I respect the attention to be historically accurate. Historically accurate means the bridge pickup actually historically wasn't actually pushed up more than the other pickups. So that's just a modern thing. Yeah, because if you go back to vintage Stratocaster pickups, they're all pretty similar in terms of the resistance, I would say. They're all, of course, different because someone's hand winding them, but they're all roughly around the same. It's just a kind of a modern thing to push up the Strat bridge pickup to balance it out. But if you really want to be vintage, then it would actually be pretty similar, and sometimes the neck or the middle might actually be more than the bridge if you look at the vintage pickups from back then, because it just wasn't consistent back then, and back then they never thought about balancing out the bridge. So this is the vintage 59. 59 is based on, usually when people think of 1959 Strat pickups, they think of Stevie Ray Vaughan. So I'm guessing this kind of be like a Texas Special type of pickup. So I'm guessing that's what it is, because look, 6.4, 6.4, 6.5, that's a higher output pickup, pretty similar to Texas Special. Alnico 5 now. So yeah, I'm guessing this is the Texas Special Stevie Ray Vaughan offering here, basically a hotter Strat pickup. 62 should also be pretty hot as well. And it's, I guess this guy actually analyzed a 62. Cool. Still form bar this time. It's pre-CBS, and this is honestly pretty similar specs to that 59. Yeah, not much difference there. 6.3, 6.3, 6.4, pretty similar. I mean, yeah, 59 is still a little bit hotter, but not by much. Fat 54, over round 54 with Alnico 3. Oh, that's interesting. So I guess this would be similar to the Fender Fat 50s, right? Except these ones actually use Alnico 3. I believe the Fat 50s for Fender use Alnico 5. So it really is just an... Actually, it's pretty interesting. I've never really seen many overwound Alnico 3 Strat pickups. Because usually when you see Alnico 3, it's on 54 Strat pickups, which are usually vintage output. So it's interesting to see a overwound 54 Strat pickup. That's kind of rare to see. Hotshot 69. Of course, when you think of 69, think of Jimi Hendrix, right? Even though Jimi Hendrix actually played a 68. But yeah, 69, yeah, sure. Because 69 is people associate that with Woodstock, that's why. Yeah, but actually the guitar Jimi Hendrix played at Woodstock was a 68 Strat. But anyways, that's a minor detail that most people don't care about. Hand scatter wound, yeah, of course it's going to be Alnico 5, and it's because it's a CBS era, it's a vintage, it's going to be the plain enamel. Pretty high output for 69. Usually 69s are not this high output, so I'm surprised about these specs. 69, 6.9, 7.3, 7.5, that's pretty high output. But I guess that's why it's called a hotshot 69. It's hotter than a usual 69. Okay, cool. I don't like hot output Strat pickups actually, because I prefer to get my pickup tone from my pedals in my amplifier instead. So the thing about high output pickups is that you're going to get your overdrive sounds from your amp more easily because they're higher output, but at the same time you're not going to get as much tone out of your clean sound, because like if you want to use your overdrive pedals and if you want to get your amp into overdrive, it'll be easier, but then your clean tone suffers because you're always pushing up the output, right? You're not going to get a low output of your guitar amp anymore, so it's not as versatile. So I'd rather just have a low output set, a vintage output set, and that's what all my Strat guitar has, a set of vintage output pickups in it. It's always better to get a vintage output, and then yeah, just use overdrive pedals is what I do to push up my guitar sound, or just you can turn up the volume, of course, and do it the old-fashioned way to try to push your amp into overdrive. But yeah, I think that's more natural sounding than just having high output pickups. Having high output pickups is kind of like a shortcut to getting overdriven tone, but it's not a. It comes with compromises. It also means your clean tone isn't going to be as good. So your clean tone is going to have too much mid range because you have too much high output, and it's not going to have as many chimey highs or as boomy. I mean, it's not going to have the lows or highs because you lost your dynamics, right? So this is like having high output pickups is essentially a compromise to your tone in order to get even more easily overdriven tones. So I generally don't like that. Like, you're not going to have a good clean sound. You have too much mid-range when you're overwinding your pickups, and you're not going to have as much dynamics as you would with an underwound set or just a vintage output set. So yeah, that's just personally my little thing. Like, I'd rather just have vintage output set and just use overdrive pedals to get my overdriven tone instead of using high output pickups. Yeah, and I like to have my clean tone, so that's another thing. All right, SP90. Tom placement for all Strat Sync guitars. Okay, so this is just a P90 in a Strat, which is actually cool. Not too many makers make these. Like Seymour Duncan is probably one of the few that makes something like this, but Seymour Duncan actually makes everything. But yeah, this is one of the few, like, you know, one-man shops, I guess, boutique winders that make something like this. A P90 in a Strat. That's really cool. Usually you see P90s in a humbucker size, but not in a Strat size. So it's cool that this is offered. Yeah. What else? Telly? Rodeo. Based on mid and 50s vintage Tellys, medium low output. So yeah, Alnico 5, 7.4, 8.1. So I think I've said this before, but Telly pickups on average are going to be higher output than your typical Strat outputs, Strat pickups. So yeah, that's expected. Yeah, I think that would be actually the main difference. If you could just show me like a sound clip, and then you don't tell me if it's a Strat or a Telecaster. I can probably tell it's a Telecaster versus a Strat because a Telecaster generally has higher output and has just more of a brighter tone, I think. Strats have more of a glassy tone, and then Tellys have more of a brighter tone, and also Tellys are usually higher output than Strats are. 5060 White Guard. What is White Guard again? What era is that? I forget. Is that mid 50s, early 50s? No, early 50s would be Black Guard actually. What's White Guard? Alnico 2 magnets. Again, I'm not sure how correct these are. I'm not too into Telecasters, but yeah, the other one was Alnico 5. This is Alnico 2. DC 1 is okay. Lower DC resistance than the other one, 7.1, 7.4, but still higher output than the Strat. Broadcaster. So these, I'm guessing, are even higher output because, like I said, with Tellys is a little bit odd. It's like reversed. The early Tellys are actually more higher output than the later Tellys. So this is Black Guards, right? Because I thought, yeah, Black Guards are the early Tellys. White Guard might be the later Tellys. So they have Alnico 3 magnets, which I don't know how accurate this is. Maybe Fender did use a lot of Alnico 3 in the early days. Seems that their early Strats and early Tellys use Alnico 3, apparently, but maybe they just have a whole mix of magnets and they just more Alnico 3 showed up in the early years. I'm not sure. But yeah, this one's Alnico 3, and this is definitely higher output, right? 7.6K neck, but 11.3K bridge. Pretty high output. So yeah, and I've seen this. Like, I've seen all these reproduction broadcaster / no-caster, all these really early Telly pickups having higher output than the later Tellys, so it's very interesting. So I guess that's just accepted now. It's like, okay, Strat pickups in the 50s, low output, vintage output. Then early 60s, higher output. And then late 60s should be lower output again, right? Yeah. By the way, for plain enamel Strat pickups, the only reason why they're popular is because of Jimi Hendrix. I'm serious. Like, if not for Jimi Hendrix, nobody would care about the CBS era pickups. It's only because Jimi Hendrix used the CBS era Strats, then there is an offering for CBS era pickups like the 69. Otherwise, I don't think people would really care about it because everyone's like, oh, machine wound isn't good, or, you know, like hand wound is better. Well, Jimi Hendrix's Strats were all machine wound because they were CBS era. So that's the only reason why people would even care about those pickups, because usually people are like, no, we don't like CBS era Strats. We don't like CBS era pickups. They're machine wound and stuff. Well, Jimi Hendrix used one, and that's the only reason why people care about that style of pickup. Otherwise, they're going to be snobby about it, right? Most people are going to be like 50 pickups are better, but they only offer that CBS era one because of Jimi Hendrix. Just something as an aside. But yeah, broadcaster. It's interesting. It's like someone decided that all early tele pickups high output, and then late 50s tele pickups, must be lower output. Then Strat pickups, 62 is high output, but then 50s is lower output. I've always seen it like this, so yeah, it's interesting. Hybrid 60. This is a hybrid Anico 2, Anico 5 magnet setup. Okay, so it's like a Seymour Duncan 5.2. That's it's generally more balanced if you use this hybrid, which is pretty good. Anico 2, Anico 5 blend, and I really think more pickup makers should do it. Only a few, like Seymour Duncan is the most famous one that use their 5.2, but there's some other pickup makers, but not many. I think more pickup makers should consider doing this, like having Anico 2 magnets on the higher strings and Anico 5 on the lower strings. It results in a more balanced set, and I'm surprised why more pickup makers don't have this offering. But they really should, because it's a good idea. 7.2, 7.5. Yeah, it's fine. Varied blend of wire gauges. Interesting. So they actually have different wire gauges on here. It's not a 42. Is it 42 or 43? Forget, but yeah. For tele, it might actually be 43, maybe. But yeah, the hybrid 60 is cool. Barn burner, hot tele bridge pickup that's very dynamic. Powered to Anico 2 magnets. Barn burner burn up any material. Barn burner comes to the light stay Anico 2. Okay. No DC specs for this, but it's just a hot tele bridge pickup. So yeah, I'm probably just gonna say that this is gonna be a very hot tele pickup for the bridge. 67 is a clone of a 67 tele, which is interesting because you don't see too many people try to duplicate 60s teles. So 67 is a lower output. See what I mean by the early teles actually being higher output than the later ones, which is interesting. So yeah, it's Anico 5, and then it's a fairly low output set for a tele, 7 neck, and then you have a lower output bridge to the neck, which is also something you don't see very often. But in a tele, you actually do have this, right? In a Strat set, like I said, back in the day, Strat sets, they are all over the place because they're inconsistent, and sometimes you might have a neck or a middle that's more powerful than the bridge. It's just kind of a modern thing to pump up the bridge more so that you get a more even balance from the strings. But for teles, teles are always known to have a hotter neck than bridge usually. So it's interesting, you know, bridge, especially with a base plate. If you add a base plate, it kind of tames it down a little bit. But if you don't have a base plate, then you get a more raw sound. So yeah, it's interesting. They in this one you see that's a typical of a tele actually to have a stronger neck than the bridge. And in a lot of teles, sometimes you might even see a humbucker in the neck in you know the single coil bridge. So teles are just very interesting, right? It's like they really, I don't know how balanced they are. It doesn't seem balanced to me, but some teles do have a humbucker in the neck, like the Chianal Blues Boy, I think, is like that. And then just have the single coil on the bridge. So the neck is actually way more powerful than the bridge. Or actually, maybe not way more powerful. I think the bridge is just wound really hot for a single coil, and then the neck they put humbucker. Maybe an underwound humbucker, I don't know. But maybe it is kind of balanced, but I would assume the neck is still more powerful on those. And then you have a T90, which is a P90 in a tele. That's really cool. You don't see that very often. So you get a P90 in tele is a very cool offering, actually. No specs here, but yeah, T90, a P90 in the neck, I'm guessing. Is this a neck? Because I'm assuming if you're going to put a P90 in a Telecaster, it's going to be in the neck, not the bridge. So yeah, people don't like to modify the tele bridge. If they want to modify a tele, it's going to be in the neck pickup. So yeah, that's interesting to have a P90 in a tele though. That's not very common, so it's cool to have that offering. Tron, of course, you got to have your Filtertron replica now. Classic rockabilly, rock country tones. Okay, so this is Anico. We don't know what Anico grade that is. SPN wire. I don't think this is the wire used in vintage Filtertrons, right? 4K, 4.6K, 4K. They have a ceramic version too. Interesting. A hot Anico and a ceramic, and a hot ceramic version. What's a vintage ceramic? Wait, really? Did they make Filtertrons back then with ceramic? I think they made everything with Anico back then, right? I don't know what's with this vintage ceramic. I like, is there a vintage ceramic? I thought all modern pickups, I thought ceramic was a modern pickup thing. I thought like for vintage pickups they're all Anico. but I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, vintage ceramic seems like an oxymoron to me, but okay. This is a hot Alnico hot ceramic. Interesting. For me, I'd probably just go to TV Jones for any kind of Filtertron replacements, but it's cool. A lot of these days, you see a lot of aftermarket pickup makers, boutique winders making their own Filtertron offerings. So, yeah, I mean, Filtertrons are getting more popular, so makes sense. I wish that the wide range humbucker would get more popular, and gold foils are starting to pick up steam. I really like gold foils and wide range humbuckers, so I hope those pick up more steam. Also, Firebird pickups are cool too, and Jazzmaster pickups and Dynasonics, and I just love my pickups. Guitar pickups. All right, so that's it. That's the pickups I looked at today. So very. Okay, I just saw these pickups from Gibson's website. They put this up at the beginning of this year, January 2024, but they're actually selling these 1959 humbuckers, which they sell for $1,000, and they're limited to 1,000 sets each. So, yeah, $1,000 pickups. I think the last time we've seen pickups this expensive was Seymour Duncan's Zephyr pickups, which are pretty special pickups because they're like cryogenically treated and they have silver wiring, I think, like pure silver wiring. So there's at least some justification for Seymour Duncan's Zephyr pickups being like $1,000. But these, I don't know what the justification for these are. $1,000. I mean, you can take a look at it. It says the most accurate recreations of legendary PAF pickups. Obviously, they're a PAF replica, but the most accurate, I mean, look at any of the pickup in this video, right, for PAFs. They all claim to be the most accurate. So I don't know, like how accurate can you be, right? Like for PAF pickups, they were pretty much all over the place in terms of like windings and stuff. What material, what magnet material they're using. Like how can you be the most accurate? Yeah, it says using a combination of 3D scanning, scientific analysis, reverse engineering, specifications. Okay, so what about that warrants $1,000? I don't know, because you can find any of these other third-party pickup makers doing the same thing for a lot less. So yeah, like any of these other manufacturers in this video actually make a PAF replica for a lot less, and they do these things as well. And maybe not all of them, but still, like. How accurate can you get, right? Like for PAF pickups, because they're not like original PAF pickups are not that like consistent in the first place. I think part of it is this special case, this lifting case, which looks kind of like a mini guitar case, but for pickups, which is really unnecessary anyways. I mean, this is like for a collector, I believe. Yeah, it's 1,000 sets, really only for collectors, because why else would you care about this case? Why else would you need this case if you're, it's just for display and collecting, essentially. If you put this in a guitar, you have no need for these. You have no need for this case if you put this in a guitar and use it, right? So yeah, it has this presentation case, which I think is what's driving, part of the reason is driving the cost of this up. Vintage white booty rate Bogman's okay. You have lots of other pickups like that as well. Alnico 4 is interesting. Like Alnico 4, like if you're going to be the most accurate, is that really Alnico 4? Because like you've seen a lot of other PAF pickups on the market with Alnico 2, Alnico 5, but Alnico 4 is interesting. I'm not sure, like how is that the most accurate, right? If Alnico 4 was the most accurate PAF, shouldn't we be seeing more Alnico 4 PAFs out in the market instead of like Alnico 2 and Alnico 5? So I don't know. Everything else unpotted is nice, right? It's always nice to have the, that's vintage spec. And I do think that unpotted does help the dynamics open up a bit more. So that's good, that's unpotted. But that's the minimum of what we would expect for this kind of price, right? Like that's something that you can ask a lot of other third-party pickup makers to do anyways. True Historic Nickel, they actually analyze the formulation of the nickel, so I guess there's that. Everyone uses 4-2 AWG plain enamel wire for these, so that's just to be expected. The DC resistance 7.7K for the rhythm, 8.6K for treble is what we would expect for vintage output PAF. The most historically accurate PF ever made on balanced coils. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, $1,000. Let's look at the other expensive pickup makers out there in the market. Ron Ellis or Tom Holmes pickups or Throwback pickups. The Virgil Arlo, I think, is another guy. Like these guys all make really expensive pickups. Actually, none of them are actually over $1,000 though. There may be like Throwback, I know it's like 750 or something like that. And those are actually wound on the vintage machines, the same machines that Gibson used. These are not wound on the same machines necessarily. I don't see them saying anything about that. I think Seymour Duncan has one of those Lisona winders, and then Throwback does as well. This one is not wound on one of those vintage machines, and what's interesting is it doesn't even have any blurb about being hand wound. So, so yeah, it doesn't say anything about being hand wound at all, actually, which is another thing that's kind of interesting. Like $1,000, it better be hand wound, right? I guess the only other pickups we've seen is like Fender with the Abigail Ybarra pickups, which are really expensive as well. Those are close to 1,000, but that's actually wound by a very special person that worked at Fender for many, many years, for like 60, 70 years. She's been winding pickups, right? Actually, maybe like 50, 60 years, right? And she retired. So you're not going to see Abigail Ybarra pickups anymore, and those are wound by one single person. And those, I guess, for the limited type of stuff, like there's a reason why Abigail Ybarra pickups are really expensive, because she's no longer winding pickups, and she was there at Fender for like, 50, 60 years. So that kind of makes sense for the history connection there. But this one, you don't know who it's wound by. It doesn't even say that's hand wound. It doesn't say it's wound by the vintage machines. And how is it the most accurate when it's Alnica 4? Like I don't see many other PAFs being Alnica 4. So I don't know. There's a lot of weird stuff going on here. And it comes with a case that honestly is just for collectors. So to me, this is it's a bit of a marketing scam thing. Okay, I get like Ron Ellis and Throwback, and like tone specific. Like some of these other guys charge a lot for their pickups. I don't think any of them would charge $1,000, and plus they're all hand wound. And even the Seymour Duncan Zephyr pickups at least have some reason to be close to that price, right? They have the cryogenic treatment, and they have the pure silver wire and stuff. This doesn't have any of that. So, it's pretty much just a scam in my opinion. But wow, big balls from Gibson to be charging $1,000 for a set of their humbucking pickups, which don't look that special to me, honestly. So, honestly, it doesn't look that special to me. Just this comes in this nice box. I mean, at least with like Abigail Ybarra and Tom Holmes and Ron Ellis and those guys, like they're wound by a special person, right? Here is not even wound by a special person. So what's special about these, right? Some guy in the shop doing it that you don't know who it is. Like, yeah. So I thought while we're on the subject of expensive $1,000 pickups, let's just go over some of the other expensive pickups I talked about already. Didn't actually go through these before, I don't think, in my other video. But yeah, Seymour Duncan Zephyr. This is one I already mentioned a bit. They come with silver wire, pure silver wire, which is kind of unique because most pickups they come with copper wire. So yeah, this is silver wire. I guess it's kind of unique. And they also cryogenically treated as well, and you can see their prices here on Reverb. Now I'm looking on Reverb for all these because they're not really sold. None of these pickups, except for Ron Ellis, I believe, are sold brand new anymore. They're kind of like out of stock and hard to find. But Seymour Duncan Zephyrs are definitely Seymour Duncan's most expensive pickups that they ever sold, and they no longer sell them for whatever reason. I guess they are making some decent amount of cash and bucks on these, given how much they charge. But they are kind of unique as well. You could take a look at their humbucker, for example, here. This one's selling for actually a relatively reasonable price of, this is about like $700 US. So this one, Zephyr Series, is basically born from Seymour Duncan. One of their vice presidents wanted to come up with a series of pickups that basically did not care about the price. Like they didn't have to hit a price for these, and they just wanted to make the most expensive pickup they could with the best materials they could. And they use silver wire here, as I mentioned, which is a better transmitter. It's a better transmitter than copper when it comes to carrying audio signals. When you're talking about like high-end audio stuff, like audio cables, a lot of people pay expensive amounts of money. We're talking like hundreds, maybe even thousands of dollars for audio cables, and the most expensive ones are going to be pure silver. Because you usually, if you pay like expensive cables, you buy expensive cables, they're like 99.99999 whatever percent oxygen-free copper, right? Then if you move up to the highest end cables, the ones where audiophiles like shell out a ton of money for, those are pure silver. So this is what they're doing here with the Seymour Duncan Zephyrs. They also use bimetallic pole pieces of 440C stainless steel around a pure nickel core, glass fiberfill nylon bobbins, which are more resistant to microphonics than plastic. Then they cryogenically treat them. So yeah, there's actually a reason why these pickups are pretty expensive. And I would say, like, out of all the expensive pickups in this video, these ones have the most reason to be expensive because they actually use different materials and different construction. The other ones being more like a vintage thing. So yeah, I can look at that. So that was the Zephyr. We have a neck and a humbucker. These aren't sold anymore, like I said, so you can only find them on Reverb for now. But yeah, silver wire, bimetallic pull pieces, cryogenic treatment, glass fill nylon bobbins or fiberglass reinforced nylon coils. Yeah, like this stuff is actually, like, out of all the expensive pickups in the video, these ones actually kind of have a reason to be expensive. The other ones are just kind of like hype, I guess. But for these ones, yeah, they actually have a reason. Like, look at this one. The Zephyr Strat set, brand new, costs about $1,500 US on Reverb here. That's not the official price when it was released. It was like $1,000 when it was released, but because this is Reverb, and you can't find them anymore, so they're selling for a bit more. Yeah, I haven't tried Seymour Duncan Zephyrs. Can't claim to have tried them. I've only heard them on YouTube clips, but yeah, these are definitely among the most expensive pickups that you can buy on the market. The Seymour Duncan Zephyrs, and Tom Holmes is another one I mentioned. And Tom Holmes is, I believe he was one of Gibson's, one of the guys that Gibson went to back in the day to talk about making reproduction PAFs and stuff. And he has his own cult following, I guess, which is why his pickups are so expensive. And apparently there's a long waiting list, and you can't contact him easily and stuff. I don't even know he's still winding them, like you basically have to go through like a lot to get to him, kind of like how Alexander Dumble made the Dumble amps. You have to go through like some special process to talk to him. Yeah, with Tom Holmes, I guess you had to be on some special list to even talk to him. But yeah, 1,500. So this is approximately $1,200 US for this humbucker. Now I'm not sure exactly how much they are brand new, but you guys can see Tom Holmes pickups are quite expensive. They're even selling for as much as 3,000 Canadian dollars, which is like $2,500 US, right? Yeah, that's ridiculous. $2,500 US for a pickup? I mean, wow. Like, you can buy USA made guitar, like Stratocaster, maybe not Les Paul, but you can buy like yeah, US made Fender Stratocaster for that money. Wow, that's ridiculous for Tom Holmes pickup. The Holy Grail, 7.5, 8.7. I mean, that makes these humbuckers, these $1,000 Gibson humbuckers, that makes this seem like a good deal. These $2,500 Tom Holmes PAF pickups, how good could they be for $2,500? That's definitely the most expensive pickup I've seen so far on Reverb. That's ridiculous. Yeah. So anyways, Tom Holmes, there's some kind of like cult following based on Tom Holmes pickups, because he's so hard to find and get in contact with, and he is like, you know, one of the Gibson pickup gurus from back in the day. I don't know. Someone explained to me why these cost so much money, because this is kind of ridiculous. They're not even using special materials like the Zephyrs. The Seymour Duncan Zephyrs at least have some reason to be expensive because they use special materials. But Tom Holmes, why are you charging $2,500 US for this stuff? Come on. Like, that makes the Gibson $1,000 humbuckers look like a relatively good deal. Right? And then you got Ron Ellis, which actually I went to the Ron Ellis page before, right? So these are kind of like Throwback and Ron Ellis really are kind of like the top end when it comes to third-party pickup makers that you can kind of readily get, I guess. So yeah, Ron Ellis pickups are generally like $700, $800, fairly expensive. But I already went on the Ron Ellis page already, actually, to talk to you about these pickups in my other video. So yeah, Ron Ellis pickups, like out of standard production, like readily available pickups, Ron Ellis and Throwback are probably the most expensive, because some of these other pickups like the Zephyr, Tom Holmes, and these other ones are just kind of hard to get. But the Ron Ellis ones are readily available production wise, but yeah, you do have to pay like a pretty penny for them. And again, nothing really special about these in terms of construction other than just the Other than just the reputation, I guess, the rep. They're used by Brad Paisley, David Gilmour, Julian Lange. Yeah. So I guess just other than the rep, that's the only reason why Ron Ellis is so expensive. Like, I don't see anything special materials about them. And we can look at the throwback pickups as well. Throwback also goes up to $1,000. PAF repro pickups. These are also production-wise pretty easy to get, but like you have to pay like $750 for these. Now these I already kind of went over their website and explained and talked about these pickups already in my other video, but the reason why these are expensive is because they're using the original vintage whiners, and all their stuff is like dead accurate in terms of the materials, which I guess is similar to what Gibson is doing. But Throwback is actually using the vintage winders on top of that. And they also make it clear that these are all vintage formulation for the magnets, and they're all hand wound. That's something that the Gibson humbuckers didn't explicitly say, but for the Throwbacks, yeah, they explicitly say they're all hand wound on the vintage winder, and you know, the Alnico magnets are vintage formulations and stuff. So I think probably if you're looking for the most dead accurate PAFs, Throwback is probably a good choice. But yeah, Throwback and Ron Ellis are probably the most expensive, like ready for production pickups on the market today. And then talking about some similar to Tom Holmes and these kind of like out of, let's say, not easy to get pickups are expensive because of demand and hype, I guess. So Virgil Arlo is another example. Like, he's kind of similar to Tom Holmes. Like, you can't find his pickups readily because he retired from pickup winding. He's this like really mysterious guy winding pickups somewhere in some cabin somewhere in some rural part of the United States. I don't know, but there's some mystique associated with him. So his pickups are not readily available. You can't easily find them. So just like Tom Holmes, for Virgil Arlo, his pickups fetch ridiculous prices as well because they're not easy to find. You can't readily get them. So these have a retail price of $1,200 apparently, which I guess is not too different from this price here. Actually, this is might be actually even a little bit cheaper. This is like $1,000 US. But yeah, this one is based off of Mark Knopfler's tone, interestingly. Okay. But yeah, originally released in 2022. I don't know when Virgil Arlo stopped winding pickups, but 2022, was that his last year that he was winding pickups? Yeah, so anyways, these ones are, oh my god, this one's like $1,500 US. The 1952 Virgil Arlo Telecaster set. Okay, so these are white label, I see. So the black label ones are the ones that are sold by Tone Specific, I believe. Tone Specific being like another pickup winder that had ties with Virgil Arlo. But these ones are the original Virgil Arlos that are not the black label ones. These are white label ones that are actually from Virgil Arlo, not from Tone Specific, and they're more expensive. These are $1,500. Yeah. Again, I don't see what's special about these other than they're just like wound by a specific guy with a lot of hype and mystique behind them. So yeah, I mean, you can look at these white label ones are definitely more expensive. This one's around $1,100. Yep. So yeah, Virgil Arlo is kind of like Tom Holmes. He's this like pickup winder that's very hard to get pickups from him because he doesn't really wind them anymore, and you know, some kind of hype and mystique was created about him, about his pickups, and therefore they're selling for ridiculous prices. Oh my god, this one is selling for $2,000. Again, this is ridiculous. $2,000 or something US. Yep. I mean, these ones and Tom Holmes. Tom Holmes still takes the cake though with the $2,500 US pickups, but Virgil Arlo comes pretty close if you look at these high-end PAF repros. Yep. And then let's Seymour Duncan Zephyrs, I would say at least have some justification, not really, but some justification because of the materials. Throwback and Ron Ellis, I guess, you know, they're production-wise, they're still making these, and they are just below $1,000. But Virgil Arlo and Tom Holmes are basically just based on the hype and the mystique behind the men who are winding these. So that's why they're expensive. Now, last but not least, I'm going to go to the biggest one in terms of mystique, in terms of a single person winding pickups, and that's Abigail Ybarra from Fender, who actually wound pickups back in the 1950s for Fender, and that's where her mystique comes from. Now it's very, very hard to find her pickups. Actually, it can, like, only 3 of these actually are actually Abigail Ybarra's. So this one's actually kind of cheap. But yeah, look at this one. $2,500 US for a set of Abigail Ybarra. In terms of fender pickups, right? In terms of, like, we talked about PAFs or humbucking pickups. I think Virgil Arlo and Tom Holmes definitely makes the most expensive aftermarket pickups that you can find, in terms of, you know, like, aftermarket prices. But Abigail Ybarra, being kind of a Fender legend, right? If you're looking for Stratocaster pickups, she's like the holy grail. That's because she wound pickups since the 1950s for Fender, and because the 1950s and 60s are associated with, you know, a bunch of legendary guitar players like Clapton and Hendrix and all those guys. That's why Abigail Ybarra has so much hype and mystique behind her. And she's been retired for over 10 years, so she no longer winds pickups. And so these are all limited pickups from her. These are from 2001, looks like. Yeah, so all of Abigail Ybarra's pickups are limited, essentially. She only winds Fender style pickups, so like Stratocasters. She might have done like a few Telecasters, but yeah, she mostly does like Fender Stratocaster type pickups that I've seen. Like this one is from 2004. You got to make sure that they're actually signed by her. Yeah, they got to be actually signed and dated by her. Now I'm not sure. These ones are signed AY and dated. Okay, I'm looking for the ones that are actually signed by like her full name, Abby. Yeah. So there's like some confusion because some of her pickups are actually just signed AY, and I don't think these might not have been actually wound by her. I'm not sure. These might have been just supervised by her. I know there's some Fender Custom Shop 69s that are kind of just signed, initialed by her, but it's not exactly the same as wound by her. Now the ones that you know for sure are wound by her are these ones that are actually signed Abby, not AY. So the initialed ones, I'm not actually sure. That might be why they're cheaper, but for sure the ones that are signed her name Abby here, and dated, these are for sure wound by herself. So yeah, these ones are the most expensive. And in terms of Fender pickups on the aftermarket, yeah, the Abigail Ybarras are pretty much the holy grail. They're again, in terms of actual like materials and stuff like that and how it sounds. Now, I don't think there's anything justifying this price, but it's more like if you buy Abigail Ybarra, it's a piece of history, right? You're buying a pair of pickups made by someone who wound pickups for Jimi Hendrix and Eric Clapton and Jeff Beck and those guys. So yeah, like it's basically just getting the part of the history of being associated with this person, this historical person. So that's pretty much it. Just wanted to go over some of the other really expensive pickups I've seen on the aftermarket. They don't make them anymore. So yeah, so these Gibson pickups are expensive. They're $1,000. They're limited edition. Yeah, there's probably nothing really justifying this. But then if you look at the other pickups that are really expensive on the market, Seymour Duncan Zephyrs, yeah, these ones not made in production anymore, but they have some pretty interesting like techniques actually in creating them in some special materials like the silver wire. So that's pretty interesting, at least something to help justify the price. Throwback and Ron Ellis, these ones are kind of just production expensive pickups. Again, I'm not sure, like it's just kind of like the vintage accuracy thing, I guess, is why these ones are so expensive. I guess Ron Ellis because of some of the celebrities that use them. Virgil Arlo, Tom Holmes, and Abigail Ybarra. These three are probably the most expensive aftermarket pickups in general because these three people don't wind pickups very much anymore or at all. And they're fairly hard to find as a result, and they have a lot of mystique and hype associated with them. So in terms of aftermarket, yeah, I would say these three guys, these three people, Virgil Arlo, Tom Holmes, and Abigail Ybarra are going to be probably your most expensive aftermarket pickups, and it's mostly based on just the hype and the reputation of the people winding them. Not, of course, not because they're actually worth that much, but because of the reputation of the people behind them. So. Anyways, just wanted to do a video on these really expensive pickups that I saw, starting from the Gibson humbucker, $1,000 humbuckers, and then looking at some of the other expensive pickups on the market. So, yep, hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you're into pickups, let me know what you guys think of what I said. So, yeah, that's it, guys. As always, thanks for watching. If you listen to this little video about different pickups, then yeah. Again, I'm glad you guys have listened all the way through. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Just I like talking about guitar pickups. It's just kind of like a hobby of mine, and really just kind of interesting to look at some of these really expensive pickups that I would never be able to afford. Yeah, so yeah, so essentially, when doing some more research about Tom Holmes, the reason why his humbuckers are so expensive is essentially based on his long reputation. He was one of the first, I guess, boutique aftermarket pickup winders. I mean, there's Larry DiMarzio, Seymour Duncan, and everyone, but Tom Holmes was certainly he's certainly been in the business a long time, since the early '70s, I believe. So that dates back quite a bit. So I think among that time, when Seymour Duncan and DiMarzio were making these high output humbuckers, Tom Holmes was one of the few that was actually making these vintage output humbuckers or PAF replicas, and he was really one of the very first boutique pickup winders to make these replicas. So I think that goes a long way in explaining why his reputation is like that. So to make a correction, he didn't actually work at Gibson. He helped design a pickup winder for Gibson for their reissues back in the 90s. And he worked for this repair shop called Gruns, I think. When he was working at this repair shop, apparently a lot of different PAFs from vintage like 1958, 59, 60 Les Pauls would come in. And he would kind of dissect them and he kind of figure out, I guess through the process of, working there for like 20 years or something, he figured out the type of magnets they were using, which apparently were Alnico 4, and he kind of just dissected them, and then he managed to get, the correct materials, and then he apparently produces all his own parts too. So yeah, all his parts are done in-house, and his magnets are made to his specs and everything. So that's part of the reason why he's so expensive, but of course the other part is just his hype reputation, the fact that he's not really winding pickups much anymore, or you have to wait an absurdly long time to get it from him. So but yeah, $2,500 is way too much, right? Or even just this one. This one is like a relatively cheap one for only 1,200 US, but still, like, when you're talking about guitar pickups, like at most I think I would pay maybe 200 for them, but if you're over 200, I really don't think that, like, even 200 is a lot of money, right? But I understand that it takes time to wind these pickups and everything. And if it's a one-man shop, there's a lot of overhead. You have to sell them in bulk and volume to actually get like a decent amount of profit on them. So I understand, like, maybe $200 I think is probably the max I'd go, but like, this is ridiculous, right? Yeah, any of these like pickup makers, Ron Ellis, Throwback, and Holmes, all these guys, like, yeah, when you're charging this much for a pickup, it's really like you're trying to get the people who are really have more money to spend on these type of things. They care about the historical accuracy and stuff like that, which most people don't care about, actually. Like, most guitar players, like if you're just a typical guitar player going to gigs and stuff, most guitar players, I would think, even if they have money to spend on gear, would probably be spending on the amplifier, guitar, pedals. The pickups, yeah, I mean, some people really care about pickups, but it's not something like the audience would care about, or like, even, it's something that only the player would care about, right? And it's only if you're really into this stuff. Like, yeah, if you're like a brand new, like, guitar player who hasn't played for very long, just starting out playing gigs and stuff, or even if you're a veteran, like, you might not care about this. Just use whatever stock pickups are in your guitar, or you use a cheap pair of pickups that you can easily get from GHS or Mojotone or whatever, and yeah, those are usually good enough. I mean, like, pickups are pickups, right? They have to do their job and work, and I don't think there's that much variation in the pickups where you have to get to the point where you charge $1,000 for a pickup. Like, there cannot be that much variation in a guitar pickup, right? Like, and I think part of it is, like, people have when people hear expensive pickups, they tend to think it sounds better because that's what they expect. So it's kind of a psychological thing, right? It sounds better because that's what they expect. That's because they paid a lot of money, so they expect it to sound better, and so it does. It's like a psychological thing. So I think that's part of it. I personally would never spend this much money on a guitar pickup. Most I've ever spent is $200. I think that was the TV Jones and Duotrons that I picked up, and also the Lawler Goldfoil pickups that I had before. Those were like $200 each, and that's the most I would ever spend on a pickup. So that's like $400 sets, right? That's like the most I would ever spend, and that's a bit of that's because I had a luxury to afford them, but Normally, most people do not care about this type of stuff, you know. And those are special pickups too. Like the polyannel duotrons are pretty like interesting design pickups, and the gold foils as well for Lawler. But these ones are just, you know, how many ways can you make a humbucker? How many ways can you make a PAF? There's so many aftermarket pickup makers that are doing that. So I don't know, man. Like, never pay like $1,000 or $1,200 or $2,500 for these. It's just ridiculous. Like, yeah, it's pickups, you know, and there's no secret art here. It's something that they made in 1950s, 1960s. Why can't we duplicate that with today's technology? There's no reason you can't. And yeah, can you imagine like someone in the audience being like, man, that guitarist, he's playing with Alnico 5 magnets, and that's just not vintage accurate, man. I can't enjoy this music at all. I gotta have Alnico 2s. I gotta have the plain enamel wire. Get that poly wires, you know, shit out of my out of my face, you know. Like, come on. That's just ridiculous, right? It's like, oh man, this sound sucks, man. He's using the wrong kind of wire, the wrong kind of vintage. I mean, magnet formulations. It's just can't enjoy this music, man. I gotta have the accurate 1959 PAF magnets with the wire, hand winding. Oh man, you know, you can't be machine wound. It's too harsh. You gotta have the hand wound. Like, nope, it's potted. You gotta have the unpotted. Yeah, more dynamics. So it's just oh, it's getting into a ridiculous level, right? And Gibson themselves is playing on this because they you know market the true historics. You know, the Les Paul, you got to have the exact plastic formulations and everything. Yeah, the plastic parts have to be chemically recreated, and the nickel plates and covers have to be like exact same composition of nickel and stuff. They call it true historic nickel for the covers. It's getting really to a ridiculous level. Like, it's just ridiculous to me. So yeah, no, nobody's in the audience is going to care. This is just for the guitar player. No one else is going to care about this shit. And yeah, like at the end of the day, it's something that only you care about as a guitar player. The audience isn't going to care. Nobody in the audience is going to say, wow, I wish this guy was using a more accurate vintage reproduction of a PAF, otherwise I'm not enjoying the music, you know? You gotta have the unpotted humbucker with Alnico 4, Alnico 2 magnets with, you know, vintage braided wire and stuff, like vintage formulation. Oh no, the sound is too harsh. It must be that the magnet formulations aren't as correct as before. Like, come on, right? Like, yeah, I don't know who can tell that difference. It's like you're in a band, the drummer's playing, right? Everyone's on the stage. Who's gonna tell that difference? Nobody's gonna care. The audience is not gonna care. Using like vintage formulations or magnets, whatever, the right kind of wire in your pickups. Oh, plain enamel. Oh, poly wire. You know, you gotta have form bar wire. Like, nobody's gonna care about this kind of vintage accuracy. It's only the guitar player that cares about that. Which is why, like, explaining it to non-guitar players is difficult, right? It's like, why do you got to spend so much on this? Why do you got to spend so much money on this, right? Like, imagine you're like trying to justify this to your wife, spending this much money on pickups, and she wouldn't understand. Oh, but it has to be. But this one's more expensive because it's exactly accurate to the magnets and the composition of the metals, and the alloy is exact same as used in the 1950s and stuff. Like, they're not going to understand that, right? So anyways, it's just a whole bunch of marketing. I know the people out there, boutique winders and big companies like Gibson, are taking advantage of people who obviously they care about this stuff a lot more than most people do. It's a really niche thing. And hey, you know, it's really just for the satisfaction of yourself. If you want to use something that's very vintage accurate and you're willing to pay like this much money for it, you know, all the power to you. But that's why the companies are taking advantage of people like that. So it's like audiophiles are kind of the same bunch, right? With cables and stuff like that. Like, wow, gotta have the silver cable, silver conductors, right? 99.9999% oxygen-free copper isn't good enough. Gotta pay like hundreds of dollars more for the pure silver. Just gotta have it, right? Beryllium-coated drivers or something like. Yep. With people, when it comes to audio, because it's so subjective, you know, like everyone's gonna say, you know, if you can tell a difference, right, between the sound, that's something that only you can tell, right? Not, I don't think that there's something that where everyone in the world can tell the exact same difference in sound, and everyone has different ears, so that's the thing. It's like if you hear a difference in sound, that's just you, man. Yeah, like there, I have a friend who I just bought a new pair of monitor audio gold 100 speakers, which are like $2,000 US speakers, and he couldn't tell the difference between those speakers and his Logitech $100 Logitech computer speakers. He couldn't tell the difference. I had $2,000 monitor audio gold speakers hooked up to like integrated amplifier, right, Rotel amplifier, driving them, and he couldn't tell the difference between that and his Logitech computer speakers. It's like $100. So, I mean, this goes to show, right? Like a lot of people just can't tell. Like I showed my friend planar magnetic headphones, right? Dan Clark Audios. It's like maybe like $600. Then he uses AirPods. You couldn't tell the difference. like $80 AirPods, $600 Dan Clark Audio planar magnetic headphones. He couldn't tell the difference. Or $100 Logitech speakers, $2,000 monitor audio gold 100s like bookshelves. He couldn't tell the difference. Like, you know, like there's people out there just, if you're okay with not being able to tell a difference, that's better for your wallet, right? It's the people out there who has a lot of money to spend tons of money on this stuff for kind of like a marginal, almost imperceptible difference in sound that most people would not be able to hear. Basically, is that's essentially it, right? You're paying like this much more for a pickup that goes through your guitar, that goes through cables, that goes through your amplifier, right? So many factors in the sound of a guitar. I know pickups are a major factor in the sound of a guitar, but of course it's going to go through your cables, your pedals, your amplifier, right? Yeah, your strings as well, but yeah, all that. And you're paying hundreds of dollars more for just an imperceptible difference in sound, right? For most people, like basically that's it. Like you're going and you're playing live in a band, you have drummers and everything. Like I highly doubt anyone would be able to tell any kind of difference. You change out the pickups in your guitar, who's going to tell the difference, right? That's the thing. Anyways, it's a bit of my own philosophy on guitar pickups and how the guitar pickup kind of market is exploding, kind of like just the way that the audiophile aftermarket cables and speakers and that kind of market is exploding as well, right? Like aftermarket cables, I would think almost comparable, but not exactly. I do think pickups make a bigger difference, of course, in a guitar than cables do in audio equipment, but yeah, it's kind of, I see the same kind of aftermarket thing, like this aftermarket industry exploding, trying to prey on people and milk people based on marketing, essentially on trying to extract the most money out of people who claim they can hear a difference in sound, is essentially it. But hey, if $2,500 good humbucking pickups make you feel better about yourself, then you know, all the power to you. But not for me, at least. And I spent $400 on a pickup set too, so I'm kind of guilty of this as well. But yeah, there's people out there spend $1,000 on these kind of pickups. It's that's beyond me. Can't understand. So yeah, I mean, you can buy a whole new guitar for that money. So another thing I want to talk about is this whole myth of whoever winds pickups must have like this magic to it. So there's some truth in here, but of course there's a lot of myth and exaggeration as well. So let's get it straight out of the way, okay? When someone talks about hand winding pickups, they're talking about someone who's guiding the pickups, like guiding the wire through the pickups through a machine. Like there's still a machine involved. It's a pickup winder, and the hand wound part of it is someone is actually sitting there guiding the wire through like a mechanism through the machine, and in that way it's basically more inconsistent than if a machine does it. So of course you can have a machine do it, and that's the difference between machine wound pickups and hand wound pickups. Is a machine wound pickup, a machine is just automatically doing the entire thing, and there's no human involved at all. Whereas a hand wound or scatter wound pickup basically just means there's a human sitting at a chair somewhere and guiding the wire through some sort of traversal, right? And it's through a pickup winder. And the pickup winders still winding the pickup, so it's still interacting with the machine. They're not manually laying the wires through by hand. There's actually only one pickup maker I know that actually does that, and that's this company or this person. If you look up Zangbucker, Zangbucker is the only one I know that's he sells this line of pickups called Pure Hand Wound, And those are a little bit more expensive, but still actually cheaper than a lot of the pickups in this video. He actually manually guides the wire through the pickup without a machine, and that's pretty incredible. And he's the only one I know that does that. Yeah, Zangbuckers are the only ones that I think are like that. They're pure hand wound series. You pay a little bit extra for them. They're still cheaper than what you see here, but it's some guy working there. The person, I guess, is a one-person shop at Zangbucker that actually hand winds all his pickups without a machine. But the rest of the pickup makers, like 99%, they use a machine to do it. They still use a pickup winding machine. They just guide the wire through the machine. And that's called hand wound because it's more inconsistent. Now, is there a certain type of magic that certain winders have? Like, personally, like, a lot of people want to believe that. Like here, like I'm talking about Abigail Ybarra, right? Abigail Ybarra is, as I said, is this woman who was working at the Fender, winding pickups, and she's been doing it since the 1960s. What you have to know is that she's just one of many winders at Fender at the time. There probably wasn't anything particularly special about her technique, but she was working for Fender just a long time. So that's where the myth comes from. Is that people, well, actually Fender hypes her up as well as her successor Josefina, who's working at the custom shop now. But basically the hype comes from her winding all the pickups back then for like famous guitar players. But we don't actually know that, right? Because, okay, all we know is that she was an employee for Fender back in the 1950s, and she was winding pickups back then. But she definitely wasn't the only one winding pickups back then. And plus, after CBS took over Fender in the mid-1960s, they switched to machine wound pickups, which means she wasn't actually hand winding any pickups from the mid-1960s onwards. So it's likely Jimi Hendrix didn't use any of Abigail Ybarra's pickups because those are CBS era pickups, right? However, with the other guitars from like 1950s, you know, I think she started at 1956 or something like that, anywhere from 1956 to 1965 or 64. She would have wound some of the pickups on those guitars, but we don't know who used them, right? But Fender's marketing is that, oh, she wound the pickups for Jeff Beck, Eric Clapton, Jimi Hendrix. Well, we know Jimi Hendrix is for sure is not true because they were machine wound for Jimi Hendrix's guitars. But for like Clapton, Jeff Beck, you know, Richie Gilmore, like Richie Blackmore, like David Gilmour, all these other guys, yeah, who knows? She might or might not have, right? She was just one of many winders. But I don't know if there's any kind of secret sauce or recipe. Apparently, she's been training her successor Josefina for many years, and yeah, like I don't know. That's kind of their marketing thing, right? It's like they got to sell these pickups for, they got to like mark them up, right, and sell them for more. And you know, tying her successor Josefina to all these legends and stuff is a way to sell them. It's just marketing. Because like, let's face it, the truth is, I don't think that there's anything particularly special that any like person has on hand winding a pickup. I mean, how much variation could there be, right? Like, how much difference can there be, like between one guy and the next guy, as long as you're doing your job properly, right? As long as you're trained properly to wind pickups, how different can it be between one person and the next? Apparently, there's certain wind patterns, right, that certain pickup winders use, but I don't know about this. Like, at the end of the day, you're just sitting there guiding your finger, guiding the wire, right, through a machine. And is there a big difference between one person doing it and another person doing it? Yeah, Tom Holmes or Ron Ellis, right? Throwback, Abigail Ybarra. All these like really expensive pickups, part of the mystique is that, oh, there's a certain guy winding it that's been known to be really good. Okay. Is there some kind of secret technique that they've known about? I don't know, because I'm sure Abigail Ybarra was just a pickup winder from the 1950s, but I don't think that she had any kind of special technique for doing it. It was just that she did it back then. That's the only thing that's kind of special about her, the mystique, right? So yeah, it's basically about the marketing, right? It's like they have to market these pickups, sell it for more. And boutique winders especially, if you look at all the third-party winders that I covered in my video before, yeah, like they have to be able to sell their pickups somehow, right, and put a markup on it. And the way they do that is by saying, oh, I have these special fingers and special technique, and I can wind these pickups, you know, better than other people, I guess, and make it sound better. Like, I don't know. Like, they have to wind it to a specific spec, right? Some kind of a rough DC resistance turns a wire, I guess, is what they would use, they have to wind it to a specific turn and wire, I guess, estimated, right? Turn and wire can't be exact when you're hand winding, but still, they had to wind it to some kind of specification. And yeah, a lot of it is just, to me, it's it's a lot of BS in marketing, right? Bill Lawrence, one of the great pickup makers and everything, he kind of debunks a lot of scatterwound type of myth and stuff, but yeah, all these like boutique pickup winders and these really expensive ones, a lot of it is from the mystique and the hype and the whole reputation thing, right? But yeah, I don't know. Like, can you really tell a difference between a Josephina pickup and an Abigail Ybarra pickup and other pickups wound by any other third party like boutique winder? Like, how much of a difference can there be, right? As long as you have the same. Let's say you have the same spec. I want a 1954 Stratocaster. Okay, we know it's going to use Alnico 3 or Alnico 5 magnets, and it's going to be roughly around 5.5K to 6K DC resistance per pickup. Okay, and how much variation can there be between these pickups, right? Like, there's very minimal variation. So, yeah, how much variation can there really be, right? You're using, I guess you're using plain enamel, not plain enamel, you're using form bar wire for the 1950s. Okay, that's another thing. So they all use form bar wire. They're all between 5.5K to 6.K DC resistance. And they're all going to use Alnico 3, Alnico 5 magnets. Okay, so they have a lot of things in common. How much real difference is there in like hand winding these pickups? Lindy Fralin, Jason Lawler, or Bare Knuckle, Seymour Duncan, like how much difference is there between all these pickups, assuming that they're around the same spec, right? I don't think it can be that much, because you're talking about. I know, of course, if you're hand winding it, there could be a limitless amount of patterns you can use, but still, at the end of the day, you had to wind it to a specific resistance, and as long as you're competent at winding, everyone should be getting to approximately similar kind of winds, I think. So I don't know. A lot of this hand wound stuff. I know I have hand wound pickups, but it's not like I care about like who really does the hand winding. Like for this Abigail Ybarra, Tom Holmes stuff, Ron Ellis, like Virgil Arlo, like these guys, like a lot of it's like a hype thing, right? Like, oh, what makes them so special about winding? Did you have kind of magical powers that make them wind better than other pickup makers do? No, right? It's just a lot of the hype and reputation and myth that leads them to charge. You can find a lot of these pickups for really absurd prices, right? So yeah, for that, I mean, I'm not against hand wound pickups, of course. Like, I think hand wound pickups are cool. You can see that they have craftsmanship involved, I guess, because it's manual labor by one person. But so in that sense, I guess, yeah, it's more of a personal connection with a pickup, because compared to a machine wound pickup, hand wound pickup kind of has like a more unique characteristic because it's by a person. It's tied to a human person. So there's that aspect of it. And yes, I guess if the coils are not uniformly wound, then you can get more like peak resonance or like more harmonics and stuff like that, more dynamics supposedly. Just like, not wax potting it would lead to more dynamics and stuff. So yeah, sure, maybe there's a little bit of difference there. So I'm not saying hand wound is bad or anything. I'm just saying that for people who are looking at this and they're thinking, oh, Abigail Ybarra, Tom Holmes, Ron Ellis, Virgil Arlo, they must be very, like, their pickups are expensive because they're, better than other people hand winding. Like, no, I don't believe that. Like, no. I think that all the hand wound pickups should roughly be similar to each other. For machine wound and hand wound, okay, there maybe is a difference, maybe like a minor difference, but there's a difference between hand wound and machine wound, a little bit, but still, maybe some difference there. But between one hand wound pickup and another hand wound pickup of similar specifications, that's where I kind of be like, yeah, maybe not really, right? You have roughly the similar specifications between the pickups, right? Given you have two 1954 Strat pickups by different manufacturers, or two 1969 Strat pickups by different manufacturers. How different can they be, right? You're using the same wire, you're using like roughly the same DC resistance, you're using the same magnets. Like, just how different can you wind them to be actually different, right? So that's what I'm talking about here. Not that there isn't a difference between hand wound and machine wound. I'm sure there is a little bit, but yeah, and plus you have the personal connection. I get that, but the difference between one hand wound pickup and another pickup, this is something that's a little bit more harder to tell, right? that's where I'm like, okay, go check out a 1954 by Lindy Frelin and compare it to a Lawler Blonde or Lawler Tweed. You know, is there that much of a difference between the two? Because these are both like hand wound pickups by different people, but they're roughly similar specs. So, and you have a cottage industry essentially of third-party pickup makers out there, like one or two people, a small team winding pickups, and how different can they be from each other? And compared to a bare knuckle Apache or Sultan as well, you know, compare all these pickups to each other. They're if they're roughly similar specifications, I don't see how they could be that different. So yeah, I'm just talking about this assumption, this myth that there is some kind of magic between different pickup winders. I'm not sure how. I'm not sure about that, right? If one pickup maker has necessarily more magic than another pickup winder, yeah. As long as you have two hand wound pickups of similar specifications, they should sound similar to each other. You know, I don't believe the wind pattern can be that different between one pickup and another to make that big of a difference. Like, sure, there's variations, but how much of a difference does it make, right? That's the thing. Like, yeah, every winder has their own pattern, but how different does that actually, how different does that sound actually result in, right? You know, given that you have similar magnets, similar wire, like similar DC resistance. Yeah, I don't know. That's what I want to talk about. So, again, with the Abigail Ybarra stuff, if you want to pay thousands of dollars, sorry, if you want to pay thousands of dollars for an Abigail Ybarra, you sure can, but again, a lot of that is just based on the hype and the myth here. So again, I don't think there's any kind of special magic that one pickup winder has over another. I agree, machine wound and hand wound, there's a bit of a difference, but between two hand wound pickups of similar specs, yeah, I don't believe there can be that much difference between them. So anyways, that's just my personal philosophy on that. But hey, they can charge a lot of money. Tim Shaw winds humbucker, winds some pickups. Well, actually designed. He doesn't even wind pickups. He designs some pickups for Fender, and they have to advertise them. Like Tim Shaw designed, because he's kind of a known pickup guru, just like Tom Holmes. And like, as long as they put the guy's name, they must be like, oh yeah, this guy knows what he's doing and stuff. But hey, if you're properly trained to wind pickups, like, I don't know, how much mystique can there be, right? Yeah, it's just my thinking. Yes, I understand. Designing pickups is a different matter. Designing a new pickup, that takes time and effort. That takes R&D. But if you're just winding a typical humbucker PAF or a typical Stratocaster or Telecaster pickup, you already know the specs online. There's tons of takes on these pickups already. Everyone already knows the specs of these pickups. So how different can they be from each other, right? I've already seen a million different PAF replicas, a million different Stratocaster sets, 1959 Steve Ray Vaughan, 1969 Hendrix. I've seen a tons of different options for these similar types of pickups. How much variation can there be between the two? Someone should do a shootout, maybe, right? I'm personally curious. Have a D. Allen pickup versus a Klein. Yeah, the D. Allen Strat-Cat versus the Klein Jazzy Cats. I'm curious about that. They're both like kind of mid-scooped John Mayer type pickups, right? And then compare that to the PRS Silver Sky pickup, the PRS John Mayer pickup, and compare that to the Big Dippers by Fender. That would be interesting. But how different could it be? Yeah. Anyways, that's my personal philosophy on this. I'm not going to spend hundreds of dollars more for a particular pickup maker. I just think that I'm just going to get a hand wound pickup, and as long as it meets my specs, that's all that matters. I'm not going to care too much exactly who winds it. I don't think there can be too much difference, but hey, some people believe this stuff. So, anyways, just like how people believe that different cables for your audio gear make a difference. USB cables, even like they think different HDMI cables, different USB cables can make a difference. Digital cables, even. I don't believe that. I mean, digital is digital, right? How can there be a difference in audio from digital cables? I mean, audio analog cables maybe, but that's minimal, right? The only thing that really should matter is the capacitance of the cable. That's really it. But yeah, I don't know. Somebody let me know, right? Can you tell a difference between all these different kinds of pickups? Can you tell a difference between two different 1954 Strat pickups, a pure vintage let's say like this, a Fender Custom Shop 1954 pickup versus, actually that's a machine wound pickup, isn't it? Yeah, let's compare that to like, one of the boutique pickups from Seymour Duncan or Fralin or Lindy Fralin, Lawler, or Klein or Bare Knuckle or anyone else, right? Compare them, right? How much difference can there be between between the same model year of Strat pickups, right? 1954. Just focus on that. How much variation can there be in sound, right? Can you tell the difference between 99.99% oxygen-free copper and in silver plated, cables? Like, can you tell the difference between that? This audio stuff is just kind of ridiculous with how picky people can get about these things, and yeah, it just goes way too much into it. It's really a rabbit hole, and it's too much of a rabbit hole in my opinion. So, anyways, that's my thoughts on this about different pickup winders. I really don't think there's that much of a difference between hand wound pickups, in my opinion. Yeah, just go with any winder that you trust. Okay, that's it. Go with my advice for getting hand wound pickups, aftermarket hand wound pickups. Just go with a winder you trust. I don't think there's that much of a difference. Yeah, already some Fender custom shop guitars, master built guitars already come with hand wound pickups. That's fine. But if you're just looking for upgrading your guitar with a hand wound pickup, just look for one that's to your spec. I wouldn't care too much about who makes it, because I think that there can't be too much difference between these hand wound pickups, right? As long as these builders are trusted, and there's a lot of trusted builders out there, as long as you trust these pickup winders, and there's so many of them out there, right? Yeah, as long as they're trusted, and I don't think there's any too much of a difference between them. I personally use Rumpelstiltskins in my Strats, in my TB Jones, because their TB Jones is kind of focused on Filtertron type pickups. But yeah, for my Strats, I could have gone with anyone for my Stratocasters, my Stratocaster pickups. But I chose Rumpelstiltskin just because he was kind of a regular on the forum I was on at the time. But I could have gone with anyone else. Lawler, Frelin, Bare Knuckle, like any one of these other guys would be fine too. I don't think there's too much of a difference. If you're looking for aftermarket hand wound pickups, I wouldn't focus too much on the brand or who actually winds them. I would focus more on the specs that you want out of it, and just find one that's within your budget. I think that's more important than who exactly winds them. So yeah, D. Allen, Klein. It doesn't matter. There's a million different aftermarket pickup makers out there. I already had a 6-hour video on this, going through everyone that I could find. So I'm sure they're all good. There's no yeah. If you gotta be competent in order to have a pickup winding business. You can't suck, right? So as long as you have a pickup winding business, you're online out there, and some people have talked about you somewhat, then yeah, it's trustworthy enough. You can just try it, and I wouldn't worry too much about who exactly winds them. Should be all pretty similar as long as they're similar specs. So that's it. Anyways, hope you guys thanks for listening to that little rant, and yeah, it's my thoughts on different pickup winders. Oh yeah, forgot about this one as well, but this is a very limited edition pickup. It is a Seymour Duncan hand-wound Jimi Hendrix Strat pickup set. And so the thing is, Seymour Duncan, he owns one of the biggest aftermarket pickup shops. So I think when you think of aftermarket pickups, Seymour Duncan, DiMarzio, maybe EMG, and Fender and Gibson, of course. These are the names that generally pop up because they're the biggest aftermarket pickup makers. Seymour Duncan, he's been around for a long time. He's been winding pickups since the 60s, I believe. Started his shop in the 70s. He's a big player in the aftermarket pickup industry, basically one of the pioneers. He doesn't really wind pickups anymore by hand because, well, he has such a big shop. And most of the time, his pickups are going to be either machine wound, or if they are scatter wound or hand wound, it's usually the Antiquity pickups that are like that. I think it's one of his workers that does that. So he doesn't really hand wind pickups much anymore, but there are occasions where he does something special, like this one, this limited edition set where he made, I think, about 30-something sets of hand wound Jimi Hendrix pickups, and he actually wound these himself. So that's why they're very limited edition, because they're actually wound by him, and that's very rare because Seymour Duncan, I don't know when he stopped winding, but certainly he has not been hand winding his pickups for a long time because he has such a big shop now. So to have hand wound pickups by him, I guess, yeah, so this says less than 40. So I think it was like 30 something sets of these Jimi Hendrix Strat pickups that he wound himself. So these are different than the Jimi Hendrix Strats pickup set that he sells on his website. Those are actually, I think, probably machine wound. These ones he wound himself, like Seymour Duncan wound himself. So yeah, that doesn't happen very often. These are very limited edition. That's why you see them selling for like $1,000 US. You don't see very many of them on sale either, because there's like, yeah, 30 something sets. They're very limited, very hard to find. They're kind of, well, they're definitely unique for Strat pickups because the stagger for the magnets is reversed because they're trying to duplicate that Hendrix sound. So Jimi Hendrix played with a reverse, kind of a reverse string Strat. So he took a right-handed Stratocaster, he flipped it upside down, and he kind of put the strings actually normally, but in a sense that's reversed, right? So that's why a lot of pickup makers who are trying to get that Jimi Hendrix type of tone, they had the reverse headstock. You got to reverse the headstock, and then you also got to reverse the pickup positions as well. You got to reverse the magnets, and then you got to also reverse the bridge pickup because they would be actually opposite when Hendrix played them. So from a right-handed player, I mean, that's what I'm talking about. So most people are right-handed, right? When they play right-handed Strat, you actually have to reverse the magnets. Staggers, you got to reverse the staggers, you got to reverse the bridge pickup slant, and you got to reverse your headstock in order to kind of get the same setup that Jimi Hendrix had. I don't know how much of a difference that makes. I mean, maybe it makes like a minor, very minor difference because the E string is like longer than before. The E string has like a little bit more tension. The low E string I'm talking about, the low E string has more tension, and the high E string has less tension compared to normal because you're using the reverse headstock and then having the reverse slant here. Yeah, if you have this reverse slant, the lower E string is going to sound a little bit brighter. High E string is going to sound a little bit like darker, I guess, but it's a very minor difference. Again, if they want to make this Jimi Hendrix association, I think this is what they did with this Strat set, is kind of make it a little bit unique by reverse staggering the magnets and reversing the bridge pickup and reversing the magnets so that you get the Jimi Hendrix setup for a right-handed player. Yeah, basically the reason why this is so expensive is because they're limited edition, hand wound by Seymour Duncan himself, who is basically a legend in the pickup industry, who doesn't really hand wind pickups much anymore. But yeah, is it worth the money? Again, I think you guys have already, you guys know my take on this. It's like, for me, no. I don't think there's anything that special or different about one pickup winder versus another pickup winder if you're making it to the similar spec. So for me, whether Seymour Duncan is winding it or someone else is winding it or one of his workers is winding it doesn't make too much of a difference to me. Hand wound is hand wound to me. It's like you have his workers do it or you have Seymour Duncan do it. It shouldn't make too much of a difference to me. But I guess in this case, if you want to have this, it's really a collector's piece, right? It's like having an Abigail Ybarra wound Strat set, right? It's a collector's piece because essentially she doesn't wind any more pickups, so those are all limited edition. And Seymour Duncan doesn't wind anymore. Well, he doesn't really wind any more pickups unless it's for something like this, very limited edition stuff. So really, it's for collectors, right? You can say, hey, I have a set of pickups wound by Abigail Ybarra. I have a set of pickups wound by Seymour Duncan, and there's a limited number of them because they don't really wind pickups anymore. And they have a reputation in the industry. And really, this goes back to my reputation thing where you're paying essentially for the reputation and for the collectability of it. You're paying this premium because it's wound by Seymour Duncan. And it's kind of like when people pay a lot of money for a guitar that was like used one time by a guitar hero. Like for example, okay, let's take Eric Clapton or Slash or somebody who's used a lot of guitars, right? Hendrix. Okay, Jimi Hendrix, he used just pretty much any off-the-shelf stock Strat until his last 2 years. His last 2 years, he basically just used two Stratocasters, which was 1968 Stratocasters, actually, not 1969. He had a black one and a white one, but for most of his career, Hendrix actually just took stock Strats, and he destroyed a lot of them, and stuff. So he really didn't care. I don't think too much about like picking which guitar to use. But nowadays, if you find a guitar that was used, one time by a guitar legend, Kurt Cobain used this Mustang, or Hendrix used the Strat, Clapton used the Strat, it's gonna fetch a lot of money, right? And there's nothing inherently special about those guitars that are different other than just who played them. So you're paying a lot of money just because of the association with that legend. And similarly for this pickup set, you're paying for the association of having Seymour Duncan wind it. So that's really what it's about. And I know this is true for Tom Holmes, Abigail Ibarra, and Virgil Arlo, all those guys I talked about already. You're paying that money, that premium for that association, right? So yeah, like it's similar to like how people pay like tens of thousands of dollars, right, or hundreds of thousands of dollars for a guitar that a legend had played before, and it doesn't not necessarily like something he's played for a long time, just something that they're associated with, and it's the same here, right? He hand wound these pickups. Okay, yeah, that's limited, and he's a legend in the pickup industry, so that's why it costs so much money. So, anyways. It's another one I wanted to talk about because this one is very limited edition, but I guess you can say the same thing about, Abigail Ibarra and like Tom Holmes and all these other guys that I already went through. Like, yeah, these are pretty much all limited edition because they're wound by guys that are no longer winding, really. Yeah, Abigail, of course, she's retired. Abigail Ibarra's retired. Josephina has taken over, so you can still find Josephina pickups, but Abigail Ibarra pickups are very limited. Seymour Duncan, obviously very limited because he doesn't really hand wind pickups anymore. And then, yeah, Tom Holmes and all these guys like Virgil Arlo, yeah, they're not grinding pickups anymore, really. So you're paying a lot of money for those pickups. So really, it's just the association with these guys, the reputation, that makes it so expensive. So anyways, I just want to talk about this pickup set as well. The one that Seymour Duncan hand wound. Jimi Hendrix pickups that he did only like 30 something sets and very limited, and of course they're going to be expensive because they're tied to Seymour Duncan. So yep, just want to mention these ones as well. So anyways, guys, that's just my thoughts on overpriced guitar pickups. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section below, if you agree or disagree with my little philosophy here. My little rant. Yeah, so guys, as always, thanks for watching.